Hello everybody and welcome along to round 7 of 8 of the FIA World Endurance Championship for 2014. A season that started at Silverstone way back in April has seen us go throughout Europe, out to America and the Far East, and now in the Middle East at Bahrain and the Sakhir circuit, created 10 years ago and opened in sportscar race. Just over 5.4 kilometres the version of the track we're running here. It's the same as Formula 1, not using the endurance circuit, which is 6.2 kilometres along, but it's a very tough and testing circuit indeed. Bahrain, UAE, a collection of islands, around about just under 2 million inhabitants, and a kingdom of great contrasts. Sakhir at the Bahrain International Circuit. 10 years ago this circuit's constructed. We tried the lights out here for the first time last year. This was earlier this week. A welcome party on Wednesday night. Very well attended. A great atmosphere in a very distinctive paddock which recreates the feeling at least of a Bedouin village. Let's go straight down to the grid, and a very interested spectator today with Louise Beckett is none other than former Formula 1 world champion Fernando Alonso.
Fernando, it's fantastic to see you here on the grid. We know you're here visiting friends, but what do you think about the championship and the LMP1s?
Yeah, I'm here just to visit some friends, Weber and some of the Ferrari guys. About the championship, I think Toyota has the opportunity today to close it, and they've been superb all year, and we see if we can see an interesting race.
Thanks very much, enjoy it.
Thank you.
Fernando making absolutely... Before we talk about Fernando Alonso, let's look back at qualifying, which took place under the lights yesterday. GTEs, of course, out first. Everybody just gathering their thoughts. Third position first position in class rather for Aston Martin, the 95 Dane train, the 3 Danish drivers back together. And looks as though Nicky Team will start the 95 car. And it was a double for the Banbury-based Aston Martin racing team. Darren Turner and Stefan Mucker claiming their second pole in a row. Darren Turner taking the start for the 97 car. Next year, John Gore particularly happy. As far as the prototypes were concerned, well, great battle once again at the front of the field. The P2 pole taken convincingly by Roman Rusinov and Ollie Clark. Rusinov went out first, unusual for the non-pro driver to do that. Ollie Clark backed him up well and they blitzed the field. And in the LMP1 category, third pole position this year for the 14 squad, Roman Dumas and Neil Jarni. Neil Jarni once again the fastest man on the circuit this week, as he was earlier. Gary Watkins on the left and Gerard Neveu on the right. Porsche drivers as well, Johan Bergmeister, the tall guy. But earlier on this afternoon, the Red Bull stud show with a very, very Larry Mustang, and high above the Sakhir circuit from a very pretty Huey. Graham Goodwin made an interesting entrance to the Sakhir circuit. You'd not do that, would you?
No.
I'd love to have a go at that.
Wouldn't. That does look very, very scary indeed.
Gunnar Jeanette, of course, sports car driver of some repute, and used to be the youngest driver who'd been at Le Mans until fairly recently. This is his thing, the squirrel suit.
Yeah, jumping out of planes in a mad fashion, basically. But we're back to see our friend from the Red Bull stunt team landing, well, picture perfect.
Right on the front of the grid, he touched down, and that is an interesting approach there, because the two grandstands are pretty close. The eddies that you get there are significant. That wasn't his work over though, because having thrown himself out of an aircraft, he had the Mustang try and knock him over. Oh no, try not to knock him over. Not to knock him over.
No, that wasn't the point.
Okay. See, I didn't read the brief properly. Could you? I wasn't driving the Mustang. Hopefully, they've got a tyre contract. Well received on the front straight. Mad as balloons.
Absolutely, and off for something very sweet indeed.
I think I'd have a go at the Mustang part. Not so sure about jumping out of a perfectly serviceable aircraft. Pierre Fillon on the right, the president of the ACO, who's been at all of the WEC races this year. And there is the third place car in GTE Arm. Now this is going to catch us out all day today because it's not the 90, although it's the 90 car from earlier in the season, and it's in the 90 car colours with a little bit of addition of grey and silver on the back quarters there, but that is the 61 Ferrari. And as I say, third in category, and Alessandro Perguidi will start the AF Corsa car. Cedric Fiat there on the left hand side with the members of this team who are building a very, very interesting buzz around the FIA WEC. There's been a lot of meetings from manufacturers this week here. Not allowed to say who they are. But there is a big buzz about sports car racing again. Second in class for GTE Pro. Pedro Lamy will start the 98 Aston Martin. Paul Dell'Anna committing to the season for next year.
Absolutely, he'll be back, I suspect with Pedro, but likely not with Christopher, who's just been upgraded to a gold standard driver, so that makes the mix a little more difficult. But the 98 Aston Martin looks set to return with the one Canadian we have. Here we have Fernando Alonso talking with
Alan McNish. Let's have a little listen. And very interestingly there, the McNish lookalike with the Tash is Lee Newton of Porsche. Lee, formerly in the UK, then America.
Funny that.
Used the sports car programme very well in both of his previous iterations. Now looking after the middle and far east for Porsche.
Pole position car here, John, in GTM. This is the number 95 Dane train. And it's Nicky Thiem that was the top wheelman here in qualifying alongside Christian Poulsen. Ably backed up Nicky. And we'll see, of course, David Heimer Hansen with that car too. Lead makes his way to the grid, smiling, enjoying his time in LMP.
Really is.
Isn't he? He's
really
found his smile again.
He has, and he's found his pace. Mark Webber, of course, knows the man on the right very well indeed. And it's been a long time since Alonso has seen Mark smiling like that, I would think.
I think it's the first smiling racing driver that Fernando has seen all year. So it's great. It's great to have him here.
In GTE Pro, it is the 71 AF Corsa car. Davide Rigon will take the wheel to start off in this 458. The traditional colours of AF Corsa there. And Davide Rigon in... Oh, hang on. I better go and get me overalls.
Yep.
It's David Richards there. And good to see him at a WEC race. Doesn't always come.
Absolutely.
Oh, now this is not good. Back window out there of that Ferrari.
Khaled Al-Khabazi is
in the race suit.
This is one of two racers from the Gulf. Khaled, the first full season entrant from the Gulf States. Aboard the Proton competition car. That's Pierre Fillon again on the grid. We'll move up now to the number 51 car. What we could describe as a comprehensive rebuild of this car, I think it's fair to say. The last race, Jimmy Bruni there, unfortunately not to get caught up in that accident on lap 1.
Not his
Shanghai.
fault. Not his fault at all.
But we'll be looking to do what he can to potentially secure the drivers and teams titles here for AF Corsa and for myself and Tony Verlander. But it's the manufacturer's title that is the one that people are really interested in. Interesting there to see. Is that Emanuele Pirro hanging on to the... It was hanging on to the door of the Ferrari.
Emanuele Pirro pinged a couple of times for crossing the white line onto the circuit on the VIP laps.
Absolutely.
Mark Webber there in civvies suggests he's not starting. Eduardo Freitas, who was kind enough to let me take one of the safety cars out early this morning. Sheikh Salman, of course, the man whose
no publicity, no publicity.
Whose vision this circuit is.
And yeah, I have to say, there's no welcome like it in motorsport than you get here. 97 car then, second consecutive pole position for the lead pro car for Aston Martin Racing. The heat shielding there to keep the interior as cool as they possibly can. Not that Aston Martins need any help at all to be cool.
And Sheikh Salman is not a man to leave the hands-on management to anyone else.
No, he badgered me in the media centre earlier this weekend about what could they do. Anything, teabags it turned out to be. Now we're going to Louise Beckett back down on the grid.
At this point, it's worth taking a look at the championship standings. Now, Anthony Davidson and Sebastian Buemi are 42 points ahead. That means they just need a 5th or better here in Bahrain to leave as the driver's with the driver's title. In the manufacturers, it's 29 points between Toyota and Audi. Over in LMP2, it's much closer with just 8 points difference between the top two, meaning they're going to be taking it all the way to the season finale in Brazil. In GT Pro, that incident in Shanghai with the 51 Ferrari means it's much closer, but Bruni and Belanda could be walking away with the title here in Bahrain. And in GTM, all eyes are going to be on Aston Martin as the drivers of the 95 and 98 battle it out for those vital points. So it's all still to play for here in Bahrain.
And Louise doing that without any visual aids. Very well done. Remember once having numbers. And breathe afterwards, Louise, as she says to us. Well done. I remember once having to do a Formula Renault thing to camera, and I failed miserably. Front row of the grid is Porsche Toyota. Second row of the grid is Porsche Toyota. Audi, Rebellion. Where's the second Audi, you ask? Well, it's on its third monocoque this week, so it's down in 12th position behind the first three of the P2 runners. There it is there. Luca Di Grassi, the fastest man in free practice, will start that car. An amazing story there if you haven't caught up with it. www.dailysportscar.com. Pro category leader Darren Turner, or Paul Sittler should I say, Jimmy Bruni, pushed him very, very close indeed. And then the ARM category, 2 Aston Martins and 2 Ferraris in close company there, with a Porsche in the middle, a Pro Porsche in the middle. They have not got the balance. Had a couple of words with some of the Porsche drivers in GT on the way out of the track last night. I'm not going to say who they were. I said to them, that didn't look good. And they said, you think it didn't look good from where you were? You should have been sitting where we were.
Now, I think a part of this, John, is going to be something we expect to see here that perhaps we haven't seen before, which is heat, despite the fact that most of this race will be run in pretty dark conditions under the lights, but still pretty dark. There'll still be a fair amount of heat here. That is going to have a bit of an effect on a number of the cars. We'll talk about that in a moment, but I think we're going to go down and listen to Audi.
Yeah, the number 1 car got it all to do.
Okay, position is, the car is okay, apart from a lot of vibration from brake. The rest is all more or less okay. Overall initial balance field is low and medium speed understeer, but I'm not sure if I have to correct it or not. I have to discuss it.
Well, that was clearly recorded a little while ago, as there was no one in the cockpit there, but you get the point. Those guys have worked hard. And the reason behind this, by the way, is that when both of the cars were pulled out the containers after Shanghai, well, I should say all 3 of the cars, Graham is pointing to say...
Tyres have been brought out.
Yeah, they've just been
warmed.
warmers. Yeah. There were 3 tubs here already. The 2 cars that raced at Shanghai and a spare. The number 2 car got the spare tub that was already here, but both of the floors of the monocoques were damaged. The number 1 car, they sent for not 1 but 2 spare tubs from Germany, built up one of them into the number 1 car. It ran in free practice on Thursday, and when they looked at it at the end of the Thursday practices, they realised it had a similar problem. So they had to then press in to use the 3rd monocoque for that car and the 5th for Audi this weekend.
And bear in mind that both those cars would have been pretty heftily built up in the first place. These guys have had one heck of a weekend so far, and that car has not run apart from the establishing laps to come to the grid.
That's a very good point. It did not take part in free practice.
And that's why you were hearing what you were hearing from Lucas Di Grassi. He was trying to report back to the team.
In LMP2, we've seen the GT Paul Sitters. Kirill Ladikin will start the 37 car. Nick Manassian, this 27. Big weekend potentially here for SMP. and the 26 Ligier, Ollie Pla and Rusinov, who did the qualifying, were absolutely brilliant. Quick Nick Manassian, really looking forward to this challenge, I think.
Yeah, just 7 points now, though, the advantage for the 27 car and for Sergei Zlobin, courtesy of the points scored yesterday, of course, by the 26 squad in qualifying, so that gap has come down just again.
But don't forget, this car did have a failure in the free practice session.
It did indeed. They did. I think they run out of fuel. They ran out of fuel, John. It was exactly what.
So that was deliberate then.
It was deliberate, but
okay.
But we'll wait and see. They absolutely dominated that car out. 3 laps to the good. It was a slightly flattering result, but certainly the 2 laps weren't. It was done on pace and across all 3 drivers. Julien Canal there, and then Jacques Nicolet, the boss of On-Road Automotive and Oak Racing, look after this G-Drive team. 2 cars we expect for next year, 2 Ligiers. It won't be with a Nissan engine, though. There is an announcement coming with an as-yet unknown engine, not the one I thought it might be, I gather. We'll wait and see what badge that car is going to be carrying next year.
There is the Drivers' World Championship, Anthony Davidson and Seb Buemi literally 1 step away from the championship. And don't forget, no one other than an Ingolstadt 4-ring driver or manufacturer has taken this World Championship since it was reinstated.
Correct, and only the 2 car can now prevent Toyota from taking that title, the driver's title. So it's going to be about the 8 car or not, isn't it? Yeah. Can the 8 car get to the end? Can it finish ahead of that Audi? Does that? We've got a world champion on our hands.
Didn't have the best of races here last year, I seem to remember, and if that happens again, that could blow it all wide open. A non-finish here would really make things interesting in Brazil in a few weeks' time. Just a quick word, by the way, whilst we're in this segment, as we're looking at the Rebellions, and Graham will tell us about Bart Hayden and Rebellion's plan for next year. Later. Well, go on, mention now. Do we think we're going to see them back?
We're absolutely going to see them back. We're going to hear a little bit more, I think, at the end of the season about the plans for the team, whether or not it'll be 1 or 2 cars, what kind of squad we might get, whether or not there might be consideration of a change in motive power at the back of that car. All up for grabs at the moment.
Besch and Kreheimer starting. 27 degrees, rising to 30 before we get underway. After the sun starts to go down, temperature drops pretty quickly here, and the track temperature goes down quickly too, and that's the key thing. It is,
but beyond that, we are going to start to see potentially, John, some changes, to the kind of form we've seen from 1 or 2 of these cars. Do look for the kind of pace drop-off that might be predicted, I think, here for particularly the Aston Martins and I think the Porsches too. But also, just keep an eye on lap times. Those of you with live timing on the app and at home, please just do keep an eye on the lap times from the Toyotas. We saw there the manufacturer's points. That is the critical one, of course, and again, it's Toyota well ahead there. They've not clinched it quite yet. What are we expecting from Toyota? We're expecting them to be fast, but perhaps, maybe, in a little bit of heat-soak trouble here. So let's keep an eye on that.
I was going to mention, as we look at the Toyota TSO 40, the 800 or so volunteer marshals, fire personnel, rescue, etc., who are all part of the relatively newly formed, I mean 10 years ago there was nothing here, the Bahrain Motorsport Marshals Club, set up and trained originally by a whole load of Aussies who came over early in the circuit's history, but...
so the marshalling is to a great standard and the parties are epic?
Yes, absolutely, and I should say that relatively early on, the high standard of marshalling here was recognised by the FIA to the point where they went out and marshalled and ran the first couple of Indian Grand Prix.
Absolutely, 2011 and 2012 I think it was. The 20 car, John, third on the grid, the number 20 car. This Brendan Hartley will start this car. A couple of wee problems yesterday in qualifying, but managed to salvage a 3rd position on the grid with a great last lap in quali. Brendan gives us a wave there. And, these cars, I think, we may see the form of the season from these cars here. They've got their heads up, haven't they, Porsche? Very quick indeed, and we'll get to talk about just how quick when we get to the pole position car. But the 919 Hybrid development year, of course, we'll see a new Porsche next year, all new, we gather, not a single carried over part, but to the same concept.
Well, a very starstruck Hindhoff a few moments ago when I was introduced and had a relatively long chat with Dr. Porsche.
Dr. Porsche.
And also Neil Yanni as well. Anil Jani. There is the TSO 40, Seb Buemi starting on the outside of the front row. And a new challenge, it was how next year was described for Porsche. And Dr. Porsche was very keen to point out to me, keep reminding everyone, this is just our first year.
Oh, yeah.
It's easy, isn't it, to forget that. And also with Porsche having such a huge history, here is the pole sitting Romain Dumas, a huge history in sports car racing, but they haven't been in the top flight for such a long time, Graham.
It's been,
and this is a very different game.
1998, these are the most advanced competition cars anywhere in the world, and this is one of the most advanced. There's Romain Dumas' workstation, and a bit like a PlayStation, isn't it? But I don't think he'll be playing here when we start to go racing in just a few minutes' time.
Colour code for the cars. P1s are red on your timing screen and red on the light on the side. Blue for P2, green for GT, Pro, and orange for the Hours, and those colours are reflected or replicated on the number panels of the cars, the background number panels of the cars. As we see some of these onboards, and hopefully we will see some more of the steering wheels, very interested to hear the chat this morning, between Yannick Dalmas and Alain McNish. McNish was out in the LMX Audi that I was fortunate enough to have a run in Shanghai with the flag in the carb system, whilst I was driving one of the RS5s around. Very interesting to hear them talking about, they think that the driver needs to have a button in the car that they push that just holds the car at 80 kilometres an hour for full course yellow. No other input required from the driver. And yet, when you see the steering wheel, how many buttons are there on there already?
Buttons do everything apart from Jensen, it has to be said.
At the moment.
There's Romain Dumas again. It's 10's time now. We're just, 4 minutes away from the...
And that'll be hot. That'll be hot sitting there in the car. Yes, it's in the shadow of the grandstand here. But there's Brendan Hartley, who's as fit as you like, sitting there, waiting to go. I noticed the drinks tube's already plugged in there. 14.56 is 4 minutes away.
Now, we did say we'd talk a little bit more about the number one car. The number one car, there is one slight controversy about the number one car and after rebuild. That is that it is being permitted to start not from the very back of the grid, but behind the last of the LMP1 cars. That is the number 9 CLM, the Lotus, and that sits behind the first 3 LMP2 cars. It will start from 12th on the grid. We can see the car there. The other part of the controversy is, of course, all the LMP1 cars ahead of it have done qualifying. They had to do that in the same rubber they started. The number one car is on fresh rubber,
which normally would have sent it to the back of the grid.
Correct.
Okay, I see you thinking there. I don't think, I'll be honest with you, I don't
forward,
think it makes a blind
3 minutes
call.
forward
Probably
on the
not
grid.
on the
Start
grounds of the
clearing the
kind
grid.
of pace we've seen before.
We are under 3 minutes.
What we don't know we're going to see yet,
formation
and
lap
this does
of
come
the
down to
6
the kind
hours
of
of
pace we've
Bahrain.
seen in free practice, and particularly from Neil Jani, is that the Porsche has just been untouchable in terms of the ultimate pace. The only man under 142 in qualifying, 141.9 for Neil Jani, but also consistently in the 143s.
And Neil saying the first and the third sector's better for the Porsche.
Yes.
They're fast. He's not so happy on the infield section, through 5, 6 and 7 down towards 8. The car's understeery through there, and you really can't afford to be understeery. You want to put a pointy car through that.
But the key thing here, John, is going to be, we've seen in the last couple of races the Toyota running away at the front at the start of the race, and of course last time around we saw the Toyotas take their tactical decision to pit both cars under the safety car after the shunt at the very start of the Shanghai race. Can they do that? Because if they can't, they may struggle if that heat problem hits them later in the race.
Certainly, Neil Jani saying to me that he was hoping to get ahead and control the pace. That's the car I drove this morning, the leading car, the RS5, very nice, and it was very impressive around here, as you might expect. 5 stops, 6 stints, 5 stops only for Porsche.
And we believe as well for Toyota, but we don't know whether or not Audi can make that. We believe that tyre degradation here will be, there's Wilson Clark gives a bit of a fist bump there to Marcel Fessler, who will start the number 2 car.
So the last minute preparations for the penultimate round of the season. We're off to Sao Paulo for the final race of the year, the resurfaced circuit there.
Not yet redeveloped.
1 minute board.
That is
1 minute board on the grid.
at least.
Clear the grid immediately. Gentlemen, start your engines for the formation lap of the 6 Hours of Bahrain.
That sounds pretty good from Eduardo.
Yes.
Eduardo was quite happy that we used his countdown yesterday to the start of qualifying. Was he? Yes.
He's a very shy man.
He's a shrinking violet.
He was pushing the camera away gently but firmly. That's all on the grid there.
Absolutely adamant that he wanted to get me out on this track.
30 seconds. Under 30 seconds to start the formation lap.
I say again, by the way, John, that the FIA are looking for a personality of the year. My guess is that Eduardo's been
Yes.
quiet he may be, but he is the voice of this championship in very many ways.
Yeah. He said, I'm sorry you'll have to come in early, but I will let you drive around the track. How difficult do you think was that?
You thought about that for all of a nanosecond, and away goes your car, John, the RS5, and followed.
Flag. Green flag for the formation lap of the 6 Hours of Bahrain.
And it is Yannick
Green
Dalmas.
flag for the formation lap of the 6 Hours of Bahrain.
It is Yannick Dalmas who's in that little RS5 to lead the field around this time. Into 2 and 3, really important to get the exit from 2 sorted as they head up the hill towards turn 4. It's Porsche on pole from Toyota in 2nd place. It's Porsche in P3 from Toyota in 4th place. And there has been a meeting between the Porsche drivers. The first of the Audis share with Rebellion, the second of the Rebellion share with the pole-sitting P2 car, which is the G drive. Down through the S's now. This is the place where you've got to get the rhythm right. SMP Racing in team formation on grid row 5. And it's down in 6 for the newly rebuilt, twice rebuilt #1 car this weekend. Into the P2 field. Following behind them, the Podium of the GTE on row number 8. Stan Turner starting again. His turn, of course. As we head through, sitters for the AM category, the 95 on row 10, backed up by one of their teammates. And look at that Porsche down right at the back of the pole field and in the AM field, the 991, debuting, of course, that particular shape of car. But he had debuted here last year, but not performing very well here in the desert.
It did indeed. It did very well last year, of course, didn't it? But they do seem to be struggling again. And the game more grist the mill, and now it's in Porsche's review of what's going to be going forward in their GT
Car
plans.
instructed to be at
Well, stand by for action. The manufacturer's titles could be moving from Audi to Toyota today. The driver's titles could be going to that number 8 car. And Sebastian Buemi, though, has to be aware that he can't take any risks. And I wonder if that's going to mean a slightly more conservative strategy. Who does that benefit? Can the number 2 car from grid 5 make up the positions and take this fight to Sao Paulo? Or
The managers tell your drivers to start closing the gap. Tell your drivers to
Podium
start
finishes
closing the
this
gap.
year, but not yet.
Leading
A
car
first
instructed to
position
drop to
in their
70k.
first year
Leading
back
car
at the top level
instructed to drop
of
to
international
70k.
sports car racing. Can they break their duck here in the next 6 hours? 5.4 kilometres, around 6 hours of racing to come. This is round 7 of the FIA World Endurance Championship. It is the 6 hours of Bahrain. On board with the pole sitter, then heading down towards the final 2 corners, 14 and 15, and they are quite a tricky one. Neil Yarny saying you've got to get the turn in. There is Neil there. Did our lap description for us. Right now, Radio Le Mans just a few moments ago. Stefan Saracen also revealing on RadioLeMans.com that he's staying with Toyota for next year, likes the family atmosphere. The RS5 pulls off into the pit lane. The field under the control of Romain Dumas. On the right-hand side, the number 1 Audi way back down the field. And the red lights go off. And we are racing at the Bahrain International Circuit. The Porsche jumps out to 2 and immediately the 14 gets away as they head down towards the first corner. Both of the Porsches going through there as Brendan Hartley comes through, and the Audi number 2 down the inside as well. That's Marcel Fessler, and the championship leading Toyota is under attack immediately from its only competition really there. And a great start from Fessler, who is defending though from the number 7 of Alex Wurz, who just powers by, and dust coming up in the background as it did last year in the P2 battle as they go round turn 4 for the first time. Porsche, Toyota. Then it's the second of the Toyotas. Alex Wurz has been so racy in the front of every single race this year. Remember how quick he was at Kona. Nick Manassian's got through the lead at P2 ahead of Olivier Pla. That's great for the championship. And Jimmy Bruni's already leading GTE Pro.
And that's particularly surprising because Darren Turner came through at the end of the LMP train with a big gap to the GTEs behind.
Oh, there's a problem for the G-Drive car. They've got a problem. This is the car that is trying to chase down the championship and doing such a good job. It's a right rear issue. There's been contact there in the pack. And we've got drama again on the very first lap, and this time it's in the P2 championship battle.
Now, if that happened, John, as Buemi goes up into second position overall, if that happened, it was likely contact with Nick Manassian. Of course, the car that they're challenging for winning the championship, so controversy right from the off. And
wasn't there a controversial moment with Manassian at the start of the race last year, which brought out that "I am not a Muppet"?
Indeed it did.
Brilliant, the quote of the season. So, up into second place, Sebastian Buemi's just collected his thoughts on the 5.4 kilometre first circuit of Bahrain. But going across the line, Romain Dumas will lead from pole position. Buemi, having been shuffled down almost into 4th position, regains his second at the start of the grid. Oh, huge amount of sparks from the 14 car as he breaks into turn 1. Very bumpy there. Alex Wurz down the inside, challenges for 3rd position, gets 3rd position at the Schumacher first corner. But Brendan Hartley, he's not giving that up, and he's right up the tailgate of the Toyota as they head up the hill towards turn 4, and immediately Reed does not take the position as the 7 car comes through. Meanwhile, in the pit lane, the G-Drive LMP2 Championship Challenger, as the battle is once again fast and furious at the head of the field. And Brendan Hartley is all over the 7 car of Alex Wurz as they come down through the S's to turn number 8.
And this is fast and furious stuff. This is the game. This is about keeping these Toyotas where they want them, in sight and within arm's reach. But meantime, Romain Dumas is getting away, isn't he? 1.7 seconds after the first lap. Number 1 Audi now ahead of the number 2. So up into 5th position, so that's a big jump forward from the newly rebuilt Lucas Di Grassi car.
The G-Drive car hasn't got...
That's not the G-Drive car.
No, that's not the G-Drive car. This is the CLM car, excuse me. I thought that was going into the pit lane. We've seen a few people stop there. This is turn 5 and 6, I think.
Yellow flags at turn 5 and 6, correct.
That's driver's right. Now that will go back into that gap. Here's the GTE Pro battle, and Jimmy Bruni confirmed there as the leader ahead of Darren Turner in second. It's Alec McDowell in the 99 car in third, ahead of Richard Leeds, who's made up a couple of places there. The Porsche going better in race trim than it did in qualifying.
Davide Rigon, though, has taken a big jump back from 3rd on the grid down to 5th.
Remember, just 7 points between Ferrari and Porsche in the Manufacturers' Championship as the Porsche goes for a position there and doesn't quite make it. This is turn 13. That's going to cost the 91 car. And
at the front, though, Sebastian Buemi is catching Romain Dumas, but fastest man of all on track at the moment is Lucas Di Grassi. But this is all about how close can Brendan Hartley stick to that pair of Toyotas.
And there is the confirmation. I thought that would happen. The 91 car having a little look, and Richard Leeds has just been shuffled back down, and now he's going to have to fight the Ferrari behind him. That is Davide Rigon. Nicky Team's gone past him, so it's Ferrari, Aston, Aston, Works Porsche, Ferrari, Porsche. Very wide entry to the corner there by the Porsche number 20 of Brendan Hartley.
Di Grassi is catching this pair as well. He's catching them very quickly. 146.5 last time around for Di Grassi, 148.2 for Hartley.
That was into turn number 8, and here comes Rigon down the inside. That's a place made up by Ferrari, and that is now 4th position then for Davide Rigon. Gets one of those positions back. So much to watch. You need about 3 different screens and 2 heads.
Bear in mind as well, John, this is critical stuff for the Manufacturers' Championship. That's a change, is it? That is Nicky Team going ahead of the 99 car. So Team goes ahead of McDowell and ahead of Pro car. We need to be looking at the Ferraris in particular against the Porsches for the Manufacturers' Championship. They may not be challenging ultimately at the moment the Aston Martins in class. though the 51 car is of course ahead, but it's all about, for the manufacturer's title, where these two pro cars are in relation to the two pro Porsches.
Richard Lee's got a decent run out of turn 10, but he can't manage to get anywhere near the Ferrari as they head up towards turn number 11. This amazing corner which goes uphill quite steeply. So easy to drive the car in too tight there on the left-hand side. Looking back then from his teammate, the 92 Patrick Peeler. That's Pedro Lamy. Pedro Lamy, the second of the AM cars, beginning to challenge. Meantime, back with the leading group, and this is the battle for third position. And two very different approaches to turn number 4 now through 5. This is Alex Wurz in the Toyota and Hartley in the Porsche. But the battling goes on, and that's Lamy going through on number 92, Patrick Peeler, the Porsches.
Oh, my God, live from Glano ahead. Is that given an opportunity for Richard Leeds to actually get back on the terms? This is fast and furious stuff, John. What's his 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 GT cars line astern?
But it's a nightmare for the works Porsches because they've got Pro and AM Ferraris driving by them for fun, and the Aston Martins are bossing it at the moment. Only Jimmy Blaney.
There goes Buemi through to the lead. But as
he's not going to hold on to it, I don't think, as through comes Romain Dumas immediately back into the lead, and this is what we were hoping for. This is exactly the battle that we were hoping for with Romain Dumas and Buemi. Now Buemi coming into the third sector now. The Porsche is better in sectors 1 and 3. So Buemi tried in sector 2 in the more serpentine area of the circuit. Now back to the GTs. They're all together. Big lock up there from the 99 of McDowell. David Richard looks on. Impassively. He's got 3 Aston Martins in the top 4 of GT in the moment, and one of them's one of the AM cars. But look at this, Graham, the lack of pace early on from the Porsches. I wonder if they're being a little bit conservative on their tyre management.
Suspect so, and look at that. There's more people joining this party, John, because the AM Porsches are actually catching this group as well. We've got 2 cars running away at the front, Bruni and Turner, but the rest of the field is as one in GTE. Olaf Monzai stares on impassively. He might have a good time here, will he?
Jimmy Bruni doing his best to wrap up the championship for he and Tony Levilander and get Ferrari some very, very important manufacturer points. At the moment, I would say the pendulum is swinging towards Ferrari. Oh, big run off the circuit there for...
That's Paolo Roberti.
Paolo Roberti, that was turn 13. Here's the battle for the lead. Right, take a breath, I know. This is turn number 10.
4 tenths at the line, John, but it's less than that now as Sebastian Buemi now tries again to get a run onto the back of Romain Dumas. Looks to the inside, he blocks that, checks to the right. Round they go again, back down the short chute to the penultimate turn, and that long run down.
This is flat through turn 12. Tell your drivers at the pack that the bollard is not there. Does not mean the track limits can be abused. Nevertheless, the base of the bollard is still in place and it may be damaging for the tires.
Yeah, well, the one car, of course, rebuilt and a bit sort of out of the question as far as the championship's concerned for the drivers, but certainly manufacturers' points key here. And if any of the Audis can keep up there and score good points, they really have to have both of the cars to continue the challenge. Across the line then, Romain Dumas leads by half a second from Buemi, 14, 8 and 7, and look at this, as Brendan Hartley had a little bit of a look on the outside, as I'm just looking down in the pits, and indeed Luis Beckett tells me that the 26G drive car is back out on the pit, having dropped, Graham, something in the region of 3 laps.
Buemi goes to the outside, he gets the lead again.
He's not going to hold on to it though, is he? As through comes the 14 again. Dumas has a look, he's on the wrong side here, Graham. I think he might have to give best, and he does. And the lead goes to Toyota. Toyota leads in Bahrain. And now, can Buemi break the toll? He's in the right sort of area for the Toyota to shine. Hartley, meantime, challenging hard for 3rd place. Pressure. And still the Audi in there with Luca Di Grassi, the Brazilian.
Pressure from the Toyota on the Porsche that's told, pressure from the other Porsche on the other Toyota they're trying to make it tell, and pressure from the Audi behind on all 4. 5 cars nose to tail here on the same very small piece of tarmac. This is great stuff, and this is an endurance race.
wishbone problem for the 26, as described to us by Louise down in the pit lane, who has dutifully gone down there. A wishbone problem at the rear of the car, contact possibly with an SM3 car.
I think that looks to me like that was almost inevitably the case. Olivier Pla, of course, started that car in pole position, Nick Manatian second. Manatian came out the better of the two with damage to the rear of the car, so that looked set to be the answer. They won't be very happy, will they? I think we're going to see just how quick Olivier Pla is if that car is in the final fendel. 7 minutes in the pits though. Here's a replay of the start. The position, Porsche.
It just punched away, Graham, and that's unusual. You would have thought that there's the Audi right up the inside. That was the number 2 car, of course, at that stage for Marcel Fesler. Here's what happened. Now here's Manasian. What happens here? There's the two. Well, he hasn't hit anybody. He was already by, and that looked clean. So it wasn't Manasian. This is looking back at the GT battle, and that is the Porsche having a little look as well. That was Brendan Hartley on Alex Wirtz. It was all very, very unnecessary. There's the confirmation of the G-Drive car with its problem earlier on. That was a right rear wishbone that was damaged, and we've also lost the CLM as well. The Lotus team car went down in turns 5 and 6. There's the pass for the lead. The attendant applause from the guys in the Toyota pit. Now this is live, and we're back to watching the front of the field there. Aston Martin Racing are chasing down Jimmy Bruni.
That was the number 99 car, I think. It's 99 car ahead of 71 and right behind the 91. That's Pedro Lamy looking for a wait by now. The 91 car. They're in a really tough day today. The Montai Porsche guys. Lamy looks left, looks right, looks left again. Is it safe to cross? No.
But look, interestingly, look at the orange car. That's the 61 this weekend, not the 90. Sitting in there, that's Alessandro Perguidi, right up the tailpipes of Pedro Lamy.
As we're beginning to get now the lead cars in the background here, about to get involved with this battle. Now, with the number of cars we've got all bunched together here, anything could happen. Have they noticed the approach of the leaders? Here comes Sebastian Buemi with the gap.
Oh, big lob up there by the Porsche.
And that's the 88 car going wide. Klaus Bachler, that does allow a bit of an easier run through from Sebastian Buemi. He's made it clear past the final 3 cars in that.
And look, Romain Dumas gets stuck in the middle of the S's. There's just nowhere for him to go. He's going to have to go down the outside. Now cuts back to the inside into turn number 8. He's desperately trying to keep that blue and white car ahead of him inside. And look behind. This is Wirtz and Hartley going through the traffic like a police chase.
It's up because they've going to sniff the fact that Romain Dumas has been held up. They've now got almost nose to tail still. Hartley the Wirtz, but they're almost all over Dumas there as well.
This is brilliant driving by everybody concerned. Of course, these GT drivers have their own race, and they're all battling for position this early on. Jimmy Bruni leads GT from Darren Turner, and then Nicky Team. The gap, by the way, is only about 0.6 of a second between Jimmy and Darren Turner. And there's been a passing position there.
No, that's right with your mark.
That's catching him. I thought that was Hartley that had gone through because the Porsche was further up the road, but it's Romain Dumas
making heavy weather of this, but there's the 14 car. Hartley's doing what he can do to actually help out the teammate. 14 from 7, from 20, all together through the second in this traffic.
Second, third, fourth.
Here comes Hartley. He's going to run up on the inside. Is he going to make that stick to the braking zone? I think he will. No, not quite, not quite.
Interesting that the Porsche had the run on the Toyota in the early part of the corner, and now traffic, and these are battling GTE cars, remember? And here comes the number 1 car of Luca Di Grassi.
And that's allowed Di Grassi to get involved, and he's now with Brendan Hartley. So all of a sudden, from potentially getting a position and up to 3rd, now Brendan Hartley is having to defend his 4th position from the Audi.
All the best laid plans, of course, of when you harvest and when you use and deploy your hybrid power goes out the window when you're in traffic and trying to defend. And of course, they're looking at we have had people pulled this weekend for using too much fuel, albeit in a single lap on qualifying. We saw that in the last race as well, Graham, those 3-lap averages being employed for the first time. None of these cars can afford to be a little bit too much of the right foot. They've got to be thinking longer term. 14-7, 20 and 1 are second, third, fourth and fifth, and they're all in the same piece of circuit.
But ahead of them, clearing this traffic now, is Sebastian Buemi. He's beginning to now to open a gap up 3.5 seconds now to the good over Romain Dumas in clear air, and is beginning to make that count. Wow. Now here is that Audi on Porsche. This would be a story, wouldn't it, if the rebuilt car not no answer to that. But that's the difference in 2 megajoules and 6 megajoules of hybrid. You're going to deploy your hybrid coming out of the corners onto a fast straight. And if you've only got a third of what the other guy's got, it doesn't matter. He's going to be better than you. Through then goes the leader, Sebastian Buemi, having just set the fastest first sector that last time around. In a bit of clear air now for a moment, with Romain Dumas also just establishing himself a little bit of breathing space in the 14 Porsche in second, from in third, Alex Wurz in the 7 Toyota, then Brennan Hartley in the 20 Porsche, then De Grassi, and a little bit further back is Marcel Fesler in 6th position in the number 2. And they're making their way by. This is the GTE lead battle. 3 cars nose to tail now. Jimmy Bruni ahead of 2 Aston Martins. Darren Turner in the 97 car in the 2nd place in Pro, but leading Am and up in 3rd position GT overall. Nicky Team as this team look to secure their own championship. The number 1 car, though, this is a great run here for Lucas De Grassi. This is clearly the game plan, John. It's keep these cars under as much pressure as you physically can. That's exactly what Lucas is trying to do here. 49.4 last time around from De Grassi, a 50.9 as we see the number 13 in 8th position, another lap on the 26 car. Remember, broken right rear wishbone for the lead here, down in the 5th position in class, and that is very bad news for them. Going to the last round, and Paolo must try and keep the pressure on the G-track, on the SMP cars, who are leading the championship. In particular, the 27 car, the bad news, the worst news of all this, of course, for the G-Drive team is that it's Manassian. Nick Manassian, the 27 car, 9th overall, but leading LMP2. 4-point scoring cars here, remember, the 35 car does count in terms of podium positions, but not for points. So if these cars finish, the worst that the 26 car can do with 4 finishes is 4th, and at the moment, worst case scenario for them is right here, right now. Replay here. And there was the incident. We still didn't see who made contact. That is the aftermath of the 26 car, and you can quite clearly see the right rear wheel is not properly tethered in its wheel arch, and that was the triangular wishbone that was broken at 45.65 at the head of the field. That's the fastest lap of the race so far for the brake car. Sebastian Buemi getting away from Romain Dumas, puts in the fastest lap of his race so far, but that's still only a 1:47.1. The gap going out to 4.5 seconds with 10 laps complete. Well, a very different start to the race than we saw in Shanghai, and certainly one that has allowed us to have better racing. Meantime, further back down the field, Alex McDowell defending stoutly from Alessandro Perguidi. This is a Pro Aston and an AM Ferrari, and the AM Ferrari wanting to back up its teammates and try and get the most points it can. Of course, it pushes the Porsches further back down the field, Graham, and it's about positions overall for the manufacturers in the championship. So even though that orange Ferrari isn't scoring points towards the championship, the manufacturers championship, because it's got 2 other Ferraris ahead of it, what it's doing is keeping both of the Porsches behind it. Great job there from the number 91 car. Ricard Leach trying to get onto terms with the Aston Martin that was just ahead of him. That's Alex McDowell. He didn't quite make it stick. It looked like a great move, but McDowell toughed it out. They come on to basic support race grid with the drag strip to our right there. Still traffic making their way through. It's the Rebellion, the 13 car making its way past this train now. The Perguidi at the moment doing a great job for Ferrari. On board with the Richard Leach driven 91. Turn number 13. It's a medium quick corner, probably about 3rd gear, I'm thinking, one of these, and he turns in a little earlier in the rear engine. Porsche flouts the curb, touring car style,
trying to take a bit more momentum on the run down to turns 14 and 15. He's about holding on to the back of the Aston as he breaks from well over 240 kilometres an hour. And again, turns in a little bit earlier. The 99 car looks to me as though Alex McDowell, who is still getting used to rear-wheel drive, remember a front-wheel drive expert, is through goes the 26 car, and Pierre Capper and Ollie Clark on the outside there. That Porsche is holding on to the Aston on the faster part of the circuit, and that will be at least some consolation as Ollie Clark goes down the inside. Is that the chance for Leeds? Yes, it is. And he takes the position back for a moment, but the Aston fights back, and Alec McDowell, I think, has just eased the Porsche back behind him. He has, as they come through turn 4.
Almost contact there between the GT car and Ollie Pla. Fairly frustrating stuff here for Pla, of course. Alec McDowell doing a good job here.
He's not getting the front end of that Aston turned into the corners.
And indeed,
really
there you
struggling.
saw exactly what happened. That was the time that Rickard Leeds actually managed to make the job done.
He's going to be struggling through here. Understeer through the S's here is an absolute nightmare. You can see he's not using as much of the road. He's not confident about the car, and he's locked up. He's locked up and gone off there at turn number 8. He's struggling with front tyre grip.
That's allowed Pedro Lamy to go through, take the track position, and also going through, more significantly, was the second of the factory Porsches, Patrick Pilet ahead of McDowell.
Now, just watch this again. He just locks up, you unload the inside wheel there, and then I think you look through here as well. And oddly, that's bad news for Ferrari. The Aston having problems.
Absolutely right.
Wow. He's gathered it back together. McDowell there with the green number panel, in the middle of those 3 cars in the Aston. Looking forward to him now from the 92 of Patrick Pilet.
37.8.
These are important moments for Porsche about track position at this stage, and that championship battle. The 51 car leads, as it has done since almost the beginning of the race. I think turn 1 or turn 2 should be really tough. Darren Turner, though, 1.6 seconds back. Then there's a big gap to the 71, 91, 92, 99.
Don't forget that was Nicky Team's gone through into second place. He's between Turner and Bruni. I wondered why that time had gone out. And what we might actually see is Nicky Team challenging Jimmy Bruni because he's close enough.
This is McDowell taking another look here, but behind McDowell we've got the number 90 car. This is the car that used to be the orange car. This is the red car now.
Around the outside, he can hold on to the left hand. He's done that. You can't tough it out round the outside of turn 1, but you've got to hold on to it in 2 and 3. And Roberti's done that, but runs across a very aggressive rumble strip there in turn 3. That's going to cost him pace up the hill. He's now trying to defend against a prototype.
That's Nick Manasio. Oh, very close indeed.
It's the leader in P2. The leader in P2 has had to give best there. Manasio will not be best pleased with this. But
he's hit him. He hit him. From the car, the front of the car in LMGTE that's going to be a little bit of fist waving there, I'm sure. But he can't relax for too long because here comes the KCMG car. Alex Imperatori in second position. 2 Oricas, 2 Nissan engines. Marco Ferrari dismayed about what's going on there because they of course, run that car, the 27 car, as well as the Ferraris. That's not the kind of risk that Paolo Roberti should be taking at this stage of the race.
I don't blame Roberti there. You are told at every driver's meeting, stay online if you're the slower car, and the guy who's fastest got to get by. What it shows to me is just how much grip in the medium speed corners a GT car has got against an LMP2 car. There was no way that Manasio could get through there on pure pace. He had to wait until Roberti allowed him through. Roberti was in the middle of a battle, and it's the same here again.
It's the same place.
You can't do that there, Nick.
This is Orica Nissan against Orica Nissan against Orica Nissan, with the 2 cars in first and third, the S&P Racing cars and the Michelins. The Swiss driver in the Hong Kong entered car, the middle car, the 3 there, the 47 car on the Dunlops. And this is really important for the championship positions, John.
This is the top 3 in P2. Fighting their way through the sharp end of the GTE battles. You cannot blame a GTE driver coming through a set of S's like we've just seen. That's a 1,200, 1,300 kilo car, which is still fairly full of fuel. You just can't go offline there. That is a one-line piece of the circuit. And Manasio, I understand why Nick was anxious to get through, but I think he took it risk too far. I think he's got away with it though. There's a little damage on the left front wheel arch. There was something sticking up there.
Has he lost his dive plane? I think he's lost the dive plane on that side, John. We'll have a look as we get a closer look at the front of the 27.
He's in the same spot again, and this time he's trying to do the same thing again. That must be Nicky Team that he's coming up to now.
No, that's Pedro Lamy.
That's Lamy, excuse me. Lamy just let the ball go through, and that's a nice piece of driving by Lamy.
Lanigan now getting involved at the inside here, at this time of Alex Imperatori. And he does it, he goes through. It's a great drive here from Lanigan. It's
Right, we have a piece of every contract, T6 driver's license. We have a piece of every contract,
doing
T6
fantastically well
driver's
this
license.
time. Debris on the track we hear. At turn 6, my guess is that might well be a dive plane.
It's a part of either an Aston or a 27 car. And here is the 91 now. This is Richard Leeds getting the Orica treatment. Orica by 3. You see there the performance difference between the GTE cars and the LMP2 cars through twisty stuff is not actually that much.
We've had 27 minutes of this race so far, John. We've had plenty of things for the guys to point their cameras at in every single class. Real battles on track for real position through the S&P racing cars. Ahead there of the 61 cars, it slides slightly wide. It's Alex Imperatori getting rolling going into the start-finish rate in the 47 car. 27 from 37 from 47. That's your 1, 2, 3 in LMP2, and not a factor at the moment. You can see there the damage on the S&P racing car. He has lost that.
There's definitely some damage to the left front. How much difference it's making to the handling for Nick Manassian.
But not a factor at the moment in the battle for the lead.
It's flicked up and it's just hanging on the edge of the gap at the top of the wheel arch, I think, Graham. At the moment, Nicky's either not feeling it or driving around it.
Of course, he's now got a rear gunner in place.
Yeah.
The person of Kira Lanigan. This is a great drive for Kira Lanigan. That 37 car has been getting more and more impressive as the season has gone on. Being woeful in the early races of the season. An experienced group of drivers in these cars. But throughout practice and qualifying, the 37 has looked much, much better. Lanigan brothers and Victor Scheitar in this 37 car, and at the moment doing a good job of allowing Nick Manassian to just edge out a gap here. Not much. 1.6 seconds at the end of the last lap. 1 to 3, not 1 to 2.
Yes. By the way, at the head of the field, Sebastian Buemi has stretched his lead to just over 5 1/4 seconds. Romain Dumas still in second place for Porsche, 8:14 and 7, with another couple of seconds further back is Alex Wirtz, and then a 6-second gap back to Brendan Hartley in 4th, and he is just about 1.2 seconds ahead of Luca Di Grassi in the first of the Audis, and it is the #1 car, but the battling is all ahead of P2.
Meantime, watching this LMP2 battle, John, the big battle for position is at GTE, because Nicky Team is right with Jimmy Brimley now. It's AMCAR, our pro car, as we're on board now with the leader. Sebastian Buemi makes his way down quickly down the start-finish straight.
We haven't seen him for a little while. Comes into a very bumpy braking area in turn 1, down through the gearbox. He'll slot right-handed then. Try not to take too much curve there. Ride a little bit of the curve on 2, but we won't want to do too much, otherwise it gets a bit twitchy. Certainly the curves are quite harsh on turn number 3. He's got traffic ahead of him now. Deals with the Ferrari relatively easily. Now he's got some prototype traffic, and look already offline at the marbles. Tyre degradation is very high here. The tread of the tyre, the slick tread of the tyre, gets thrown off to the edge of the circuit and down through the S's.
Information, the pit wall, we are on standby for a full course yellow. We are on standby for a full course yellow. Warn your drivers, we are on standby.
It's going to get picked up, and you're going to be struggling for a lap or so afterwards till you clean it up.
Here comes the leader through that LMP2 battle we were just describing. So putting the first lap, we've seen all these guys full course yellow.
Full course yellow. We are under full course yellow. Drivers at 80 kilometers an hour.
Let's explain.
Drivers at 80 kilometers an hour.
neutralise the race without the safety car. So the safety car will not be rolling. Everyone will drop down to 80 kilometres an hour, 80 kilometres an hour, and it's all monitored by GPS. It's a whole circuit, not just a safe zone. And here are Toyota down in the pit lane, half an hour gone, looking at a potential pit stop. Now this is interesting. It's too early really to save a stop at the end, but what it will do is scramble the strategy. We've seen them be very, very aggressive, exactly like this. Now, why do we have a full course caution? The answer is, as soon as everyone is down to speed, which they will be in a moment, a brave marshal is going to run out in the gap between traffic, as he has done, and it was indeed
an Orica dive plane.
Orica dive plane. Now, we will go back to green in a few moments' time, which will be
full course yellow, box 80 kph, full course yellow, box HV9, set 747 to the garage, please.
Oh, I think 7 to the garage, I think I heard Matthew else there. Now what we'll get on the screen in a moment, and all the teams will hear it too, is a countdown to when we go full green. And that will happen very shortly. Now, it doesn't matter that the lead is in the pits here. Normally, that would cause all kinds of scrambling for who's behind the safety car. But, of course, it doesn't matter. New set of Michelin rubber coming out. Now, this is interesting. This might be tyre-driven more than it is fuel-driven.
It's both Toyotas on pit lane, the 8 car at a stop and in its pit stall. Here's the 7 now. The guys go to work. Tyres ready for both cars.
Oh, Porsche 20 in as well. Brendan Hartley. Brendan Hartley comes in from 4th.
And both the factory Porsches in GT in as well.
That would be for tyres. They're going off strategy to get on the tyres, and there is the factory GT coming in behind the prototype stablemate.
Tyres for both of the Toyotas. I think inevitably it will be for the Porsche too.
You've got to. There's no real point in coming in for fuel because you're not going to save a fuel stop. There'll be a splash at the end for these guys unless there's more safety cars. This will be a full... Well, Pollard as well has gone missing.
Now, that wasn't
information. We go green at 32, 30. We go green at 15, 32, 30 in 22 seconds.
Stand by. We have got 20 seconds until the full course caution is removed. How do I know that? Because it's on the screen in front of me, and it will be being communicated to all of the teams. That's 5 seconds away from going green.
4,
Let's hear
3,
the Porsches.
2, 1, green. Track is back to green. Track is back to green. The track is on the first seat.
And now they stop on the full zero, like Toyota number 8. We split the strategy.
Breaking trouble for number 20. That was remanded, but Demar being told that was enough.
Yes, it was. He was asking. The number 2 out, he's come in, and he's come in too late.
That looks like a bad call, doesn't it?
Just too late. Well, I see it's on the end of it. I suppose they ran as long as they could to get the extra fuel in. Now, that may make a difference later on.
That may make a difference uniquely for Audi, because we didn't think that either the Porsches or the Toyotas would need an extra splash. But it might be, if you remember last time around, John, we heard Dr. Ulrich saying we couldn't stop, we weren't in the window. He's in the window.
Yeah,
it's Patrick Pigler there telling a tale of woe. But a car that's just breaking away the air from underneath him.
Massive change at the front then as Romain Dumas back in the lead in the 14 car. Lucas de Grassi in the number 1 Audi is in second. And then it's going to be the 2 Toyotas, 8 and 7, I think, ahead of Brendan Hartley. That's the way they went back out, 3 wide. And through goes the number 14. And look at that. That is Romain Dumas weaving A to show himself in the mirrors. And look at the sparks from the front as well as the rear of the 14 as he goes into the heavy braking area of turn 1.
Yeah.
The Schumacher turn.
We don't need a debate about whether you want sparks underneath these cars. This one's already got them.
They run this car so low.
So low.
The back end of the car is almost scraping the ground. The diff seems to be sparking an awful lot, or at least in that area. I doubt that the diff is actually exposed, of course.
Oh, big slide there for the number 1 car.
That's the grass
that came through.
Not on new tyres. And we see a very graphic illustration of that. I tell you what, though, he took 22 seconds out of Dumas on that last lap around.
Did he? That's interesting.
Well, his last lap was that much quicker. He got the green flag further round the lap grim, so that's why. That's why it happens like that. He's still 15 seconds in arrears. Right, let's find out what the strategy call was down at Toyota as Mathieu Lanels is talking to Alex.
For info, RD1 and for shorty have not stopped. We have info at the moment. RD1 for shorty, not stopped.
So that's just a bit of info to his driver.
And now the number 2 Audi pushing, maybe down 8th position, fastest third sector of the race for Marcel Fassler. We just saw a very quick time as well in the second and third sectors from Brendan Hartley on his outlap too. Fresh tyres, of course, for all these cars. So yet again, the guys are going to be pushing. Meantime, as we're on board again with Sebastian Buemi, as we just heard there, down to third position now, but almost with Lucas Di Grassi for second position. 1.4 seconds back.
Right, I think we'll nip down to the pit lane now as we're getting back under green flag conditions. The factory Porsches have been into the pit lane, both 91 and 92. And here's Patrick Pilet to talk to Louise Beckett.
Patrick, first driver back. How is it out there?
Actually not easy. I think we missed a bit of temperature on the track. Be okay with this type of tire we choose for the quali. And it was really slippery, a lot of traffic, and as soon as you go off of the line with the prototype, you lost a lot of time, and it's difficult to catch the grip again. So we are lucky with the full course yellow. I think it can help you. We have an aggressive strategy because we pit under full course yellow, but we will see now.
Just in the background there, the gentleman with the air defenders on. Yeah, Dr. Frank Walliser, who's taken over the GT programme. Very interesting to see a GT, an FIA GT3 spec Porsche 911 991 testing first in Portugal and then at the Nürburgring recently. Now here's the second position battle. This is Sebastian Buemi coming back on Di Grassi, newer tyres and a quicker car.
Just put in the fastest lap of the race for a moment. Here he comes past the Audi, seemingly with ease. 46.4 against 48.7 last time around.
That was easy. It would have been relatively easy, I think, had he not had brand new tyres on that car as well. But that just made the number 1 Audi of Luca Di Grassi, who's made a cracking start. Let's not make any bones about it. He was a sitting up there. And next year will not come quick enough for Audi. Talk of potentially even homologating a brand new car for next year. They can't get a performance break before the month next year because the regulations don't permit it. It's the balance of performance or the equalisation of performance, as the ACO call it, is frozen until that time.
There you go. The Toyota also pulling by, easily by, of course, the number 47 car, Alex Imperatori, third position in that LMP2 class, and the 2 S&P cars ahead, pulling away. Meantime, John, the other Audi, number 2 Audi, seventh position now, in between the two Audis, but in the fastest lap of the race,
We have a bollard on track at T10. Be advised, he's on driver's left.
2 Audi on its new tyres. Bollard may be on the track at turn 10. The drivers have been warned by race control.
It's the hairpin. It's the hairpin onto the support straight.
Brendan Hartley going quicker, but ahead of him, quicker still is Alex Wurz as he tries now to close down on Lucas Di Grassi. It's Dumas from Buemi, Di Grassi and Wurz. Back now again ahead of the AM leading Aston Martin is Darren Turner, back up into second position at GT overall. This is the 1, 2, 3. It's for these 3 cars almost from the very start, as it's now the Pro car deciding to go off and duel with Jimmy Bruni, the world champion of course last year, looking to do the double this year.
So Darren Turner, is he leading the charge here? Aston really should have been challenging in the Manufacturers' Championship. Certainly had the pace in the second half of the season.
But none of the luck, unfortunately. It's been some mechanical problems, it's been some incident and accident. They just have not had the luck of the draw. Number 7 car blasted by.
Look already, Graham, look at the problem with the setting sun coming down into 14. May have to rename that Sunset. As Alex Wurz turns into 14 and 15, ahead of him is the Prey, and the Prey is, at the moment, Romain Dumas.
Lucas de Grassi dropping back.
Excuse me, Lucas de Grassi is Alex's prey. It's
oh, suddenly flew off there. It's a big piece of bodywork flew off one of the cars.
And that was, I think that might bring, well, it's on the outside of the circuit, but whose car did it come off?
That was a
yellow flag at
on
turn
track,
10 for the
start finish
Bollard.
straight. Be
Whose
advised
car
of
was it? One of the
debris on track.
P2s?
As you
It's
exit
the
the shadow,
37
there are
car.
debris on
That's
track.
his entire front end.
That is Kirill Ladikin watching the background as the Audi went in front of him and changed the air pressure on the front of the, obviously Toyota went by him and changed the air pressure on the front of that car.
We're going to do a little bit of detective work here. We thought an S&P car had hit the G-Drive car at the start. Is that the net result?
Lines of debris on track on the start-finish line where the shadow ends.
Well, we'd expect that
Be
car to be on
advised,
pit lane very
debris
soon.
on track.
That would have been a
Start-finish line where the shadow ends.
Unlucky the aero took it over.
And that is a graphic representation, though, Graham, of how big a hole in the air
Oh, yes.
a P1 makes. Even the P1s this year with so much less downforce, it's caused a huge low-pressure area, which has changed the airflow of the front of this car, and the front of it just peeling straight off.
Absolutely, and unless he lifts off a little bit here, there's going to be further damage done. You can see the side pod beginning to rattle away there. So has that damaged in the mounting points?
Well, and that's the worry, because it's not just the fact that the aero will be gone from that car, although I have to say that it's not exactly hanging about.
Well, it's lighter.
He was pretty fast through the centre. He was only a second slower in the centre section of the circuit than Nick Manassia with a full front end. All that money you spend on aero. The problem will be, of course, if the clips didn't faster, then they are likely to have broken. And if the mounting points on the other bit of bodywork, the bit that's left, as the Deegan comes into the pit lane, if the clips are broken, they may have to replace more than just the front end. You would think all they're going to do is bolt on a front end. Start, finish, yellow flags for only there. He's off the side of the circuit. Meantime, here is the battle. And this is Audi number 1, and Alex Wirtz has gone through. Already gone through. Alex up to 3rd position. So Toyota second and third.
Porsche debris on start-finish straight has been raised.
Debris has been recovered.
Well, it's on the marshals again. And the car is going into the pit garage, as we suspected, with more than just a new piece of bodywork required there. Over 800 volunteers around the circuit who were out this morning for inspection. Eduardo Freitas, as we went round. That includes all the flag marshals, fire rescue, and more than 30% of those were female. It's a really interesting statistic here. Of the 1,200 marshals, all the marshals, 1,200 of them in the Bahrain Marshals Club, well over 400 of them are lady members, a third of them, and that statistic reflected in how many of them are working on post this weekend.
Well, if that becomes a driving force behind driving interest in the sport here in the Kingdom, that's a very good way to do it.
And I'm indebted to the head of the Marshals Club, this morning, for telling me that, as he was a very brave passenger with me in the RS5. Here's the battle for first and second.
Car 92 is bouncing a lot.
Front
left fender of car 92 is bouncing a lot.
Down in the 47s again for Fessler. Only Buemi quicker that time around. And Darren Turner has dragged his way back onto the tail end of the AF Corsa of Jimmy Brody. I'm thinking that the little run behind the safety car did not hurt the Aston at all.
On pit lane now, the LMP2 leading car to that point, 27. Nick Manassian is on pit lane. Now, are we going to see Dunlop's exchanged here? They were been a bit coy before. Oh, sorry, it's not Dunlop's, of course, it's Michelin's. The LMP2 tyre suppliers being a little bit coy about what they're going to do on tyres. Can't see tyres ready, can you? No, it's fuel only.
And I didn't see them pull the bodywork straight either.
That's...
So Imperatori's gone through in the lead in the KC Motorsport Group, the KCMG car. Meantime, the battle at the head of GTE Pro continues.
Looking racy. Darren here.
Darren pressed into an arms competition with Stefan Hooker that you might have seen on the internet.
I think we've got Jimmy Bruni now very much in defensive mode.
It looks like he's got no rear tyres left already.
He's looking, he's checking his mirrors. Where is the Aston?
Now, Jimmy wants to win every race he goes into. However, it's all about the points here, and he's giving up points to an Aston. Yes, he's losing some points for himself. That was a Porsche. I think he'd fight harder.
I absolutely agree. This is about manufacturer's points. There's a Porsche, and there's an Aston Martin.
And this is a battle for 4th position. And that is a very interesting move. Now that we've seen, that's 4th position in GTE Pro, but not in GT overall. But that is still Richard Leach with more pace after the pit stop.
Including a pit stop. And that's the point. He's caught up whatever ground he did, all been in a full Courciello, but despite having taken fuel and tyres, he's still done enough to actually get ahead of the number 99 car.
Yeah. Pedro Lamy, by the way, in the pits from the 3rd place. He's given up that position to Andrea Bertolini. Mathieu Vauxvier also going through the 75 car, in the 75 Porsche. And Kirill Ladigin still in the pit lane in the 37 car.
95 car, by the way, has pitted as well. David Heimer Hansen is aboard the car that did lead the GTM class.
And his teammate, Darren Turner, is just checking the options here. There's no big diving in. Now, here's what's going on down at SMP Racing. And you can see that they are looking at bodywork mounting points and might damage on its way off at this point of the circuit. Something in the region, by the way, of 160, 170 miles an hour, even for the B2 cars, as Darren Turner looks out to the right-hand side. He's not really in position there, but he's letting Jimmy know that he is there. He'll drop back in and then turn hard right. Try and get the power on a tad earlier. Big slide by Jimmy Bruni there as he mashed the right-hand pedal. And the Ferrari responds and jumps out maybe half a car's length, maybe a little bit more. So Darren at this time, he's looking at the back of that car and thinking, right, where's he strong, where is he weak? Bruni drops a left rear Michelin onto the white line as he turned in there and goes much wider. Now that tells me, right there, Jimmy's defending, he's pushing hard. Look at that, right over the curbs through turn number 6, the right-handed part of the S's. That tells me that Jimmy's pushing hard, that Darren has got a better car underneath him, nowhere near the apex of turn number 8. It's a fast exit from there, and the curbs are very, very aggressive on the outside. Look at how much less of the road the Aston Martin is using compared to the Ferrari ahead of it, Graham.
Absolutely. Quick point in P2, by the way. We're about to see Olivier Pla regain that position if we don't see the 37 car back out on track very soon. That's good news for G-Drive. After the brand new start of the race, but this is fascinating stuff. This is automotive chess, isn't it? It's just looking for the opportunity here with Jimmy Bruni looking like he's got some problems. And as I say, he should be back on pit lane. Out comes the 37 car. It's going to come off the jacks right now.
Watch it in the middle of the screen.
Bang.
Wow. And you know what? The KCMG car hit part of the bodywork there.
That might have been a dive plane.
I don't think it was a big part. So just under 6.5 minutes in the pit lane for the KC Motorsports Group car. That's dropped it well down. Shame for them, they were going well. And by the way, the 98 car, which has just been handed over to Paul Dallalana, is going to be pinged for pit lane speeding. Let's hope that the number 97 doesn't, as Darren Turner heads for the pit lane. Stefan Buck has been limbering up down there. And the Aston is in the lane.
Stefan waiting, cat light to get aboard the car. DT extracting, then gets Stefan. Tyres ready for the number 97 car.
Darren a little bit slow coming out there. Lucas de Grassi holding up the Audi honour though, just on 24 seconds away from the lead and only 10 seconds back from Alex Wert in third position. In P2, Nick Manassian leads for the car that needs to be garnering points, the 27 SMG from Alex Imperatori in second place in the KCFG car. In GT, with pit stops just starting, all of a sudden it's Ferrari 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 2 pros and 2 ARM cars. None of those cars have stopped yet. And when it cycles through, it's going to be Richard Leeds that leads, because he's the first of the pit-stopped cars. So the 91 Porsche has been on an absolute tear, and the tactics from Porsche team Manthey absolutely perfect. And we'll see Richard Leeds lead as everyone else takes their pit stops.
The key to it though, John, is going to be where are they going to be after 6 hours, and who then will be in the pit stop cycle.
Let's have a listen to what's being talked about down at Toyota.
Dumas will likely stop in 5 laps. Dumas will likely stop in 5 laps, and we are 60 seconds behind them.
It's now only 14 seconds for Alex Wert, and that was interesting. Now from Toyota predicting then lap 32 or 33 stop for Romain Dumas. Remember, he did not stop during the full course caution, full course yellow, should I say. So Romain did not stop during the full course yellow. Whereas, of course, It's not going to hold on to that, but they are out of kilter.
Radio check, we had to change the rear wing there.
Buemi did. It's a very good stop. But that the Audi number 1 of Marcel Fessler was quicker than the pair.
Just got a quick shot of the AF Corsa crew getting ready to welcome one of the cars. It will be the 51, I think, John, to stop first, the race leader in GTE. And the number 1 Audi we're hearing from Louis down the pits is due in any time now as well. So through comes Jimmy Bruni. It's not going to be this time. It's one more lap.
Goes through, and he's gap now. Oh, and 2 cars very close together in the pit lane. This is the Audi number 1 as we expected, and the 35, David Cheng. And pit lane speed limit is can rise as well as fall, clearly.
They most certainly can. It's the first time you've seen the 4 rings that close in your mirror at the fast lane.
Audi comes to a halt, no sign of a driver change here. It's going to be a change of card, and they're the Progressive Motorsports, very clever pressurised drinks system being changed over. Massey drops out of 4th position. Dave Ward and Progressive are doing next year. For a programme at the moment. Screen's going on behind the scenes there. Time for another couple of biscuit, I think.
I was going to say, while we continue to watch the Audi pit stop, the SMP Racing delay Olivier Clark didn't get by the car as the Audi powers away. Mr. Grassi still in the wheel, of course, but he does now have, he's on the same lap as the 37 car. It's given Olivier Clark something to chase down, and that's never a good thing for the person being chased down. A bit like a Phil de Beast of a cheetah.
Confirm box, fuel and tyre, stay in car. Yeah, sailing is very big now. Sailing is very big. Yeah, mate, we need to deal with the sailing. So we need the sailing for sailing.
There is the number 14, our leader, Romain Dumas, due in a couple of 3 laps, we think. Remember, did not stop under the full course yellow. So he's the only car now in the top 11, top dozen in fact, who hasn't made at least one pit stop. Everyone else behind him has made a pit stop. Not.
As we see, it's Jimmy Bruni now out of the car. Tony Verlander into the 51 car. This was your race leader in GT Pro, and GT overall. Will go through to take the lead. Will surely stop very soon.
Yeah. And then Alessandro Pellegrino will assume the lead in the AM car. So it will be Richard Leeds who has gone through, as out goes the Ferrari. Leeds there scored in third position already as Jimmy Bruni stopped.
It does look to be an inspired decision.
Oh, hello, he's the leader. Now this is earlier, I think, than might have been expected by maybe one, maybe two laps. It is the end of lap number 30 for car number 14, Romain Dumas. And through has gone Buemi, and Toyota are leading again on a different pit strategy. And as the Porsche comes to a halt, Alex Wurz has gone through as well in the second place. Question, where is Brendan Hartley in the 20 car? Answer, coming round the final corner now as the onboard shows. So he'll go back up into third and does so now. And then it's about the two Audis. Can they come through? Well, certainly it's going to be close. For Fessler at least is in the third sector now. Dumas' car.
Wait to see how he goes by as the tyres go on. The ballet starts once again. All the teams seem to do it slightly differently, don't they, John? There goes the Audi.
Yeah, good pick-up, guys. Thank you. Pictures.
The number 2 car
confirming.
goes through into 4th position. And all they can do is off-blasts the Porsche.
And where is Di Grassi? Di Grassi must still be in the third sector. Yes, he is. Slightly longer stop for Di Grassi when he made his, a 1:19 against a best of a 1:08. Alessandro Pellegrini will not take the lead because he's coming into the pit lane. Davide Rigon has done another lap though. So Richard Leeds will be denied for at least another 2 minutes or so before he gets scored as the leader.
There goes Di Grassi. Is that Di Grassi?
That is Di Grassi that you can't quite see behind the Ferrari. And helpfully he pulls out to let us see him. So
a good example there, John, of just how small these prototypes actually are.
And there's Buemi almost within sight of putting a lap on Di Grassi. As Di Grassi's just disappearing through turn 4, here's Buemi. That means that Dumas is not that far away. Di Grassi's just put his fastest first sector in. Fastest Victor first.
Absolutely. Doesn't look like it's enough though, does it?
No. Well, he's done a 34.5 and that's his fastest of the race, whereas Buemi, on just a normal run of traffic, is doing 34.3. Romain Dumas 38.9, the fastest second sector for the number 14 Porsche. He's on it as he comes out of the lane.
Buemi looking safe and sound through traffic. 8 seconds for good over Alex Wurz. As down pit lane comes number 26 car. This is Olivier Clark. And this, of course, is the car that had that delay after being hit, we think, by the 37 car. He started the race, lost a couple of laps. So an early stop.
Parts behind the bridge. I think that's a more standard stop, though, isn't it?
Yes, I think they were likely now back towards the kind of structure they should have been at.
That's 26 laps they've just done in that car.
In the meantime, the bad news for them is leading the race in LMP2 is this car. Stig Manassian has been racing since the very start. Bought the 27, got ahead of Olivier Pla, who was then hit by Kirill Ladigan, we think. Ladigan, of course, later losing the front bodywork on the Oreca, and is now on pit stop within distance of Pla. And Duratore there in second position now in LMP2. Sorry, John.
Well, 26 laps, though, is not a huge run for Olivier Pla. Ironically, of course, the next car in line is Kirill Ladigan, who also lost the exact same amount of laps, i.e. 3, on the leaders when he had to pit to get that bodywork replaced. So the two cars completely came together, both lost 3 laps to the P2 leader.
And potentially significant, as we were saying, in the overall points coming into the race. It was 7 points the gap between the 27 car and the 26. It was 8 points, as Lou said, on the grid, but a point to the 26 car for pole, reduced that deficit to 7.
What a great chance for the York car here to grab another podium here. David Cheng doing exactly what he needs to do at the moment, with 2 of the 5 P2 cars. That's great news for them.
A little bit of stall there from the right car. And again.
So Alex brought that car in. He got into it because it will have been a driver change. And Fernando Reis is jumping into that car. And that is not looking happy. That is not looking like a happy Aston. There's a little bit of
fuel for
unburnt fuel. Ugh, that's ground to a halt. Turn it off. Control-Alt-Delete. Hit it again. Now he can't drive that back in reverse. If he does, he's instantly disqualified. But the guys can pull it back down pit lane.
I assume mechanics will push it back into its working position.
He fires it.
Who's that? That's David Enrico.
Still, it's not a private job.
David Enrico in the pits with the lead of GTE. It's fired and stopped again. This is an issue for the 99 car. It's firing and they're not picking up, almost as if the ECU isn't perhaps working. Steve was taking the sound of an Aston V8 rumbling away.
That's not a happy Aston.
That's not running on all 8 cylinders, is it?
That's going to be pushed back.
Yeah. Through a look again, you said Aston have had no luck, and here comes the 71 car. David Enrico brought that in. By the way, whilst that was happening, Mr. Kindof's crystal ball comes to fruition as Richard Leeds goes through in the 91 Porsche, and that, a little cheer from the Porsche guests, and they are legion here this weekend. That is not, I think, a timing screen that they would have expected to see within the first hour of racing.
Well, it's 1-2 because it's 91 from 92 now. Leeds and Makovic lead this motor race. The third car in GT overall now is another Porsche. It's the 75 Pro Speed Porsche. This car, though, does still owe us a stop. The Porsche 1, 2, 3. Who'd have predicted that after the first 10 minutes? This is the 81 car.
That was a very, very quick stop. The 99 car, if it's recalcitrant to V8, Fernando Reis will be cursing his luck. Got it straight off
before the car even comes to a stop.
And there is Olaf Mantai on the left-hand side.
A bit more happy, smiley people now, aren't they?
On the right was the RSR project manager.
Now, as this first stint has actually been unwinding, of course, the temperatures have been going down.
Massively. Track temperature, which was just over 30 degrees, has come down by about 4 or 5 degrees now, and it's actually quite pleasant. I may even have to turn the aircon down.
And the work that's going on, John, is in the cockpit of the number 99 Aston Martin.
Well, it was an engine problem, of course, that took out...
That's an ECU.
Yeah. I have in my hand an ECU. Do you need it? That is almost exactly what's going on there. I've got one if you think you need it. I'm going to have a look and try some other things first. Here's how it stands at just after the first hour of racing. Toyota 1 and 2 now, after the pit stop of the 14 Porsche. However, Porsche's on that upheld by 20 of Brendan Hartley in third place. Audi still hanging in there. Just about a minute off the lead in P2, Nick Nassian for the 27 SMP car, and Porsche 1 and 2 in GTE Pro. Then GTE the Porsche with the 75 car. The only car that we've lost completely is the CLM, the Lotus team car, although as you saw from that graphic there, both the 26 Ligier and the 37 P2 Orica SMP car have been delayed. That was coming together between them, we think, on the first lap of the race, running up from turn 3 to turn 4. Now, let's get back to the GTE battle. Here's a battle between Stefan Mucker in the Aston Martin and James Collado in the Ferrari, as the Aston Martin has had its trials and tribulations with engine issues. Back down onto its wheels, and that sounds much happier as Fernando Reis takes that car out.
Well, we may be able to find out.
Luis is down there, I think.
Excellent. We'll find out exactly what happened with the number 99. 75 car, by the way, we just saw disappeared at the bottom of the screen, had made that stop, and therefore drops further down.
Bahrain is the venue for the final of the races before we go to Brazil. One more round after this one, 6 more hours of racing in 2014, and everyone shining themselves up before the lights went out. And when they did, it was poleman Romain Dumas who got the drop, followed through by Brendan Hartley. The Porsches 1 and 2, Toyotas seemingly not having the pace off the line as the number 2 Audi with Marcel Fessler came through to challenge as well. The action was in P2, 2 of the championship challenging cars. The G-Drive Ligier going off the circuit there and coming into contact with an SMP racing car, rather driving into him rather than the SMP car doing it. Nick Manassian had already got through into the lead by then in the championship leading SMP 27. In GTs, a great start from Jimmy Bruni in the Ferrari number 51 saw him lead. And then it was all about the battles at the front. Once again, all 3 manufacturers involved. Brendan Hartley having to give best, but the result of that early contact was the G-Drive car coming into the pit lane. Only 1 car out in the first hour, and that was the Lotus CLM. And the battle at the front of the field eventually going back the way of Toyota. Little bit of track debris being taken away by the marshals. A bollard and a dive plane, and a couple of the teams splitting their strategy. Porsche bringing one of the cars in but leaving Romain Dumas out. He would lead the race again until he was caught past by Sebastian Buemi as he made his first pit stop. Scary moment for Lenigan in the SMP as the whole front end of the car came off as he was passed by one of the Toyotas. Back came in for his regular pit stop after 30 laps, including the safety car, full course caution, should I say. Plenty to talk about there, and at the moment, 7.5 seconds between the 2 Toyotas and another 30 seconds back to Brendan Hartley. In P2, it's Manassian, and let's go down to Alec McDowell and find out what happened with that Aston. Here's Louise.
Well, Alex, you've come back. First of all, did you have any problems with the car? Did you feel anything?
Not initially, no. For me, it was just the tyre choice we were on didn't really work. Some of the other tyres, like on the AM cars, suit this condition a lot better. So once an AM got past me, you know, the trainer Ferraris got past over the curves. They're so much better than us. So it was really difficult for me. And then in the pits there, I believe the ECU failed. So he couldn't start the engine, he had to be pushed back in. They replaced it, and now he's back out, and we've lost minutes in the pits, so we've still got 5 hours to go. We can, fingers crossed, we can claw it all back.
Thanks.
It was nearly 6 minutes in the pit lane for the 99 car.
But a fair amount of that, John, wasn't in the garage. It was restart the car. So the actual change DC would have taken very long at all. Having, by the way, seen off the pit wall there, 14 with 13 here. Having seen that start again, I think there were 2 separate contacts between 37 and 26.
Oh, gee me.
That's for the Porsches, that's 14
That's the 14 car with Romain Dumas.
Very wide off track.
Well, this is going to look very spectacular. This is out of turn number 3. And picking the wrong side, Romain there, to go down the 47, outside of the 47 of Alex Imperatori.
I think there were 2 contacts between the 37 and the 26, and the first of them happened at the exit of turn 1. After that, you're quite correct. It looked to me, and you as well, I think, as if Olivier Pla made the move that actually made that contact, and a very aggressive move it was too. It looked a little bit like a bit of afters to me.
Alex McDowell there just confirming what we thought about the tyres on that car going away very early on. Remember, you have to start the race on a minimum of 3 of the 4 tyres you start on.
And happily, I think for the first time we've got to tap into the AMR garage this weekend as well. We've heard from what she's telling us, but I think we'll soon be hearing something directly from the team as well.
GTM led it once again by Aston Martin, the 95 cars we've cycled through. That has been consistently the quickest of the AM cars this year, and once again it's right in the middle of the pro field, Graham, as we've settled ourselves down after the pit stop. But what we can say, by the way, is that Aston are not getting the fuel mileage. No. We thought they had got a little bit better on fuel mileage, certainly at Fuji it looked that way, and also in Shanghai, but they were a couple of laps, maybe 3 laps shy there of the certainly of the Ferraris. Now, what we don't know really what the Porsches are doing, because they're on a different strategy. So here is Paul Dallalana in 3rd place in the Aston Martin, coming up to have a little look at 2nd, and Christian Reed with the blinking blue light, very Nürburgring 24 hours in the top right-hand corner of his windscreen. And the GT3 version, I mentioned earlier on, just in passing, the GT3 version of the 991 spotted testing at the Nürburgring very recently. This is the car that we told you we'd seen out in Portugal. The FIA GT3 version. Everything's called a GT3 in Porsche, of course, and the car which is still officially a studio concept. Yeah. Out of the Nürburgring, where it is going to be seen, Graham.
That's obviously a studio then, isn't it? But they've chosen us big lock up there for the number 98.
Paul Dallalana just got into 2nd.
But Porsche have chosen to take a very conservative view with the revised GT3 Porsche 911. They had the option, John, to do something very much more radical with that car. There was approval to do that. We can perhaps talk about that on Midweek Motorsport, but we can catch up with GT3. Meanwhile, it's some interesting stuff from the Aston Martin racing pits. The 97 pit stop we noticed was longer than some of the other GT cars. That's because they changed the rear wing position. That Stefan's closed the gap now to 17 seconds after the 24 it took. So that has had a beneficial effect on the overall pace of the Aston.
Don't forget, Aston are rather hampered as well by a slower fuel fill rate. For the same amount of fuel, an Aston will take longer to fill up. It's nothing to do with the design of the tanks or anything like that. That is another part of the equalisation of performance that the FIA and the ACO can use, and it is used.
It's Aston Martin heading for pit lane there, I noticed.
98 cards, Paul Dallalana, who's just taken that 2nd position, and that is a 2nd pit stop for that car.
Problem there. There must be a problem there. That's too early. Team are ready for him. And there's no driver ready, so it's not a driver change. Now that car, it's just stopped.
It's a stop go for speeding on pit lane. We reported that a little while ago, that it had been reported speeding on pit lane, and this is a stop and hold for already something over 20 seconds. It's going to be a minute, isn't it? Meantime, Romain Dumas has got Marcel Fessler right ahead of him as they battle for 4th overall. Going up towards turn number 4, as Paul Dallalana has pulled out. And it would look to me, as Romain Dumas goes down the inside, he's got position and he should be able to hold on to this. He'll drift across to the left of the circuit, but yeah, he's got it. Fessler can do nothing. Number 2 car. Oh, big loss of grip for Marcel Fessler. He's in the aero hole made by the 14 car, and as he came through 7 there, the cat-like reflexes that you are required to have as a prototype driver were tested to the very limits. But you know, again, this is not a bad showing from Audi. 3 or 4 very fast straights here where they simply don't have the top speed, and they are keeping the other 2 manufacturers honest. Toyota, though, once again, are doing what Toyota have done, in fact, all year, but they haven't always had the results, perhaps, that their pace could have brought them. The lights, by the way, beginning to glow in the gloaming outside. We had the first year that we had the lights here last year, when it was a test, we had about 10 to 15% of Formula One lighting. Formula One came along afterwards and had a look at it. Last year we had, this year rather, we have about 50%.
That's right. All the light columns are lit, but 50% of their capacity. And also a lot of the set dressing is here this year that we didn't have last year. What do I mean by that? More or less every plant and topographical feature is lit as well. It's a very pretty sight once darkness falls here. The photographers are loving it.
Oh, they are. There's a good sunset shot as well with the cars either heading into the sunset or away from the sunset. There's a couple of places where you can grab that. It's an interesting battle we were watching there for a moment, as the Ferrari and the Porsche. And that was very much the Porsche getting mugged by the Ferrari and then getting a whole host of prototypes running past it. Landman, the last man, just making that dive up the inside of the Ferrari here. This is turn 10.
This is second place car in GTM that's been passed there. Jeff Siegel at the wheel of the 61 car now. This with the
and he's just taken that position from Christian Reed. That was the car that was behind him. And Christian's dropped right off the pace there as he let the other cars through.
And Ron Lardley, that's Jeff Siegel, having driven this car with two different numbers on it this season. Of course, he drove the number 90 car at the Circuit of the Americas. He's now back in the orange car, but it's number 61.
Yes, I know about driving cars with different numbers. Very confusing. He's in the same car, it's got different numbers. I had the same number with different cars. There is the 51, Tony Vielander, now in third position. And the car he's chasing is Fred McAvee, and he's chasing him down effectively as he's brought the gap between them down significantly, Graham. But this is the Porsches at the end of their stint, remember, because they pitted during that full course yellow, and I would think that Fred is beginning to struggle with a bit of grip now.
Almost certainly. There's 2 seconds at the start of the lap. It's less than that now. They're catching him by 2 seconds a lap as well. The LMP1 Porsches hose into view behind them, so we'll get involved in this, I think, before the end of the lap. But looking good at this stage. It's in championship terms for the drivers and teams, but great guns at the moment in the manufacturer's points for Porsche, depending how this race winds out. That is going to be the important one. That's the one that's going to see Amato Ferrari or Olaf Mantai or Dr. Valesa with smiles or frowns at the end of this race. That is the one they want to win.
As the World Championship for GT drivers, you'll see Fred McAvee is the man who is challenging as far as Porsches are concerned.
24.5 points is the gap. Realistically, he needs this 51 car to have another really bad day.
Yeah, I just can't see it happening. I really can't. Although we have seen a Ferrari in flames in Sao Paulo before.
We have indeed.
And this, the inexorable drive back towards that large rear aerofoil of the 991 RSR is complete.
Back end of the 51 moving around again, John, so I don't think he's got exactly oodles of grip left.
I think that's driving style, if I'm honest. I think that's a slightly more exuberance with the right-hand pedal. If you look at the lines that Tony is able to take, he's got a better car underneath him at the moment. And what we're seeing now is the last gasp of second place for Fred McAvee, but he's not going to give it up.
There he goes.
He can't defend.
Classically done, though. Gave him just enough, but not too much.
I don't think he had any option there. He just couldn't get the front of the Porsche turned in. And what will be interesting now is to see if he can hang on through some of the slower stuff. And they're onto the straight now from turn 10 to 11. And you see what the difference of traction makes. The extra pace that the Ferrari took through the middle of that slow corner has turned into 2 cars' lengths. Big dive on the nose from the Porsche as McAvee on the 92 car, and there's where the grip, that's flat out even in a GT car.
Absolutely.
Going uphill there. Ooh, and Makovic just sliding that 92 car around. They can't be long before they take their pit stops, Graham, to be honest.
No, we'll have a full top of the tank of fuel and new tyres for
I think they'll be pleased with that though, because they were strong through the stint, and it's only now with newer tyres. On a little lock up there by Tony Vilander ahead. Now, did he stay on the circuit? He looked to be right as he comes through. Yes, he did.
He did. And opens out a bit of a gap.
Well, Burmeister getting ready to get in the 91 car.
George, take it from Austria, Richard. Still leading the class, of course, and how far down the road? 28 seconds ahead of the number 51 car, so that's gone very well indeed for the 91 car.
Yeah.
Meantime, back with the overall leader, this is Sebastian Buemi. Now pulled out almost 10 seconds, 1.5 seconds ahead of his teammate, closing in on the pair of prototypes ahead. And I think this is the Audi.
It's Toyota hybrid going down through the gearbox, turning into turn number 14 and 15 is the second part of that. So easy to just get over excited as you come through the final section of the circuit across the line, and he's going to put a lap on the number 1 car of Luca Di Grassi, isn't he?
Wow, so
not so very long. That's Dominic Freiheimer in the Rebellion watch on the rear fin.
20, just over 20 minutes, and both Audis are going to be a lap down.
So all of a sudden it's gone from keeping the guys in sight. Right, having said that, you know, the Porsches, the 20 and the 14 Porsches aren't really within striking distance. Brendan Hartley hasn't come across the line yet. And the leader's already in the S's halfway around the lane.
40 seconds down, Brendan Hartley.
And Romain Dumas is back from that.
Considerably back from that. Another, 35 seconds back from that. So all of a sudden, it's just not got right there, has it, for them?
No. And a set of driver changes to come for Timo Bernhard. That's the distinctive helmet of Timo. Just plugging himself in so you can hear what the driver's telling. This is great because what it allows them to do is the outgoing driver can brief the incoming driver before he gets in the car. There's no time nowadays, of course. Yeah, there goes the lap for the number 1 car. There's no time nowadays to lean in and say it's a little bit this, it's a little bit that. You know, you have to do that on the way in. You see how good the Audi is through the twisties there, though.
Yep. But once you get onto a wide open straight, it's night time.
I'm hearing that Audi are positioning for Monaco to be included. 6 rounds at Monaco.
6 rounds at Monaco.
And Le Mans. Audi still have the big sticker though. They won the big one this year. It looks like they're going to have to relinquish their World Championship for drivers and indeed for manufacturers, and that will sting. That will sting the Ingolstadt brand.
And the key here, John, is not just that the number 8 car is ahead, it's where the number 2 car would need to finish it to keep the championship alive. And they're not doing enough at the moment.
No, there's Anthony Davidson getting ready.
Yep, they'll be slapping him about a bit, showing him some raw meat on a stick, and he will be in that car pretty soon.
Now, Buemi has driven this stint impeccably. We've seen him do this time and time again, but once in a while, there's still room for a bit of... So we see impetuous driving, once in a while, a little bit of impatience. He looks the absolute master of his own destiny. Indeed, he's eased his pace last time around to 48.5. And he's dreaming of a 48.5 at the moment. Maybe he's just soared off to that. I think the top cars on its virtue the fastest last time around by about a second, 1:47.6.
That's about a second, 1.2 seconds off the ultimate fastest lap. That's what that one came for, oddly enough, Audi.
Marcel Fessler.
With the car in.
Look at the eyes of Buemi, how he's looking through his mirrors, looking at his dashboard, looking now through the final 2 corners onto the pit straight, and he'll come into the pit lane, not this time. Glancing around, looks down at the instruments. He knows he's He's got nobody coming up behind him.
47 laps is what we're hearing from the Wizards of Woking.
290 flashed up there for a moment, kilometres an hour. We saw the Porsche in qualifying easy double boost down the front straight. What do I mean by that? I mean saving some of your hybrid to coming out the last corner and timing that so that it just runs out as you go across the line and you get another allocation and you use about 25% of that before the braking area of turbo. And that was a tad over 300 kilometres an hour. Not quite as quick as we saw in the ridiculous pace that we saw in Shanghai, but I think 3:13, wasn't it? Was the sort of pace we've seen. That's in kilometres.
Audi, it's going to feel like a very long day for the Audi boys. It's felt like a very long weekend, of course, for them. This is not the first, or indeed the second car we've seen this weekend with a number 1 on it. 2 full chassis rebuilds for this car after damage both at Shanghai and to here. We'll wait for the great car this time around. New chassis for the car this weekend.
Now, I have a question about that because I've been asked and I didn't know the answer. The number 2 car was the original spare chassis. Was that a new chassis or was it a chassis that had raised? And what about the status of the Atlanta Martin parts?
Well, we do know that the number 2 car is going to be on pit lane before the number 8 here, but we do know that remember the 2 chassis replaced after Silverstone, both of which were repaired and put back into circulation.
Well remembered. So there is the number 2 car in the pit lane. And also following it in is the number 8 and 7. So the 2 Toyotas pit on the same lap again on their end of their lap 47.
8 seconds apart on track, John, and let's see what the pit crews can do about keeping that gap stable or closing it up.
Well, we knew that Podium was going to get out. He has. Anthony Davidson is already in. Alex Wirtz will get out as well. Now who's going to get into the 7? You see that from there?
I can see both of them. I've not seen us go into the car. 1 second, let's see if we can spot that one.
Mike Conway will have that second in the pit lane. And through, by the way, it's gone Brendan Hartley, and Porsche will lead again.
Indeed, and whilst that's all happening, John, while watching the number 2 car, the number 91 car, the factory Porsche has come in from the lead of GTE. Your Bergmeister's now board that car, dropped back down the order accordingly. So Tony Verlander now leads GTE, as we see,
by 9 seconds over the second Porsche.
And there goes Anthony Davidson. It is indeed
it is Mike Conway. Good spot from Louise Beckett down there.
And away he goes. Second race start, of course, for Toyota Motorsports for Mike Conway, and Prince in both cars.
It was thought, of course, that there'd be potentially a couple of spaces in Toyota lineup for next year. Stefan Saracen widely rumoured to be moving to another manufacturer, but he revealed in the Toyota Tech Talk featuring Radio Le Mans just before the start of this race that he was staying. It's the first time I think we've heard it from Stefan's lips.
100% the first time you've heard it from Stefan.
And he referred to a sense of family and belonging. He feels very comfortable at Toyota. Worth having a listen to that. It'll be up on the archive at the end of the weekend. Now there's Marcel Fesler explaining to Ben Trellier, Chris Renke, the tall guy on the left, and Wolfgang Ulrich, head of Audi Sport, just how the car was going. Went well really early on. So 3 of the top 6 have made their second stops, that being the 8, the 7 and the 2. And so that should start the pit stop cycle, and indeed from the lead, in comes Brendan Hartley. Anthony Davidson has just set his first lap out of the pits, has set the fastest second sector of the race. Yes, he's been set to 11, that is. Mike Conway looking, excuse me, Brendan Hartley looking particularly relaxed as he comes down pit lane out of the lead. And Timo Bernhard getting into that car, Timo's seats. I do like the fact that the driver's seat inserts have got Porsche embroidered on it and the driver's name. It is Porsche, that's right. It's on message, on brand. and retakes the lead after 6 hours here in Bahrain as this car sits on pit lane.
So with Timo aboard the number 20 car, we know that the expensive Porsche Hypercar Weber will be last in the car.
That's interesting, isn't it? Andy Davidson was the fastest sector one of the race.
He's in no way competitive, is he?
None at all. 46.388 is the lap time you need to be listening out for, because that's the fastest lap of the race so far. Anthony Davidson in sector 2 at the moment, flashing his headlights as he comes down the straight.
Fiona Miller tells us from the wonderful FIA WEC community last year we had 30% of the lights that were installed. There are 495 light posts around the track between 10 and 45 metres high and 5,000 lights. 5,000. And my mum always used to tell me to switch the lights on when we left the front room.
Yeah. With the last one out, please turn them off.
I think anybody rigging up a bit of naughty electricity to one of these transformers is going to be in for a shock, isn't it?
It really is. And Davidson goes through and past the 35 of David Check, who's been in since the start, by the way, I think, of that 35 car. Yeah, started on the outside of row 7. 1:46.3, new fastest lap by Andre Lotterer. It's another Audi fastest lap, this time the number 2 car.
They just can't sustain it though, John, that's the problem.
Wow.
The pace is in the car, but they can't sustain that pace.
Well, this is something we haven't seen. It's a clear lap, and a lap where they can exploit their clear edge on handling. They are massively hamstrung in terms of top speed. And this is very interesting. And I wonder what the powers that be will make of this, Graham. Because what we're seeing here is an Audi that is underpowered in terms of hybrid, their choice, let's remind ourselves, but also the efficiency of the engine is taken away from them because of the balance of performance of the diesel. Let's head down into the pit lane. Louise has lined up another driver. Let's hear what's been going on at the track.
Tom, I know you've got a run off. You're on a very different strategy to the number 2.
No, I mean, it's obviously the full course yellow. Some takes the opportunity to stop. It can be very important at the end of the race that you don't need sort of this splash to the checkered flag at the end. But the race is still long, so a lot of things can happen. So split strategies just keeps up the excitement for us too.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's interesting. So both Audis then have been quick.
Yes. Well, let's wait and see, shall we? How this one actually winds out.
By the way, Lucas de Grassi stayed in the number 1 car.
Yes.
At his first stop. He hasn't had his second stop yet. Of course, that's what they were talking about. And Tom is getting ready to come in. 46.2 from Ant Davidson is the fastest lap of that car. And until a lap ago, that would have been the fastest lap of the race.
It would, but the other Raw Meat candidate, Andre Lotterer, 1:46.1.
That's remarkable. Lotterer's been a real find, hasn't he, for Audi, and he's really matured into his role there.
That's Besh. One of a huge number of Swiss in the race. 14 car. Up, big jump over the curbs there for 14. Making its way by one of the Rebellions.
What does that look like from on board? This is the same point of the track. Look fairly all right from on board. Look at how high the inside wheels get up there. It's the back wheel, really. Now the problem is there, you could be doing damage to the floor of the car.
Exactly the same way as we saw it affecting the Audi. In fact, both Audis, apparently in Shanghai and here.
So, 46.1 for Andre Lotterer, now the fastest lap of the race, as we mentioned. There must be... I just wonder what the powers will be and make of this, and what Audi, what kind of submission Audi will make on this. To say, look guys, we have got the pace in the car, when conditions are perfect.
No worries.
So, you know, our chassis and our aero is right. We've chosen, all right, we've chosen only 2 megajoules when everyone else has got 6 at the moment. But the big difference here is you're not allowing us to have the efficiencies that a diesel engine should give you.
Yep. Yeah, let's wait and see.
It's pushing by, isn't it?
Push. Oh, big lock behind as well. That looked to be a car going off there, John. There are 2 cars into the corner behind.
It wasn't the approved line for sure. Down into turn 8, and this is going to be again sun in the eyes job. Let's just have a look here. I took the inside curve a tiny bit too much there. And there's the car stepping out, and that is one of the places through turn number 5, or towards turn number 5, that the stewards will be looking now out of turn 10 across the support start finish line. Excuse me, that. Oh yes, sorry, different car. That's Timo Bernhard that we've just swapped to. The reason is he's right on the tailpipes of Lucas Di Grassi, and this is the battle for 4th position as they head up the hill towards turn 4. Watch Timo go to the right here. Now will he be able to dive bomb the Audi from back there? Answer no, he can't. And now we're into the twisty, which should suit the Audi down through the S's. You see the Audi's quite aggressive on the curbs there through 6 and 7. Don't want to be too far over to the right hand side there. Heavy braking in, inside wheel lifting, potential for lock up here. Now into 9 and 10. And Timo Bernhard lining up the Audi, who has to go defensively into that corner and now has to get it stopped and haul it down at virtually no miles an hour and now accelerate. Here's where the 919 hybrid should be able to make back some of that slight deficit going up towards 10. Shows the nose of the Porsche. Not going to get through there though. But up the next part of the hill, that's where you will see the Porsche start to drag back. As long as Timo can keep that kind of distance as they come out the final corner, he should be able to power by on the start-finish straight. KCMG car 47 leading its class. Alex Imperatore stays driver's left and allows this battle for 4th position to go through.
This is where the power of the Porsche should be able to tell, but just that slight bulk there from the 47 car. Nothing they did wrong, of course. No. Just give a little bit of distance. Here's the other opportunity of power.
Right.
Can he do it here?
Double boost here, I think so. He gets straight up behind. Now he gets another set of hybrid power as he crosses the line very close to the back of the Audi, pulls out the left-hand side, scraping the whole of the underside of the car on the ground as they go in the braking area. The number 1 Audi of Lucas Di Grassi doesn't make it easy, but ultimately he has to give way, and Timo Bernhard goes through with the 20 car and back up into 4th position for the Porsche. Now can Lucas just make a little bit of quality time? And meantime, this is the battle for 2nd place with Mike Conway on Romain Dumas.
Mike's pulled right up to the rear of that Porsche. He's looking for way past now. Cheeky flash of the lights there.
Yeah, just letting Romain know that he's actually here.
Leib there, plugged in. That's what John was saying earlier. It's the system that lets him listen to.
Remember,
track with.
Romain is coming to the end of this set of tyres and the end of his stint. This is an unequal battle as far as mechanical grip's concerned from the tyres. Down towards 13 and 14. Excuse me, 14 and 15, the last 2 corners on the track. And Mike Conway uses the supercapacitor, and for a moment at least he has 1,000 horsepower under his right foot. But that Porsche is very, very quick indeed. Conway comes back though, uses the hole in the air being punched by the Porsche, dives to the right-hand side, can't get it done in turn 1, the Schumacher corner. Now what Mike's got to do here is think the long game, be sensible. We know that car's going into the pit shortly. He'll be frustrated that he'll see that that car is slowing him down at the moment. That's what he's thinking.
He's right, 1:46.5 for Davidson. Lead the race, 15 seconds, 16 seconds to go now over this pair. 49s for both of these cars. Looking for a way by, but he knows this is a very important race for Mike Conway. How can he get the power down?
Oh, not round the outside at 9. Surely Conway isn't going to try that. He is, you know, and he's done it. And Romain Dumas saw that coming and did not make that even the slightest bit difficult. Romandaman didn't fight there at all.
No, in fact, he ran over the curbs and avoidance almost.
I think he may have lifted early because he knew he didn't have the grip to fight him through there, and he didn't need to be side by side. Oh, look at the difficulty that Demar had, even turning that car in.
Snaking away, wasn't it there? There you go, and he could see that move coming a mile off, couldn't he?
All the tyres, end of the stint for Demar, new tyres and a fired up driver in the
2 minutes to go in the race. That might make a difference to the 35 car now.
There would have been carbon fibre everywhere.
Yes, David Cheng aboard this car, 3rd position.
He's been in since the start, David, so I think he'll be out of that.
3rd position in P2.
Another chance for a podium, as you mentioned earlier, for these guys.
Meantime in P2, Olivier Blanc, courtesy of a stop with just over 37 kilometres. Scheitel are going to go aboard that car. Blanc up into 2nd position.
Brendan Hartley out of the 20 car. We've just seen Timo Bernhard jump in. Let's have a word with him.
Brendan, the 20 coming in quite early. Understandable brake issues?
Yeah, not really. It looks like we've solved the issue now. So we had some temperature problems. We had to do a lot of changes, driving style, brake pressure, a few little tricks in the pit stop as well, trying to get them back. I was losing a lot of pace because of that, but finally at the end of the stint, we started to get the temperatures right again and the car came alive again. So now it's looking really, really good for the rest of the race.
There's some good competition already out there.
Yeah, it was pretty fast at the start. We had a good race of the 2 sliders. Actually, Royce did a very good pass for me into turn 1. Tried to fight him, for the first 10 laps before we had the temperature issues, but it was good, clean racing. I don't know exactly, I haven't really had a good look at the timing screens yet, but I hope that now that our car's kind of coming alive again, hopefully we can fight back a little bit.
Great, thank you.
Louise Beckett with Brendan Hartley. Interesting, Graham, that the brake temps are such an issue. I mean, it kind of makes sense, of course it does. It'll be saying what you're talking about, Hindhoff, but they are so critical on it. And this is all because of the fact that there's a balance to be had between the electronic braking, the hybrid braking, and the friction braking. It's round 7 of 8 of the FIA World Endurance Championship. We're at the Bahrain International Circuit Sakhir in the Kingdom of Bahrain. And at the moment, Anthony Davidson leads by nearly 18 seconds as the light from the artificial lighting around the circuit begins to become more apparent, and that's because the sun is starting to drop down on the far side of the circuit. This is the view that Anthony Davidson has coming through turn 13 into that sunset. Interesting battle going on for 4th position as we watch Anthony Davidson struggling on his old tyre. 4th position in P2 between Victor Scheitar and Ollie Clark. These are the 2 cars we think came together early on, and of course the 26 car needs to grab as many points as possible to keep the championship pressure on the 27 SMP car, which Maurizio Mediani is in at the moment, and which is leading the class by a goodly margin, actually.
I'm wondering if Ollie Clark's got a problem here, John. That's 2 slow laps from Ollie, and Victor Scheitar has retaken that place.
We'll keep an eye on that as Anthony Davidson, with the bodywork just beginning to start to shine in the gathering clue. Sun falls quickly here, but not quite that quickly, but great stuff from the guys in VT.
Staying with the Toyota at the moment, Davidson leading from Mike Conway.
I don't think there's any cars in the world that don't look better under lights. The way that they reflect lights, the white indicator's still on. on the Anthony Davidson car. I don't think that's because he's got an issue. He's supposed to have knocked the switch and it's just flashing there. And Ollie Pla does seem to have another problem in that 26 Ligier. Try and get a look at that as it comes past us next time around. And there is Mark Webber, who is now in his fireproof overalls.
It's going to be tyres, John. He didn't take tyres at the last stop.
And there, no, it's even slower than that, isn't it, Grim? There is.
I don't think it is. I think it's tyres.
It's Mike Conway going by him at the moment. I think he might have just lifted in fairness there. I think they've doubled. Well, there is Anthony Davidson. Let's hear him on the radio. Oh my goodness! This is the leader, alternator problem for Anthony Davidson, and that was a quick call from Mathieu Lenel, the telemetry from the car telling them of an issue with our leading car into the pit lane. Champions elect.
Dolly's ready. Dolly's ready.
This is going in the pit lane, and Mike Conway comes through and leads for Toyota number 7.
Wow. Fury in the car first, John.
Yeah, they won't switch the car. That's sensible. The dollies come out immediately. And Mark Webber, an interested spectator, as he looks down the pit lane. Well, let's let the 14 and the 20 in. And now, Audi think Hollywood had a bit more pace.
Absolutely. But
that's going to go up on the hijacks, isn't it?
This is not going to work at the moment. You can see the body language of the guys alongside the car.
Well, well, well.
So 4 seconds, the gap, plus a pit stop to come from the Porsches. From the Porsche, rather 14 car.
Yeah, this is going to go up on the hijacks here. This is not going to be the work of a moment. Now, where do they need to finish? In comes Audi number 1. Where do they need to finish to be confirmed as champions? Or should I say, where does the number 2 need to get to?
Fifth or better.
5th or better for the Toyota.
For the Toyota.
Right. So if it was 6th, it would keep going. Does that with the Toyota winning? Is that with the Audi winning?
5th or better for the Toyota, wins come what may.
Right. So no matter where the Audi is. Yeah. Okay. So that's very interesting. There's the Audi pit stop. And as you can see, we've had a driver change there. And Audi's got Lucas de Grassi, and that is the helmet of 9 times Le Mans winner Tom Christensen. Just noticed there, on the outside of his helmet. The Dane is down and gone.
As watching the Audi leave, the number 97 Aston Martin is in for its 2nd stop and has left 2. Puts the Ferrari back up front. Tony Verlander there.
So that's Darren Turner back in the 97 then, and that was on their lap number 51. Let's see how long it is before the Ferrari comes in. And into the pit lane comes Olivier Pla.
3rd stop for that car, of course, after the longer stop there.
That's the P2 Championship Challenger.
Here's
what's going on in the hybrid Toyota Racing pit. They're looking underneath the car at the front, so I wonder if there's a ride height problem as well. But I'm sure I heard Mathieu Lenel say an alternator problem. There is the confirmation of Ollie Pla, and this could be a championship challenge just drifting away a little bit, Graham.
This is a critical time for this car, this championship. If the 27 car can put a win in here, and this car, which has clearly got its struggles.
They've been chasing down the 27 car since Le Mans, and the 27 car was the best finisher of the WEC cars. The WEC P2 cars were roundly beaten by the ELMS runners. There is a train of thought at the moment that the competition, certainly in depth in P2 and ELMS, is very strong indeed. And by dint of getting double points there as the floor is coming off the Toyota. Now that is not good news at all.
Already down second position, is going to start to lose places very soon. The Rebellion's behind and will lose those places.
However, that still leaves it 6th in class.
Correct.
It can't fall any lower than 6th in class unless it doesn't finish.
Yeah.
But somehow I think if Anthony Davidson and Sebastian Buemi had to pick it up and carry it round, it will finish.
So all of a sudden, topsy-turvy stuff in both LMP1 and LMP2.
This is the real drama for Toyota. The Toyota Hybrid Racing team then in the pit lane with their championship leading car. Right.
Now, we're going to have to do some number crunching because, of course, 42 points to the good. In fact, that would be, yes, 42 points to the good.
In comes Romain Dumas, or at least he will be at the end of this lap. He's in lap now through turn number 12 and 13. Fantastic part of the circuit, this. Love it, love it, love it. Right, let's have a quick word as we're watching Romain Dumas come down to 14 and 15, the final two corners. Graham's doing this in his head, I can tell, because he's almost counting on his fingers
I'm
here.
literally counting on my fingers. The key is going to be where does the number 2 car finish, if indeed it finishes. Because this pendulum now swings a little towards damage. How much damage can Audi do here? The damage is only going to be caused if the number 2 can finish higher than where it currently is.
Yeah.
The Toyota crew at the moment hold a 42-point gap.
Yeah.
Quite right, if that car finishes, the lowest it can finish is 6th in class.
Yeah, and that gives it 10 points.
52 points available from the 51 points available now because we've had the point for pole.
Yeah.
So you've got to, if it finishes 6th with 10 points, that will be
enough.
Unless
the yes. So that is still enough because of the points.
Yeah.
The points gone for Paul here. The Audi really has got to win.
Yes, absolutely. There is no alternative really at this stage of the season. It's a win for the 2. Or more or less game over, but this is still dramatic stuff. Rebellion, meanwhile, can sniff a possible scalp ahead. Both the cars putting in the fastest laps of their race so far.
Also, I would say as well that this is in pendulum swinging in this race towards Porsche. Because
yes.
with only 7.5 seconds between Conway and Dumas, and a very different schedule for Romain Dumas. Remember, Romain has not made his second stop yet. We're expecting him at the end of this lap. In fact, he has not come in at the end of his lap 60, so he's gone an extra lap from what he did last time. Remember, it was the end of his lap 30, and that included some full course yellow.
It did indeed. Meanwhile, the P2
wow.
We watch number 14 car. This is Romain Dumas, and he's trying to keep that gap to Mike Conway.
Here he comes.
Down as little as he can. 14 crew ready to welcome him. Oh, big lock up there.
Well, the tyres are
enough.
The tyres are coming off. Use them up. that
All
was
4 locks up there.
That was an absolute racing entry to the pit lane from Romain Dumas.
Well, he does a bit of rally, doesn't he?
He does rally very well. We've got a couple of very good rally drivers here. Stefan Sarrazin has just won the Tour de Course, which is a European rally championship, a top coefficient rally championship, and up until recently that was a WRC car. Issues for Perodo in the 75 Porsche.
24th position overall and 6th in GTE AM, but slow on course and
coming round to the pits now. Yeah.
Into the pit
now
entry
being
road.
installed in the 14.
Yeah.
Car 75 slow into the pit entry road.
It's Jack's new set of Michelin's there. And there is the confirmation of the very pretty orange, white and black competition car.
Looks low at the front, John.
He locked up the left front there coming in. Does that suggest there's a problem with one of the rear tyres? I wonder if he's got an issue.
I wonder.
Left rear there didn't look quite right.
I'm not sure about the left front either.
Right, he definitely locked it up. time. There is the number 2 of Andre Lotterer, and he has gone into 3rd place. In 3rd place then. There's no Mark Lieb ahead of him. In fact, look back down the track, and there are the headlights of Mark Lieb.
While we watch that, Anthony Davidson still in the garage, of course, now dropping behind the P2 leaders, so a few moments' time he's going to be out of the top 10.
And the key thing about this is how many laps he's losing to the Tom Christensen Audi. He's already lost 3 laps, 4 laps.
You see the crew at work.
They can't not put this car back out again, though. It has to go back out. If it can do, the issue's going to be, now there's 4 hours left, so 75%. No time. Now, this is a big surprise for me that if this was the alternator problem that we heard on the radio, that they've had to do so much work to get the alternator. It's a service item, Graham, and how many times have we heard aficionados of the endurance art, such as Hugh Chamberlain, you've got to be able to get at the service items. It was here, of course, that Toyota was stymied by something as simple as a number panel which stopped being illuminated, and they couldn't get to it. They made the change on that, but they lost a result here for that. There is the AF cost of Tony Vielander leading the pro category. James Collado 21 seconds behind in 2nd place. So it's Ferrari at the moment, but remember they haven't had their 2nd pit stops.
Well, it was a good start, but I don't know if we choose the right or the wrong strategy. We didn't stop, also others stopped, so now we have to expect and cross the fingers for another safety car. If it happens, we will be on a good shape. If not, I think we took the wrong strategy, but we have to see. It's still 4 hours to go. It was okay, the pace was good. Unfortunately, I lost a little bit of time in traffic at the end with the rebellion, but yeah, it's like that. We will see.
Thanks.
The ever laconic Romain Dumas had a go at Pikes Peak, of course, as well, didn't he?
Very good go. Didn't he win his class?
He
didn't
certainly
win overall, did he? He won
blitzed his class. Sadly, it was the year that Sebastian Lowe broke the hill record in that monstrous Peugeot 908 powered Peugeot 207 or 208 actually, wasn't it, of course. There is the 51, Tony Vielander going back out. He's given up the lead to James Collado. I said they hadn't done their 2nd pit stops. That is his. Now, do you remember what lap I said the Aston Martins came in? I think I said it was 51.
I think you may be right.
That's 5 laps more the Ferraris are now on fuel. So, at the moment, that's a big advantage. A big advantage. And all the hard work from Aston getting the pole position from Darren Turner, still down in 17th position and 5th in class at the moment.
Here's a significant number as we watch the number 98 Aston Martin. That's what it is. Christopher Nygaard fighting back after that the pit stop penalty, for Paul Galilana. David Heimer Hansen has now got back into the lead of GTE despite having made 2 stops to Jeff Siegel's 1.
Meanwhile, back at Toyota, 13.5 minutes have elapsed since Anthony Davidson pulled the car into the pit lane, and a small army of red, white and blue dressed mechanics are over the car, under the car, almost in the car, certainly behind the car. And that car looks no nearer to coming out now than it did 10 minutes ago. And to be honest, by the time it's put back together, it will be another 5 minutes, even with the fix, whatever issue it is, if it's fixable.
Real drama, I mean, because if this car starts or doesn't finish, that really does send it down to the wire. It still means that they're in a strong position, 42 points, one heck of a gap. But the one I guess we should be looking at, John, is the Manufacturers' Championship.
That's very true. Manufacturers' Championship was pretty close here as we came in. And Grimms do the. I fear the socks and shoes might have to come off on the shoes.
Not good in this closed.
Closed atmosphere. Mike Conway leads by 34.5 seconds from Timo Bernhard in second. Toyota, Porsche, Audi the top three with Andrea Lotterer another 30 seconds behind second place. Then Mark Lieb closing in, but ever so slightly, is now just 8 seconds behind Andrea Lotterer, and then it's Tom Christensen in 5th position. And Mark Lieb's just put the fastest first sector in for the number 14 car in his quest to chase down Andrea Lotterer. Right, as we watch the 51 of Jimmy Bruni, who has dropped behind Darren Turner on the timing screen.
51 just come out behind you on his new tyres. That's Bruni.
And he's got Patrick Pilet right ahead of him, Darren Turner. That's the Porsche that we're looking at the moment. And where is Bruni? Answer, there he is, just behind the Toyota, which is right behind him. That's Mike Conway, the race leader, coming up on this battle, which is effectively the battle at the lead of the race, remember. Second, third and fourth it is actually, because Bergmeister is further up the road. The two Porsches on a very different strategy. Collado has not yet made his second stop. They are really stretching the fuel on the 71 car, Graham.
They really are stretching their fuel. This is the battle for third, fourth, fifth at the moment. But you're right, with Collado due into the pits, it's effectively the battle for second, third, fourth. But all three manufacturers involved in this battle, John. And again, remember, this is for manufacturer points.
Massive.
Aston Martin Cooper, the spoiler here.
Well, it'd be ironic if Aston Martin, who, with their failure at Shanghai, gave Porsche the points to get it so tight, if they were the spoiler, and we're going to deny Porsche some points here. And it certainly looks as though Darren Turner is wanting to get by now. He's seen the orange, the yellow tinted lights of Jimmy Bruni's Ferrari closing up on him, crossing the start and finish line for their 58th time, excuse me. And very shortly, Darren is going to be in the unenviable position of having to try and attack the Porsche ahead and defend from the Ferrari behind him. Turns right in on Tom Christensen, I think that is, who's coming in behind him in the Audi number 1. Yes, it is. And Christensen, having dealt with Jimmy Bruni, flashes Darren Turner and Patrick Pilet. And Patrick Pilet sees the flashing white lights when he didn't see the stationary red one at the end of Petit Le Mans pit lane, but he's drifted wide.
He drifted wide, and that gave Turner a bit of a look at the inside of the Porsche. Didn't quite give him quite enough, though.
Didn't lose that much by going so far off the circuit there.
It looked like he left the door wide open, but
this is
Porsche
great.
managed to retain position, but this is... Look at this. No
3 manufacturers, 12 wheels. What have we got? Sort of sharp end of 15,000 cc. And probably...
22 cylinders.
22 cylinders, yes, very good.
And a partridge in a pear tree.
And probably somewhere in the region of, what, 15, 16,000? No, there's only 3 of them. They've got to be 500 horses apiece, these.
Oh, easily.
So 1,500 horsepower, yeah. That's not bad, I like that.
It genuinely is a freight train then, isn't it?
Yeah. If you look very carefully, you can see the bungee cords. Oh, apparently we're going to take those out in post. Say the video text.
So Porsche.
Oh, look at this, he's now being pushed into defensive mode. Pilet defending, Hartley going down to the final corner, and Bruni might be able to take advantage here as Darren Turner cooks back on the racing line. He'll try and get on the power early and get up alongside the Porsche. That's exactly what he does. This side by side coming out of turn number of 15, and the nose is ahead of Turner as they cross the line, and Jimmy Bruni's getting a huge tow from both of those cars side by side, and he makes it 3 abreast going into turn 1. The Porsche's coming hard round the outside, may retain the lead, doesn't, can't hold on to it, and Pele goes from first to third, and Darren Turner just stayed in second, nothing happening to him there, obviously, as Jimmy Bruni went from third to first.
Fabulous stuff. Brilliant stuff from Jimmy Bruni. Brilliant stuff from Darren Turner, but he just did not see that move coming. He thought Bruni was too far back for that. Bruni thought otherwise, and he was right.
Your words required from Olaf Mantai's
That's
reaction.
one for the Christmas tape.
Yeah, just leave that in.
The slightly Santa-looking Olaf Mantai he had the same reaction to that little lot as we did. That was fantastic
I'm
stuff.
thinking that Darren Turner probably had the same kind of reaction to that. So Jimmy Bruni goes from third to first at the Schumacher corner, turn 1 here at Bahrain. That is, should I say, from third to first, from fourth to second, because Jörg Bergmeister, who I've completely forgotten about there, is up the road. But at least we were right in that the 71 car did stop. James Collado out, Davide Rigon in the car. Jörg Bergmeister, he needs to slow down a bit and join in the fun here. He's really spoiling this. Then we could have the top 4 together.
Well, now these two guys are by the Porsche. They're pulling away from Pele.
Yeah.
Seemingly at ease. We've got a prototype involved in this. It's one of the P1 cars, Porsche, involved in this. But
don't forget, Pele is on a different strategy. Therefore,
Absolutely.
his second stint, their second stop was quite some time ago. Right, let's go back to the front of the field. Or a car that should have been at the front of the field. Anthony Davidson still sitting in the number 8 car in the pits.
At the moment, you are still champion, still driver champion.
Is the number 2 Audi faster than the number 20 Porsche? Or they're just out of sync at the moment?
was that asking about championship points?
Yes. Yeah. That sounds bad to me. That sounds like
they're considering
not putting that car back out.
Wow.
It's going to depend how far up the field the number 2 Audi can get. We've got just under 4 hours still to go, guys. Let's not forget that. All kinds of problems. We're not wishing problems on anybody, but anything can happen with the number 7 and the number 20. The number 2 Audi could yet win this race. I know it sounds improbable. And he's 30 seconds behind second place at the moment. And he's also been gained on by Mark Lieb. But let's worry about that in a moment as we're looking for this battle for second place in GT. The GTE.
Yeah, okay. We'll talk about manufacturers' points in a moment. Let's go back to talk again about the Drivers' Championship here, because this is Jimmy Bruni now running second position, but on a different strategy to the Porsches. The gap we're looking for here is Jimmy Bruni to the 92 car in championship points. And at the moment, it's Bruni second, Pele fourth. That would be enough to clinch the Drivers' Championship for Bruni and Vlander.
And I think they probably know that down at AF Corsa. So the wrong Porsche leads at the moment in terms of the Driver Championship, but Porsche would be delighted to take the kind of points that they've got at the moment in the Manufacturers' Championship, because even with Jimmy Bruni in second, the next Ferrari is down in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th, 6th position in the GT battle.
So just to be clear here, of the 4 classes, the only class at the moment that doesn't have some form of championship drama afoot is GTM, where the championship leading car is leading and looking set to dominate this race.
Can't seal it, of course, with that victory.
This we're looking at on the screen at the moment, the number. This is real drama for the Toyota team.
I don't know if Louise would even dare stick a microphone under the nose of anybody there, if John Lutchins or any of the guys is there. I think they're considering not putting that car back out again.
I think they are just having a look and seeing what net effect there might be on the championship for them.
Yeah. Don't forget manufacturers up for grabs as well, and that the manufacturers' points will always be more important for, spookily, the manufacturer than the driver's title. Toyota want to take both, but they'll want to wrap the manufacturers up as early as they can, and with only one bullet in their gun at the moment, Graham, that's going to be hard.
It most certainly is, and at the moment it's another Toyota leading, which is good news in the Manufacturers' Championship, and there's going to be all sorts of permutations depending on where the remaining competitive cars actually finish in this race.
Am I
and
right?
whether the 8 car gets back out.
Well, am I right in thinking that the Porsches coming through is not necessarily the best thing for Toyota? Are Porsche out of this in terms of the manufacturer's time?
If the Porsche gets ahead of Mike Conway, that is bad news for Toyota in the manufacturer's points, because it's taking points away from them.
Yeah.
Because, of course, the biggest points dive is from first to second.
Yes.
There's a 7-point gap. So whatever, it's now critical that the number 7 Toyota actually wins this race for them,
Yeah.
because anything else behind them is taking points away.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And if there's any stutter from the Porsches and the Audis finish second and third, that's a big point. Remember, we're talking about 2 cars here. In the manufacturers, only in the manufacturers championship do your first 2 cars across the line score your championship points. If you've got, well, I'll rephrase that. In P, you've got to declare which cars for the season. So
GTE is both the Pro and the Am cars, if registered for championships points, which they all are, that could score those points.
Correct. So if Audi's 2 and 1 follow the 7 car home, great. Toyota gets 25 points, but Audi get the points for second and third.
That's right.
And therefore close the gap.
Well, I think when we get in the last couple of hours, we'll start doing some number crunching. For the moment, we'll enjoy the battles on track. We're looking at the moment, well, the other battles that is certainly there and well alight of championship positions. That's the SMP racing car there, just disappearing under the bridge and coming into shot right now. If things stay where they are, what looked like a chase down from the G-Dart Drive guys after a dominant display last time out in LMP2 will stretch out to 20 points for the SMP racing car, which effectively means that they would have to not finish in Brazil not to win the Teams and Drivers' Championship with Sergei Zlobin. Now, that's not something we would expect at the start of this year, as we're on board now with the number 14 car, Mark Lieb here, chasing down and trying to get back in terms of Andre Lotterer, and it's less than a second is the gap here for third position overall. There's Lotterer trying to fend off the charging Porsche. Aston Martin ahead of them.
This sport of ours, motor racing and particularly endurance racing, just keeps giving. Here's the battle then for third place on the road, and you can see the charge back towards the tail end of Andre Lotterer's R18 e-tron Quattro of the 919 hybrid of Mark Lieb. Mark, this has been and the Audi held up by another Porsche. Held up by, I think that was Bergmeister.
Leading GT Pro. But,
no, I'll take that back. Sorry, it must have been Patrick Pilet. It was Patrick Pilet that held him up there. Sorry, York.
Right.
I don't think, by the way, that was in any way, shape or form deliberate. It was just ironic that it is a car in exactly the same livery as the car that's chasing down.
Well, look at the traffic ahead of this pair on the start-finish straight. At least 6 cars in view. The Porsche looking for a way by on the inside. He's not going to do it there, is he?
So down to the first corner, and there's 3 GTE cars battling away.
Now, is this going to play to the strength of the Porsche or to the Audi? The Audi better through the twisty bits, the Porsche with a bit of traction. Mark Lieb chasing down Andre Lotterer. 2 German cars, 2 German drivers. Lieb goes through. We didn't see the move.
Side by side, yeah, on the onboard. They've come through the timing beacon.
With the Porsche ahead.
The Porsche is ahead. Mark Lieb going down through the S's there. Nice bit of driving.
And that is good news for Toyota.
Yes, I suppose so.
It robs Audi points.
Yes. And sorry, repeat my question.
Points. What am I saying? It takes points away from Audi.
You know, yeah, I know what you mean. That's not a value judgment, it's a statement of fact.
Yeah.
Are Porsche completely out of the manufacturers' championship
yes.
now? Okay, fine.
Yes, Porsche can play a part only by
taking points away from
one or the other.
Correct, okay, understood. That's why we have you here, Graham.
Not my sparkling personality.
No, you've got to remember that I just look at pictures and shout. That's, I get excited looking at pictures, head explodes. That's job description behind of. Goodwin, A, voice of reason, B, does counting. C has knowledge. Mike Conway by 37.5 seconds now from 2 Porsches, Timo Bernhard, and then another 29 seconds or so behind is Mark Leib in the 14. 7:20 and 14 your top 3, then the 2 Audis, 2 and 1.
The change, if we assume for a moment the 8 car doesn't restart, the change that position makes in the manufacturer's title running, John, the 14 car going ahead of the 2 is from a position where there would have been even Stevens on points in the previous position. Now Audi would now drop 3 points to Toyota in the standings as they currently stand, even if they only get 1 car home.
Okay. Now we are hearing from Louise that the Toyota number 8, excuse me, will return to the track. They're saying in a couple of minutes. I'm not sure that is correct with the amount of work that's got to go on putting that together. I think that might be slightly optimistic, but that's what they've told Louise, and they are putting it back together again. And there is the visual confirmation of what we've just been talking about. Well, I'll tell you what, I'll take that all back, fellas.
Okay.
New set of tyres have gone on. It was fueled before it went in, of course. The question is twofold here. Have they fixed it? And has it done any damage to any of the other systems? Well, there is the confirmation of what Louise Becker told us a moment or 2 ago. The number 8 Toyota Hybrid Racing Championship leading TSO 40 with Anthony Davidson in the lead has dropped
17 laps.
Or 31 minutes in the pit lane, all bar 2.7 seconds. And Anthony Davidson brings the car out after having an alternator, probably had a wash and brush up as well. There's that different bodywork on there as well. I wonder if they've just changed the configuration a little bit for the evening time. But it is back out and underway. My question, twofold. Have they fixed the problem? Did the problem cause any damage to any of the systems or hardware before they brought it in? It was clear, Graham, that it needed to be brought in immediately.
Yeah, very much so. That was a very late call, wasn't it? I know there's some slight delay, but it did look as if you made the decision very, very late. I think we're going to hear from Toyota in just a few seconds down with Louise.
Yes, Louise is down with Rob Leupent, who is a straight talker. I am sure we will get the answer here.
Now, Rob, this is definitely not what we wanted to see.
No, this is not what our plan was, but okay, it's racing, it happened, so I think we covered the problem. There was a problem with the alternator, around the alternator. The guys worked hard on it, so it goes out again, and Anthony will say give everything, and car number 8 is still in the lead for the championship, and that's what we go for now, and car number 7 is still in good position.
Yes, we just heard Anthony asking about the points, so what is your plan? To finish, to get to that 5th? Or?
Of course, to finish. The race is never over until the finish line is crossed, and the car is, we say, hopefully continuing. We monitor now very carefully what happens, and I expect that we'll cross the finish line today.
Thank you.
Rob Leupent there, talking to Louise Becker down in the pit lane. Confirmed then as an alternator issue. And here's the battle for second position in GT down to turn 1, and again the close attention of Darren Turner to Jimmy Bruni. How many times have we said that down through the years? And Jimmy repels that first advance into the Schumacher corner, turn 1 here at Bahrain. Up the hill now towards turn 4. Jimmy breaking about the 100-metre board, turns the Ferrari in. drifts way out to the left-hand side, and still the Aston Martin using less of the road and closes up. Took a shorter line there, as well as a better exit from turn 4, 5, 6, 7. And now diving down the hill. Watch out for a bit of brake smoke there. You've got to just moderate your braking. Can't use too much of the curbs on the exit. They're very, very rough. Now over the top of the brow into turn 9. You'll brake right through the apex of turn 9. Get the car pulled down, turn in for a second time to the left-hand side. And the road falling away from you again there. And they've got prototype traffic coming behind them. Darren Turner in the Aston, Jimmy Bruni in the Ferrari, very closely matched as Tom Christensen bears down upon them into turn number 11. Now Christensen should be able to stay at the driver's left here and not spoil this battle as Jimmy Bruni just drops it. Oh, goes to the left of Turner and to the right of Jimmy Bruni. Brilliant stuff by Tom Christensen, and it made not a jot of difference. There's obviously just more than an Audi's length between those two cars. That was video game stuff by the number 1 driver. And now they come down to complete the lap as into the pit lane comes the leader in GT. So that battle now becomes for the lead of class. Remember, the Porsches are off kilter. They stopped under the full course caution. Full course yellow, excuse me.
Indeed. To a stop, and it's driver change again.
Yeah, seldom in these races do you see a double stint in the GT cars. Mainly because of the tyres. The tyre choice is aggressive and they don't double stint the tyres. So if you're going to change the tyres, you might as well change the driver as well. Through has gone Jimmy Bruni, takes the lead. The 8's back in. The 8 is back into the pits. And Rob Leutman telling us that the car would be closely monitored, and it has been. And my fears, I'm afraid, may have come to fruition now. Is this just something simple? It's not going up straight away on the hijacks this time. Or is it?
Yes, it is.
Oh, no, it is. It is. Now, is this something
It becomes a percentage game now, John. 31 minutes was the previous stop.
What we need to know from the Wizard of Woking is how far into the race they've got to get any points at all.
Meantime, by the way, while we're just watching the GTE battle that continues, thanks very much Alex Brandel, who's just tweeted in to explain, because of the tyre allocation that the team's getting in LMP2, there's huge pressure, almost a necessity for them to double stint it, which explains why the cars are struggling towards the end of that stint, and it certainly explains why the pace of the G-Drive car just dropped off a cliff as they attempted to stretch the envelope there. One team, though, that is trying to double stint tyres by the look of things is Rebellion, because number 12 car, I don't think took tyres at its last stop. Okay. They're, of course, running in 6th position now, courtesy of the number 12 car, with the problems for the continuing problems of the number 8 car. So we've lost the number 9 car and the number 8 car now with a long delay, and here's the number 2 Audi on pit lane.
Audi sniffing a potential podium here, you know.
Well, they need to win. They need to win to keep this championship alive, realistically.
Yes.
They need that car to win. Certainly 4th is not going to be good enough there.
Well,
However,
not for the drivers,
not for the drivers. They won't be worried about that at this stage.
No.
This is going to be about manufacturers' points. What's going to happen now on the pit wall, the 2 supercomputers that are Nina Gade and Carl Wilson-Clark, aided, of course, and abetted by Howden Haynes, is to do the numbers and find out what's going to give them track position for the remainder of this race.
Howden Haynes in his 99th race.
Yes, indeed.
For Audi. They were fighting each other with their tactics.
What, literally?
Last time, the number 1 and 2 Audi. This time they've got to work together and get up the field.
If it came to a fight, my money's on Lena. The Carl boy's a big lad. He's got nothing on her.
Okay. Out goes the number 2. In comes the Porsche number 88, Khaled Al-Kaibesi. Was in that car when it came in.
Now, I mean, the answer, I think, doing a really quick calculation, the 8's back out. They can afford to lose well over an hour and a half and still get home within the 70%.
Okay, it is 70%, is it?
I think it's 70, not 75.
Okay.
I'm sure Paul will correct us immediately if I'm wrong.
My rule book is not with me, sadly. I've left it in the car. So, here is that battle now for the lead of GTE Pro. Took a little longer to get to the lead of GTE Pro than I thought, actually. Jörg Bergmeister went a long way into that stint. Richard Leeds now back in the wheel of the number 91 car.
And the number 7
this is a
car.
great battle. Ferrari versus Aston Martin versus Porsche.
Leader is in the pits.
Right, this is Mike Conway. The third part of the question that I didn't get to ask, Graham, is if you've had a problem with an alternator on one car,
are you going to have a problem with an alternator on the other? Now,
you would think it would probably be the same part.
Yeah, now I just wonder exactly what's causing it. We did hear about heat problems, of course, with the Toyotas earlier. And we'll keep a steady eye, weather eye, on as the Timo Bernhard goes through to the lead.
Porsche leads again. That's the 5th lead change, I believe.
It is indeed 70%. I think it's about 1 hour 45, 46 minutes.
Don't have to be running at the end, of course. That's a Le Mans rule, not here. Lotterer again on the start of the stint, very quick in the 3rd sector.
They know they've got to push very hard indeed. Mike Conway stays aboard that car. They will be pleased with his stint through now and will go through into 2nd position. It'll be very tight indeed. Here goes Mark Lieb. No, he doesn't. Or does he? Just side by side as they come in. It's the Toyota that makes it.
Wow.
So Lieb stays 3rd position, but he's now right on the tail of the Toyota.
But the Toyota has a pit stop in the bag, don't forget. The interesting thing for me, though, we don't know how that's going to unwind.
We don't, and that...
Porsche told me that they would only do 6 stints, 5 stops. But they broke into that to do a short stop at the beginning. Do they need... They will have to have 4 more after that, at least, and possibly still a 5th.
But we don't know yet whether or not we're going to get another caution. We don't know yet. We don't know. And that's the great thing, again, about this racing, isn't it, John? We just don't know what this race is going to throw at us. Well, certainly both the previous races we've had here at Bahrain in the WEC have thrown real drama at us. We had the first year with the Toyota crashing out on a comeback drive. We had the second year with an Audi grinding to a halt in the closing stages of the race. It does throw things at you. The heat, the ambient temperature here can throw a curveball. On board now with the number 14 car, trying to get back on the terms of Mike Conway ahead. 2.2 seconds as they came through. Here comes the number 20 car.
So that's on a similar strategy now as Conway and the 7. Remember, they split the strategies on those 2 cars. The Toyotas and the Porsche both stopped early. The 14 car, the Lieb car, is the one that hasn't done the early stop. So it's sitting in 3rd at the moment, but it's done 2 normal stops. It's into its 3rd of 6 stints. It's got 3 more stops to do. I reckon these guys have all still got 3 to do. The 14 can win this. I'm going to say this now, 3 hours, 32 minutes gone. The 14 car can win this motor race. It's going to depend how quick the final splashes are for the 20 to 7. The 20 to 7.
20 in the pits. Mike Conway goes through, takes the lead again. The 8th lead change of the race so far. Thank you very much, Paul Trustwell.
That's actually the 9th now.
And that will put Mark Lieb up into 2nd position, 2.6 seconds back from Mike Conway. Lapping quickly. But the quickest man at the moment on track is Andre Lotterer, as he's looking to pull over close. Meantime, back in GTE.
Let's go back to the default battle, which is in the head of GTE. Ferrari versus Aston Martin. Then let's just punch that up. Olivier and the guys in the truck did a brilliant job at the start of this race. He must have wanted twice the number of cameras that he had there to watch 7 things at once.
Cameramen looking in both directions at the same time.
Brilliant stuff. There is the battle at the head of GTE Pro, and 2 pit stops by everybody. 8
with Conway
going through. And here, now is there a chance here as Conway goes through?
Now, back in the days of yore, would have said, is there a chance for the GTE car to get a bit of a toe there? He's gone.
I was just about to say it. You saw Dazzle pull out and oh no, I'll just pull back in again. I've just slowed myself down. He's gone already. That's what 1,000 horsepower does for you.
Fastest lap of that car's race, 1:46.3 from Mike Conway. Mark Lieb can't get anywhere close to that full second. Lost to the Toyota last time around.
And we've had Anthony Davidson doing a 46.2. But the Audi number 2, of course, is down to 46.1.
8 back out, of course.
Yeah, 46.8 for that car last time around. So it's clearly working again. Can't really afford anything else to go too badly wrong with that. 14 then, Mark Lieb, second place, 34 seconds ahead of Timo Bernhard, the Porsche, in third, who is 16 seconds ahead of Tom Christensen, the Audi, in fourth. Those 4 on the lead lap there have all completed 80 laps in P2. Maurizio Mediani now behind the wheel of the 27 Championship leading car. Richard Bradley for KC Motorsport Group, KCMG in second place by 15 seconds. Mark Patterson at the wheel of the 35, Morgan Oak in third is a couple of laps away from the leaders. Victor Scheitar in the 37, battling his way back up, but is now 2 laps back. Now that's interesting, the 37 and 26 have made up some time on the leading group, Graham.
They have. The other thing to watch is that the KCMG car is catching the leader, and that could be important when we get to Interlagos, John, depending on how things turn out. Meantime, we're just watching for the way that things pan out in this GTM class. This is the 81 and the 61 cars. They are 3rd and 4th in class, but Christian Poulsen has managed to get in and out the pits and retain the lead.
Not lose the lead,
so
yeah.
David Armour Hansen has passed it over to his Danish colleague Christian Poulsen. Second place now, coming right from the back after that penalty, with a fantastic stint from Christopher Nygaard, is the number 98 Aston Martin.
Yes. Now that's interesting.
So they've managed to drive through the field on pace, despite that 30-second stop and hold.
Okay, very good. Now I'm confused because
this is the lead in GTE
sorry,
Pro.
We're looking at GTE Pro again.
Keep looking at the back of a Ferrari. That's
Give me a picture of a back of a Ferrari. Yes, we have several. Which one would you like to choose from?
I think when Darren Turner closes his eyes at night, you must see the back of a Ferrari.
Back of a Ferrari, yeah. And again, Jimmy Bruni rides the curbs at the exit of 4, entrance to 5. And again, Darren Turner doesn't need to.
This is where Darren's desperately trying to...
Well, we'll keep an eye on this. We're going to head down into the pit lane for Ollie Pla, who's standing by with Louise Beckett. This is going to be interesting. Remember the start of the race?
Well, it was certainly dramatic and obviously frustrating stint for you.
Yes, I think, you know, well, at the start I had a contact with Ladikin, who hit me really hard the back of my car. And then coming exit of the corner number 7, I had the rear broken suspension, you know, so that was it. We still need to know if because of the contact, but I'm not really sure, to be honest. The way as it broke and I had no contact on the side, it was really on the back of my car, so yeah, it's very bad for us in the championship.
Thank you.
Well, I'm just wondering, John, if I spoke slightly out of turn, because what I hadn't considered was whether or not that move was caused by the breakage. Because it was a very dramatic move from Olivier when he was turning in. It didn't look like it, but it is possible.
He's talking about that not going till turn 7, and that we were watching coming out of turn 3, heading up to turn 4 when he put the SMG off the track. Well, now, what we don't know is what happened before that at turns 1 and 2.
Certainly there was contact, and that contact looked to be the 37 at the rear of the Ligier. Then we saw that rather dramatic move to the right from Olivier, which seemed to cause further contact.
I'm sure we'll get to see that again. I'm going to look more carefully this time and see what happened. 46.3 by Timo Bernhard, fastest lap for the 20 Porsche. Third place, of course, as he's trying to chase down Mark Lieb. 34 seconds between the two Porsche teammates. There's Pedro Lamy having a cracking season this year.
Paul Dallarama, you can see just the front of the screen there.
There is
watching progress of Christopher Nygaard, a Dane, catching Christian Poulsen, a Dane.
Danes and Swiss are taking over motor racing, aren't they?
Be careful of this, don't they?
Yes. The leading GT Pro car is the Ferrari that is in the vision of Darren Turner as he comes down to turn 10, turns in left-handed. I'm beginning to think Jimmy Bruni just doesn't take the apex of turn number 8, you know, because he's doing it at the same distance away from the apex every lap, and that kind of consistency isn't a mistake. Heading up the hill from turn 11 through 2:12, and they're being caught. Only one retirement so far, and that was on the first lap. Pierre Caffer, it was very early on, should I say. And the CLM Lotus team car had a gearbox issue.
That's his second, as we see the 35 car pulled off, that's his second gearbox problem of the weekend. They changed the gearbox earlier, so I'm afraid it's lots of trouble, usually shifter for that car. Fueling the 35 car now. This car in third position, that's Mark, that's in P2. Mark will stay aboard the line. The signature pink and black livery of Oak Racing.
Long may that continue. Still some discussion about what Oak will be doing next year. I think we'll see them back with one car here, but their American program's still very much up for grabs.
Let's wait and see. I'm tracking down some news that hopefully we can bring you either at or before Brazil about what will happen with various Ligier around the world. There's some exciting stuff potentially in prospect, not done yet. Meanwhile, in Formula Deja Vu, and that's not a bad thing, I have to say.
No.
This is great stuff.
This is brilliant driving by both of these guys.
I've just got this mental image of Darren Turner trying to rewire the meter they're measuring from the solar panels somewhere into the car to give himself that bit of extra power.
He literally only needs 2 horsepower more. The kind of concentration that both of these drivers are showing now, because you cannot afford to make a mistake. It's very hard to follow someone as closely as Darren is doing now. He's clearly just in the compromised air that he's getting. And these GT cars, whilst they don't rely on the aero quite as much as the types, they do get aero push, particularly understeer. And Darren will be just trying to mitigate that, save his front tyres. And of course, Jimmy Bruni, and there is his teammate Tony right there. Jimmy Bruni knows that he can't afford to miss his braking point by half a yard.
No, remember it was Jimmy joining forces with Tony Flanders that secured the championship for him last year here. And what was then the final race of the season, of course, there was a shift around this year. This is still a great car.
Coming back through the field in the hands of Anthony Davidson, another 46 second lap, 1 minute 46.8 last time around. He is many laps down.
18 laps down, thank you.
And he's coming up to the back of the Audi, I think.
It's the 14th.
I have struggled to tell Porsche and Audi apart this year, particularly from a long shot.
We need fewer white cars, don't we, in the WEC next year?
It's the shape of that rear end.
I feel our friends in this might help in that regard.
Book that trend. So that is the second place car of Mark Lee, being eaten up by Anthony Davidson. I thought I got rid of that this time. Let's go down to Porsche and Gordon Bergmeister.
You've cooled down. How are those tyres holding out?
So far so good. We're on a 6-stop strategy. Some of the other guys are on 5 stops, so we have to see where it ends up at the end. But so far, I think we improved the car quite a bit on the long runs compared to yesterday, and we have to wait and see where we end up.
Thank you.
It's interesting.
Yeah. So nip and tuck stuff in GTE Pro. Still just a quarter of a second between this pair as one of the S&P cars makes its way by the Bruni-Turner battle. And again, Darren Turner just looking for any possible millimetre of opportunity that Jimmy Bruni's going to give him. A couple of real battlers we see from Aston Martin following a Ferrari to an Aston Martin being overtaken by a Ferrari. That's the 81 going past the 98. That's a class 4 position for Gailey Rugolo.
That's second place in this category.
Is that Christopher Nygaard's tyres going off? Still lapping reasonably quickly, but Rugolo second and a half quicker last time around.
And a pit stop fewer for Rugolo. Oh, hello. excuse me, coming through.
Coming through, on your left, on your right, on your left.
Eyes on Stokes.
That is Christensen.
Yeah, Christensen coming through. So still this GTO battle with 3 hours and 20 completed. Sorry, 3 hours and 20 to go. Still more than half the race. How long before one of these two cars has to pit? That's the question. I thought it was interesting what Jürgen was saying there about they're on a 6-stop strategy while others are on 5. They did do that early stop, of course. They were always going to struggle. Louise just telling us from the pits they would not have been able to go all the 5 stops only. They would have had to have the 6th, though. The full course yellow gave them that 6th stop. Fight for 3, but certainly gave them the splash for nothing.
Just looking for any kind of error in the normally error-free Jimmy Bruni. Fantastic stuff. Going towards the final turn. Again. For a second. Again. This is proper racing. One got a hinge here. It's down to raw power.
It's horses for courses. Somebody thought very interestingly put up what's the pinnacle of motorsport thread on the... here's the number 1 Audi coming in, John Christensen. What's the pinnacle of motorsport thread up on the Midweek Motorsport Listeners Collective? The rather sensible conclusion, I thought, was that there are several pinnacles of motorsport. And the drink system being changed there. And you have WRC is the pinnacle of that form of motorsport. Absolutely. Formula 1 is the pinnacle of that form of motorsport. Yep. The debate that I was interested in was, is Formula 1 a part of single-seater, or is it different enough that it stands almost alone and aside from everything else? WEC clearly is sports cars pinnacle now as a championship, the big race. You have the same motorcycles, of course.
I think the interesting question is, what's the pinnacle of technology in motorsport? And I'm sorry, it's here.
Well, you don't have to apologise for that.
It's here. You know, we've the aerodynamics, okay. The fine detail of aerodynamics, certainly Formula 1 has to be king there. But in terms of the technology they get chucked in, the relevance of that technology, the way in which that translates to things that matter to guys like you and I, it's here.
I'll tell you what there is as well. I mean, there are more drivers generally in sports car racing, but there's more paid drivers in here than there is in Formula 1 now. And that was before the travails of the guys at Marussia and Cambridge. And our best wishes, by the way, to all the staff of both of those concerns. There's no doubt that Formula 1 still holds all the aces when it comes down to promotion and global coverage and money spent on it as well. As this is a GTE Pro stop for Aston Martin, it is. In comes Darren Turner. So again, let's note the lap number 78. So we will not expect to see Jimmy Bruni, I think, until 82 or beyond. Possibly even as much as 84. Seems to get at least a couple or 3 laps every single run. Stefan Luca getting into the car. Let's go up the end of the pit lane to Audi. He's Ben Trelliway with Louise Beckett.
Okay, well, Andre's definitely on a charge. 3 hours left. What can you do?
So now the race is very exciting. We have, for the moment, a very good pace. The start was very difficult. We did a wrong tire choice at the start. But I have to say that after Marcel and Andre did a really good job, and now we have to push the maximum, don't do any mistake, and try to give our best till the end, and we will see what happens.
Thank you.
Well, the news for Audi is thus. This is from our supercomputer in Woking, Paul Trustwell, and thanks, Paul, for sorting us out with all of the permutations, as well as the guys on Radio Le Mans. As it stands now, right now, if nothing changes, it's not a mathematical certainty for the Manufacturers' Championship.
No, it would take it to the edge within 2 points. But that leaves you with the potential for drama, of course, high drama, and let's face it, we've seen that before now, but it does mean that it would go to the final round. Meantime, with the LMP2 stakes, and here we're watching, it's not still the
Mediani's on his second stint here.
Maurizio Mediani is still fending off the ever closer attentions of Richard Bradley in the number 47 car, but they would go to Brazil with a 20-point lead. Now that is going to be very difficult indeed for the G-Drive guys to overcome.
Particularly with only potentially 5 cars in the class. We will see, of course.
4 point-scoring cars.
Very good point, because I was going to say,
in effect, that would mean that 27 would have DNF, would have to not finish for G-Drive.
And not be classified.
Correct.
Yes. 5th gear, 6th gear. Look how clear that dashboard is on that camera. And look at how over the bumps we get very little shake on the camera technology, and onboard technology is just brilliant now, isn't it?
We've said before, haven't we, how well Maurizio Mediani has adapted to LMP racing. He's doing a great job of fending off Richard Bradley.
Mediani, I'll say now that the SMP guys have done a good job, and for me, Mediani has been a star this year. Back into last year, jumped into the prototypes from a very good GT career. Here's the 98 Aston, by the way.
Yeah, you're looking at, you know, where you get good silver drivers from.
Yeah, yeah.
And Mediani is not just a good silver, he's a good silver hair driver as well. Not in the first fight of youth, as indeed neither are you or I. But I'll tell you something, you can show most of these guys a clean pair of heels.
The other person I think we've got to mention in that category is Roman.
Oh, Roman, driving better than he's done ever before in the last couple of races.
Now he's a gold-rated driver now. Yes, Julian Canal is the silver driver in that car.
Julian is making inroads into the car ahead of him, and that will matter in terms of the points.
Well, there's a bit of bite there as well, isn't it? Because it's the 37 and the 26.
It's a 3-point difference. If he can get ahead of the 37 car, 3-point difference.
And those are the cars who had some coming together. I'm not sure we've heard the last of it, or B, both sides of the story yet, but I certainly think that those two cars, when we know those two cars are coming together, there'll be as many versions of that as people who have seen the tape, and times that by the amount of people who have been in the car. So there's the Aston back out, the young driver AMR car, the 95, what car that Graham likes to call the Dane train. Now, what I didn't see, because I didn't get a chance to have a look at it in the pit lane, is what they've got on those cars. It's Danish Dynamite.
Told it's not right. That's not the way we do it. It's Dane train. That is the Dane train. I don't care how much money they're paying for the sticker.
Is Danish Dynamite a brand, is it?
Don't know. Let's hope not, otherwise I've just insulted a major sponsor, for which I obviously apologise.
Surely the Danish Railway Authority will put some money into it.
Christian Wilson, I think we may see Christian back next year in this car. He's certainly doing the European Le Mans Series in the GT3 spec GTC Aston Martin as well, with Casper Elgaard next year. Massive Motorsport, I think the team is called.
You'll see Casper back in top-level motorsport.
Yep.
Coming up to the 3-hour to-go mark in just over 11 minutes' time. And this is how it stands. Mike Conway leads over Mark Lieb in second place. Toyota from 2 Porsches, because 30 seconds further back from his teammate is the number 20. Just having got out of this car is Chris Nygaard. He's down in the pit lane with Louise. Once again, the 95 car still leading, even after the pit stop.
Christopher, back in now. You've got a lot of work to do.
Once again, please.
You've got a battle out there.
Yeah, saying it's hard, it's really tough. I'm going to say we're struggling a lot with tires. Just go down so fast, and yeah, saying maybe we made a wrong bet on the setup, but yeah, we keep fighting till the end. It's still a long race.
Are you looking at the other Aston?
What?
Are you looking at the 95 out there?
Yeah, we're always looking at the 95. That is the car we're battling against. Sure, the Ferrari looks strong here as well, so we were not expecting they would be so strong. But yeah, we're trying the best we can. We had a little setback with our stop and go, so it's hard work from here.
Thank you.
That's interesting, isn't it? As you know, Poulsen and the Dane train have done a great job. Interesting to hear again, though, even in the GT categories, tyres being talked about.
I think we're going to see that throughout. We just have to hope we don't get dramas with tyres, John, because that could throw another spanner in the works, couldn't it? Great to hear from Christopher. Christopher, of course, in the 95 car last year when they had their terribly difficult year, of course. Huge emotion around, in particular, the efforts of Christopher and Christian Poulsen. And I'd dearly like to have been aboard the 95 car this year.
Pedro Lamy plugged into the 98, and we've said, among many people having good years of racing this year, Pedro is certainly one of those. I think maybe one of his best racing years ever, and he's enjoying it so much. Mark Lee from second place on lap number 92 comes into the pitch. Jimmy Bruni, by the way, still leading GTE Pro, and he's just completed lap 82. Remember that 97 Aston was in now, what, 4 laps ago.
The key, though, is going to be the relative lap times as the stints actually wind out. And Stefan Mocco has been very quick in the Aston Martin since he's been out of the pits, of course, on fresh tyres. 2:02.4 last time around for Jimmy Bruni. Stefan Mocco into the 2 minutes and 2:01s.
Wow.
So if the pit stop times were similar as they were before, it will mean that Stefan Mocco will lead distance when they come back round.
Mark Lee getting out of that car, but he's not able to full stint the tyres again. This has been a regular feature. I think that'll change next year, Graham. I really do. I think you'll find that it's a brand new era for the regulations of the cars, but also the tyres. And we haven't perhaps spoken about that for Michelin at the sharp end of the field. The tyres are narrower, the cars have got more power, all 4 wheels are being driven more often, there's more torque there, and I just think next year we might see a different strategy on tyres from some of the major teams, and asking Michelin to give them something a little bit different.
Yep, indeed, and maybe not next year, but maybe the year after, as the number 88 car, not really a lot of room there through for the 47, but makes it through.
Yeah, and Bradley did very sensibly there, didn't push the envelope too far.
There's the lead battle in LMP2 now. 3 seconds is the gap to Mignani to Richard Bradley. That's why he was looking for a way through. You want to know another reason why this championship's different, John? I'll give you a reason. We've got the viewers, the listeners actually tweeting into it to us, and one of the guys rather cheekily, Nick Holland, who else?
Hello, Nick.
Tweeting in that perhaps double points for the last round might be a good idea. The response to that, which was black and white flag, came from race control.
Yeah. Yeah.
Warning, Nick, don't mess.
Well,
no.
It hasn't been required, has it?
Nowhere close.
We do, listen, we have double points in sports car racing. I understand why you would have double points for longer races. We have a race that's 4 times as long in Le Mans, it's double points. That makes perfect sense to me. It really does. And it's a race that has, frankly, more importance. We were talking, weren't we, on the radio last Wednesday, in fact, about the situation with the European Le Mans Series being a 5-race championship of 4 hours each, but it's effectively a 20-hour race championship because you can't afford to do badly in any one of those 4 lap
That's
stints.
exactly the point. Because it's such a short year in terms of the number of races, one bad result would have a dramatic effect. We're going to see that pass again here.
Yeah, this is Richard Bradley. He could have forced the issue there. He didn't. He made sure that the driver of the 88, which is Christian Reed as well, of course, who's an experienced driver, made sure he saw the very low, look how low a P2 car is, even alongside a Ferrari, which hardly sticks up in the wind like a country cottage in Shropshire. And, you know, we've said this before, these low-level P cars are very difficult to see in the mirrors.
They are indeed.
That's the battle, by the way. That's the gap between first and second. Here's the issue.
Go.
Here's the issue for Mediani. He knows what it's like to be passed by a P2 in a GT car. The Aston there staying across to the left, trying to let Mediani go. He didn't take the opportunity. That's cost him a little bit of time. And Richard Bradley, all of a sudden, has closed down from 3 seconds to something under 2. And he's got a great run coming out of 13. He'll go to the far right of the circuit now and beat the Aston in the braking area down into 14 and 15, which he does. He makes sure the Aston sees it, and all of a sudden it's game on at the head of the LMP2 field. Mediani versus Bradley.
Fantastic stuff, and again it's another class, another no-still battle. GT Pro, we've got it in LMP2, we've had it in LMP1. This is the time for cool heads for both these guys. The leader not overreacting to the pressure, the chaser not pushing it too hard. There's a lot to be lost here, an awful lot to be gained.
I think KCMG are in a cracking situation here, because Mediani doesn't have to beat Bradley. The 27 car doesn't have to beat the 47 car. Yes, it would be nice, Graham, to take a few extra points, 7 extra points to Sao Paulo in a few weeks' time, but it's not worth having the car going off the circuit or going into the pits to be fixed for.
Absolutely not at all. This is critical stuff for this lead car. They need to score as many points as possible to take advantage of the poor race so far that's happened and is unfolding for number 26. A minute down on its nearest contender, with the weakest driver at the moment in both cars, with Victor Scheito against Julien Canal. And what are we going to look at here?
That's a big lot.
Number 7, that's the lead car, Mike Conway.
Mike Conway just getting it round the Schumacher first corner here at Bahrain.
Go back to that battle in a moment. 1:46.2 meanwhile for Mark Lieb in pursuit of Andre Lotterer for third. That gap under 5 seconds now. We're back now to the LMP2 lead battle, as this really is game on. This is about as much damage as can be done to the chase from the 26 Ligier, which is the threat for the championship run for the 27 car.
And this is the number 20 of Timo Bernhard. Number 2 of Andre Lotterer. See, Audi and Porsche. And he will go through. I've got a mental block with those 2 sets of prototypes this year. Please, Audi or Porsche, can you paint your cars different colours? And having a 2 and a 20 and a 1 and a 14 doesn't help me either. Will it be 15 and 20 next year?
Look at this.
Here is Richard Bradley. This is the battle for the lead in LMP2 across the line. And this is so closely matched. Only at the very end of the straight does Mediani begin to think about going defensively and pulling over to the right-hand side.
He's done it. He's done it.
He's dragged through. That is a classic.
Beautifully done.
Classic class. That's 2 exactly the same engine cars, of course.
Now Mediani's going to have his thinking cap on, because through the pair of them comes the 14 Porsche. Would have been very easy to be kind of just blinded by your own battle and not be aware of the P1 car coming through. They both saw it. They both let it through. Away goes Mark Lieb in pursuit of Andre Lotterer.
Just going back to that pass there, that is a classic piece of drafting. Long straight, tight corner at the end of it. Thank you, Herman Tilke, for that.
And that is something that P2, the young guys coming from the single-seaters, can bring to the party. That's exactly where Richard Bradley's come from.
On board with the 4th place car. Now let's have a look up the road, see if we can see something that actually does look like an Audi. I think, is that the Audi just at the end of the straight? It is!
Yes, it is.
It is. There is the number 2 of Andre Lotterer. And that's under 3 seconds, I think. Into the pits, the Pro Speed 75 Porsche. Saw that at the show earlier on. Back out again now. The 75 car brought in by Emmanuel Collard. Manu, another driver, not in his first flush of youth, he'd admit that. Still loves his racing. Now, Aston versus 97 Aston versus 51 car, battling all the way through their last stint with Jimmy Bruni and Darren Turner, wasn't it? Now, Stefan Mucker's been in that car now for 7 laps.
He's taken 10 seconds out of the Ferrari, John, because he's a minute and 5 seconds back. There was a minute and 15 in the pits. He's taken 10 seconds out of the Ferrari.
Well, Jimmy Bruni is coming in, having done 7 laps more. He's in the pit lane now, but have those 7 laps been quick enough to hold on to the lead, or will Mucker drag by? It'll be Regon who goes past first, then Leeds, then Stefan Mucker. So as the 51 car is now in the pit lane, and there he is already. You can see the second driver jumping in there. Jimmy Brady jumping out, and Tony Vilander getting in virtually before his teammate had jumped out there. It's very funny.
Leeds goes through.
So Regon's gone through.
Regon's gone through. We wait now for Stefan Mucker.
His lap times have been brilliant, Mucker. I wonder if the cooler circuit temperatures are just helping the Aston a little bit. Well, he's down, he's gone. Where's the Aston?
The Aston will be with us any second now.
Fortunately, the Ferrari is there. He goes. There he goes. Mucker's gone through. Mucker's gone through. And when we see turn number 1 and the Ferrari coming out of the pit lane, we will see that Mucker has jumped them in the pits.
Mucker is through turn 1 before Tony Vilander can get off the speed limiter, so it is going to be 10 seconds or more.
Wow. But the Aston has got that earlier pit stop, and that was 7 laps the difference last time. 7 laps. That's big. That's really big, particularly when you're talking about a 6-hour race. If you can, it's no good if you save half a pit stop. You've got to save a full one. There is some advantage if you need a splash at the end of being stationary for less amount of time.
But usually not enough.
No, that's true.
Because
we've got a real battle here, mate.
Oh, it's fantastic.
And don't count the Porsches out, particularly
No.
Particularly not the 92 car.
No, we have 3 hours, all but 1 minute, John, where literally anything could happen.
So Mike Conway leads by around just over a minute, I think, at the moment, the last time that they came through. It's 45 seconds between Bernhard and Andre Lotterer now in second place. Mark Lieb is right with the Audi.
That's Lieb now on screen, trying to hunt down Andre Lotterer.
Has hunted, but not downed yet.
Absolutely. Like a cheater on a gazelle, but can he get it by the throat?
Through turn number 10, climbing the hill again. It's 46.5 seconds, my apologies, between the leader, Mike Conway, the 7 Toyota TS040 and the 919 hybrid Porsche Timo Bernhard. And less than a second for this battle for third position, Andre Lotterer and Mark Lee. And remember, at the head of the field, all is not as it seems if you're watching timing and scoring on the FIA WEC app or on the timing pages, because we've got the 7, the 20 who are on different strategies from the 2 and the 14 in terms of their pit stops.
When we get back to LMP2 in a little while, I'll show a little bit of that. That's a very important move to just see. Really? Very, very important move for the LMP2 Championship.
Well, this is also potentially good news for Toyota and their battle for the Manufacturers' Championship, as Mark Lieb might be taking a couple of points away from Audi and their championship hopes. Only Audi, since the revival of the FIA World Endurance Championship, have won a world championship. It's cycled between their 2 cars and their 2 sets of drivers, and they've always won the manufacturer's crown. That could well change this year. And at the moment, Audi are hanging on by the skin of their teeth to their, I'm sure they must think is their championship. Le Mans winners in 2014, and without that victory there would not be a battle in this championship now. It's not been the banner year that Audi were hoping. The decisions made at the beginning of the year, Nick Damon, our Formula 1 correspondent at RadioLeMans.com, always says changes of regulations. People make decisions, they have to make them early, and sometimes they get them right, sometimes they get them wrong. Audi may not have got them wrong, but they haven't certainly got them as right as Porsche and Toyota. And Mark Lieb now has target acquired, coming down to 14 and 15. Couple of dabs on the brakes from the Prey, which is Andre Lotter, and it's not very often we've said that in Lotter's sports car career, that he's been the hunted. And the 919 pulls out, hits the go button, and the extra 4 megajoules of hybrid power brings him alongside. Can he get into the braking area first, into the Schumacher first corner? He can, and there is a change of position. Mark Lieb and the number 14 Porsche up into 3rd position.
Wow.
It's just about how quick that Porsche gets up to its top speed. He didn't double boost there either, you know, Graham.
No,
that was boost to get alongside. The Audi actually then pulls half a car length back in the last third of the straight, but he's already in position for the corner.
Porsche looking very impressive indeed here this weekend. This has been a breakthrough race, I think, for them.
Well, getting both cars home on the podium would be massive for them.
The development cycle coming on strong now. The car's past the 37 car.
Full dark outside, our cameras and the lights making it, well, all right, off the circuit, it's full dark. Our cameras and the lights making it look pretty decent out there. Indeed, on the track it is. Let's head down to Darren Turner.
I was just saying, that was so close. That Ferrari pit stop is exactly how you wanted it to play out.
Well, yeah, it's looking like it's going in their advantage at the moment. The pace between the two cars is pretty much identical. I had a great battle with Bruni then. It was good fun. He did a great move into turn 1 as I was trying to get past the Porsche, but it's looking like we're going to have to do one extra stop just because the way we are running with the fuel, we're not able to do just the normal sort of five stops. So at the moment, it's looking possibly like it's in our advantage, but in reality, it's going to swing back the other way as we get towards the end of the race. So unless we can really break them now and build up a big enough gap, it's going to be a fairly tall order to jump them for the sort of top step.
And everyone's talking about tyres.
Yeah, it's a normal thing at a circuit like this. It's an aggressive circuit, and we're just trying to manage how the tyres are going off during the stint. I mean, the Michelin tyre's been fantastic, but you can only do so much over an hour's running, so you know, every driver's having the same thing. You know, just have to be careful at the beginning to look after it over the whole duration of a stint.
While Darren's talking about that, the number 71 car, second at the moment in GT Pro, as it pitted, is on its way. That puts Stefan Locker back up into 2nd place. 18 seconds off the lead, catching the Porsche ahead about a couple of seconds lap. At the moment, outpacing Tony Verlander. So he's putting out that lead, but not nearly at the kind of rate he's going to need to do to fill the gap that Darren's describing, John.
So 8 minutes past the half, and Toyota have it by 47.5 seconds. There's less than 30 seconds between the two Porsches. Audi in 3rd, 47, 27 and 35. KCMG from SMP and Oak in the P2 category. Then AF Corsa from Porsche and Aston. And Aston still leading the GTE AM category. Just the one car out on the first lap. Gearbox problems taking the CLM chassis of the Lotus team out. Pierre Caffe not completing the first lap. And if you're wondering why Toyota number 8 all the way down there. A very long pit stop for Anthony Davidson. A slightly shorter one after that. 30 minutes. And 3.5 minutes, near enough. That was because of an alternator issue which seems to have been fixed. Mike Conway leads the motor race. So back at the start of the race, sunshine. A few drops of rain, believe it or not, and some VIPs on the grid as Alan McNish explained sports car racing to Fernando Alonso. Hopes were high from all of the major manufacturers up and down the grid. At the start, Pullman, Romain Dumas got away, used the Porsche hybrid power, followed through by Brendan Hartley into second place, and for once the Toyota's slightly jumped, with the Audi number 2 coming through, briefly at least, into third place, just spinning up the rear wheels and allowing the front row starting Toyota back into third. Behind are coming together between the Ligier G drive and the SMP racing car, all happening behind Nick Manassian, who was already in the lead in the 27 P2 car. In GTs it was no less frantic, with Jimmy Bruni jumping off and away, and the 51 car would lead from early on.
From the end of the pit lane.
Porsche, Toyota battling, Audi staying close as well in the early running. Well, halfway around that lap, a wishbone problem takes the 26 out, and the gearbox issue for the number 9. Great racing at the front of the field, with all of the Toyota garage enjoying that overtake. Full course yellow for debris removal brought some but not all of the cars in. And we went back to green flag racing. Problem for the SMP racing car number 37 that lost its front bodywork, possibly as a result of that contact early on. But the big story of the race, the championship leader, Anthony Davison, just having got into the 8 car, alternator problem that sidelined them for nearly half an hour. So a second stop for them in the GTE AM. It's the Dane train, the 95 car, once again to the fore. And great battling between old rivals, Porsche, Aston Martin, Ferrari, all being at the head of the field in GT Pro at one stage. And it's too much even for the old head of Olaf Manthey. Championship repercussions for this pass. Richard Bradley goes to the lead of LMP2 and pushes Maurizio Mediani, leading the LMP2 championship, down into second place. Not a great race for everybody. Mike Conway making a small mistake.
Well, a small mistake for Mike Conway, but this is a heck of a calling card, isn't it, for that prospective full-season drive that's up for grabs, if you like, with Toyota Motorsports. It's been a good stint, 50 seconds to the good over the number 20 Porsche, Timo Bernhard. 147.5 last time around for Mike, 149s for Bernhard. 146 is for Mark Lee, who's a further 40 seconds back. So looking good for number 7, but looking very good as well for Porsche just a moment. On board there with Mike, almost VMAX. Bahrain trim at least.
Well, let's have a listen in and find out what Mike is telling Mathieu Lenel, or is it the other way around?
7 rear tyres, start to be a bit on the edge.
Ah, well, that was Mathieu Lenel telling Mike that his rear tyres were a bit on the edge. What's that mean exactly?
Meantime, hit 2, by the way, the 27 car we saw at the back was pitted. To Mediani.
It's a good run by him, you know.
Very good run by him.
Richard Bradley's a real star in the making, though, isn't he? You know, we've talked about some of the other big names, the likes of the Conways, the Brendan Hartleys, the guys who've come up. Richard Bradley's done it. He's done it a little bit more quietly. He's in the pit lane now from the lead of LMP2, by the way, but no less impressively.
No, Sega's lobbing, by the way, leaves the pit to Morgan 37. As we stick with the number 7. One light, one red light on the side. Denoting first position, of course.
Yeah, it's only Anthony Davison who's letting the side down here. We have all of the red cars, which are the P1s, all of the blue cars from all of the green cars, and all of the orange cars. Those are the colours. Ah, no, we have a 99 liquid Dow car that's out of filter as well. Everybody on the front page of timing is quite sorted out.
Stefan Mucker, meanwhile, is still hammering away, closing down now the gap to Richard Leitz. 12 seconds now for the lead in GTE Pro, but the gap we really need to be looking at is the gap between himself and Tony Verlander. That's about 13, nearly 14 seconds. That's about 40 seconds short of what it needs to be for them to have really any hope of getting in for that final stop if the race stays great.
Remember what I said at 3.5 hours to go? And I still think that the 14 cars got a chance.
Yep. you still think the 14 car's got a chance.
Neil Jardy's not been in that car yet.
He's not, and he's been absolutely rocket ship fast.
They're leaving him till it's potentially the coolest out there.
Big Foo with Louis Beckham just had a quick look at the garage. You'll see the kind of wide basket they keep in the back of the garage this weekend for Neil Jardy. They'll keep him there, prod him with a pointed stick now and again. And then finally unleash him, McNish-like, into the Porsche. He has been unbelievable this weekend. Seconds faster than anybody else in, let's face it, what is not exactly a top-free field. Like what it is about Neil Jardy and this circuit, I don't know, but certainly it's lit the fire. I believe he was quickest man last time up as well in that car. Shanghai. Through goes the number 1 car, Tom Christensen.
Look at that down into turn 1. Haven't seen too much of the Rebellions. They look great here.
I'm about to say, at the moment, on the last lap, that's Nick Heidfeld put that car. He's at pace the Audi. In fact, well, almost on the pace of Andre Lotterer in the 2 Audi, but quicker than Tom Christensen managed all the people that are in the traffic. That's quick stuff at the moment from the number 12 Rebellion. 1:49.3. 4 laps down, I'm afraid, to the leaders. But Nick Heidfeld squeezing the very best out of the very pretty red and white Rebellion R1 team. I
do hope they do come back.
Oh, they're
next
coming.
year.
They'll be back. Just exactly how they'll be back remains to be seen. We're promised that things are beginning to slot together for the Rebellion campaign, but we'll...
Such a brilliant project for a private team to design, build, test and bring their cars to this World Championship.
Yep. Great looking car, great sounding car. It just needs to be faster.
And that's, I mean, they've designed the car to the regulations, though, mate.
Yep.
Right, Heidfeld with another fastest first sector, 49.5 last time around.
We're waiting, I think, any moment now, as we look at the Inzota garage, for the GT Pro leading Porsche is due in now.
And another lock up there for Mike Conway. Now, that's not the same one. That's not the same one. That's the rear. That's rear tyres locking up. Bit of front and a bit of rear lockage. Leading Porsche in GT Pro into the pitch, Richard Leeds.
This will give Stefan Mucker the lead. We stay on board with the number 2 Audi is Andre Lotterer, doing what he can to stay with the Porsches ahead. This is going to be about, John, isn't it? Just being as close as you possibly can as we're now with the number 91 Porsche on pit lane. Tear-off comes off the windscreen.
Need to see who's in the lead in 3 minutes' time. In the Pro, because they're the people who have the advantage. I think Mucker will have had to make it stop by then, and that's the issue. In the minute comes the lead Audi. This is the number 2 car, Andre Lotterer. Almost silently, the diesel ghost whispers down the pit lane. End of an era for WEC and Audi. Could still happen. Could turn it around. It would be the most extraordinary story.
If it happens, Sean, we're going to leave this commentary box exhausted. Here comes the number 8 car. Laps and laps and laps down, I'm afraid. And the last runner,
Davidson getting out.
Seb Bohemian. This is now about just getting it home for manufacturers' points in this race. They can do that.
Pretty much wrapped up in the driver's title.
Realistically, yes, unless massive drama for the 3 leading cars at the moment.
The 2 Audi is the better place to in the championship.
There is, of course, the other scenario, which has only just occurred to me, which is even if there is massive drama with 3 cars ahead of them, they would have to be further delayed than the 8 car, because if they DNF, the 8 car will actually get enough points anyway.
Yes, true. Yeah, 20-minute problem.
Yes, correct. For all 3 cars.
And you've got to think there that if that happens to the 7 Toyota, they would just leave that in there. And you see, they don't want to. They want the manufacturer's points.
They do.
Out goes Andre Lotterer. Did he stay in that car? Yes, he did. Through goes Mike Conway, and we'll pick another lap, I think, on the Audi.
Okay, we're good for one more lap.
Right, just going to turn one now.
Mike has been told to push. Mike has been told here to do what he can to gap the Porsches. They can see the threat.
I think they've seen what I saw a little while ago in that, and hello, look at this. 2 goes past 1.
That's the correct order for the championship positions, of course, and that has 0 impact on the manufacturer's positions.
Yeah, but that's also a car with much younger tyres going past Tom Christensen there, so no need for him to hold him up. He's got, and we've seen, haven't we, how quick the Audis can be in the first 5 or 6 laps of their stint. So Tom not getting in the way there is exactly the right thing to do.
Absolutely correct.
And then the favour has to be returned when Tom hands the car over and he comes out somewhere near his teammates. If you're, relatively speaking, not as quick because you're on a different part of your tyre strategy, you do not want to hold the other car up. And that's what I said about working together instead of fighting each other as they were fighting for position last time we saw these 2 cars.
After watching these 2 cars down the start finish, the quick GTM report when it was going to make a little while ago and forgot, I can tell you, which is, I'm pretty certain that Milan has gone back on the lead lap.
Box for driver change for Steph.
Stefan Sarazan then about to get in the number 7 car. A man who has recently stood on the podium on his birthday. Won 2 rallies, including the Tour, of course. And decided to stay in the Tour. There you go. It's not a bad couple of weeks for Sarazan. In the pit lane then comes the leading car as Andre Lotterer. Very quick in the first and second.
Remember, he holds the fastest lap as we see Mike Conway getting ready to disembark.
And he'll bail out.
Door open.
Of the left-hand side.
Good stint there from Mike.
Oh, that's very good.
Oh,
just on our screen. Totally taken. Pit stop infringement. 37 car. Touching the car, working the condition, not having their goggles on, or something similar.
Well, already that pit stop saw the 26 car, okay. There's a different pit strategy going ahead into 3rd position, but that might actually be, again, more drama. It's beginning to get a lot more mathematically possible here for the 26 car that looks, frankly. How ironic would that be if it was a pit stop penalty for the sister car that handed back the opportunity to the 26 to get onto terms, championship terms, in the last race with 27. It's beginning to look mathematically possible if all 4 cars finish.
We are going to have a matrix of immense proportions stuck on the concrete box wall in Sao Paulo. Jörg Bergmeister does a 2:01.0 in the number 91 Porsche. All of a sudden, the GT cars are coming into their own. Let's find out what Anthony Davidson has to say about his look.
Well, Anthony, you don't seem too fed up from that.
No,
Is that your brain face?
Yeah, I mean, it's like I was saying to a few people before the race, you know, we haven't had a mechanical failure all year. So, law of averages means that it had to happen sooner or later. Just a bit of a shame it was today. But as it stands at the moment, if it finishes like it is, we would still be champions and drivers, but obviously for the team it's a big blow. So yeah, disappointment all round really. Not the way, if we do win it, not the way we wanted to win it. We wanted to win the race today. And we were leading when the car failed, so like I say, that's racing, and that's 6-hour racing as well. That's what endurance is all about, getting it to the end. So lots of people congratulated me before the race even started today that I'll be world champion, and just goes to show you can never be too sure in motor racing.
Thank you.
Well, Ant's been very ant about it, wasn't he? It's don't count your chickens as the 20 car rolls down pit lane from the lead to the penalty. Stefan Sarazan on his outlap in the number 7 Toyota, which will be technically less exactly what we saw last time. Timo out of the 20 and climbing aboard is, as we said before, the most expensive Porsche approved part currently. Nothing wrong with that. He's been a great ambassador in this effort, and with the Twitter banter that's been going on with some of his ex-Formula colleagues. Unmistakable growl of a GTE engine, and that is Christian Poulsen just out of the pits in the leading GTE ARM car, and once again that 95 car was going out without this car. The 98 of Pedro Lamy getting by it. Oh no, that's in fact is the 97 going through, isn't it? That's Stefan Mucker with Tony Wielander. No, that was indeed Pedro Lamy.
All right, I'll go back to my first thought then. So they're battling. The number 1 Audi coming through, Tom Christensen coming through the GT traffic. It's another 1-2 though for Aston Martin in the GT AM category as it stands at the moment, but it's very close between Pedro and Bertolini, and they've swapped around.
Exactly right. That's exactly why the guys actually showed us that battle, because that had closed right up whilst we were watching the lead car. These guys were swapping places, and the Ferrari back through into second position. So for the first time in quite a while, we've got not an Aston Martin 1-2. Very Bertolini with the 81 car. Just making his way by and trying to get some gappage on.
Don't block him out. Was that Richard Bradley?
That's
Mark Howson then.
No, Matt Howson.
No, that's Mark Howson. Before he takes on his post office. Hello, Mark. Former DSC
hang
staff.
on a minute. We've got a Porsche there with one headlamp not showing. There's a works Porsche with one headlamp not showing.
That will be the 91 car, I think. Yep.
It is the 91 car.
That'll have to be fixed next time around, I think. Next time into the pits. 2 minutes flat for James Collado.
It's just relit itself. It's a self-generating headlamp filament brought to you by those geniuses at Porsche.
It's flashing in like Billy at the moment, so it might only be on high beam.
Oh, it is. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Off again.
So look at this. Here is where the Lamy was ahead across the line.
A long way ahead across the line.
But look at the Ferrari dragging up behind him as Bertolini dives down the inside, and Pedro had no response to that there.
Wow. Great move.
I thought he was ahead when he went across the line. I thought, all right, that was a pretty decent move. It's great to see Aston Martin racing and the V8s continuing to be such a force.
Absolutely. It's a very different V8 from the one we see ahead now. Screamer plays a rumbler. Both very nice notes to hear. And then there's WC Orchestra.
Then there's the flat 6. 4 litres of flat 6 now, of course, in the 91 of Jorg Bergmeister, the fastest first sector for Jorg. He's up in behind this battle here, and they want to get by as quickly as possible. He's giving it a bit of flat. You're right about that headlight, mate. It is definitely off. I think what happens is when he flashes it, it goes off and then comes back on again. Ooh, very close to the back of that Aston. Didn't lift though. Look at the Aston pulling away.
There's a lap down on him.
That's an AM car as well.
It is. Not an AM driver though, Pedro Lamy.
No.
One of the standout talents again this year.
Now all Pedro can see behind him is a Porsche. And Pedro, you know, he's a racer. He's trying to stay up with that Ferrari ahead of him. He's on tyres that I would think are past their best now. And as you can see, since we equalised the ages of the cars in GT Pro Am, remember when we first started off with AM, you had to have a car that was at least in a year-old spec. That's not the case anymore. Hasn't been for a couple of seasons.
No, it's been great stuff this year in particular, particularly with some of the talent that the GTM guys have actually managed to field here. Pedro Lamy, principal amongst them, but Andre Bertolini ahead of him too.
And Pedro thinking, why is there a motorcycle behind me? That's the fastest pizza delivery I've ever seen. And now your Burmeister gets down the inside after a lap and a bit.
Of course, pit perch. Number crunching, I'm sure. And what that number crunching will show is that Stefan Mucke is pulling away from Tony Verlander, the lead of GTE Pro, but not quickly enough to make that difference for the splash and dash. And Darren Soder was telling us the team, if this race runs full green, no, they're going to need to take. Overall, meanwhile, Stefan Sarrazin is just eking out a bit more advantage over Mark Lieb. 13.7 seconds now the overall gap, with Mark Webber now aboard the number 20 after that last pit stop, and a further 42 seconds back. So the top three separated by just under a minute. With the fourth place car, the first of the Audis, another 47 seconds back after that. So this is not looking like it's going to happen for Audi to keep the championship open to the wire. Very well hard working this year, the Aston Martin racing guys. And, with 4 cars, it's a huge logistical challenge for John Gore, Dan Sayers and the boys and girls. It looks like being rewarded with one championship win, but not the one that perhaps they coveted, GTE Pro one. Aston Martin, as a result of the result last time out, are now the manufacturer. Happy birthday. You enjoyed that. So it's happy birthday to Aston Martin Racing. I'm trying to remember his name, just tweeted out earlier. But become the manufacturer with most wins in the WEC's 23 race history now, 16 class wins. Very lovely Andy Blackmore liveried 88 Proton Porsche. Now, correcting ourselves from what we'd said before, John, because with thanks to Gary Watkins of Autosport and to John Lekeis pointing out that something I didn't know, which is this is not the car they raced up to Le Mans.
No, we found this out at Shanghai. And went and checked the chassis number.
This is Proton took the option of keeping the younger car. This is the car that Dempsey Proton raced at Le Mans. They kept hold of this one, that became the 88. The car that used to be 88 is now the Pro Speed car, the 75 car, and of course they replaced their older Porsche, the 997 GT3 RSR, after Le Mans 24 hours. Porsche, Mark Lieb, he is losing time to Stefan Sarrazin, so the total ahead must be the number 8, Sebastian Buemi.
Just look at the car through the S's. And look how much these, even the prototypes, are taking the curves here.
now from Webber, Lotterer, Christensen, and the two Rebellions with the number 8 car way down the field after that half-an-hour delay for the alternator problem. Said, it does look as if the safety car gets to the finish. The championship will be theirs. The Drivers' Championship will be theirs, but not the way they'd want to win it. Currently sitting in 26th position. But, just for those of you that will stick with us for podium ceremonies, of course they won't appear on the podium, despite being confirmed as champions.
Yes, good point. And that is clearly one of the issues, as Louise tells us, that Anthony is a bit cheesed off about. Oh, food. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? There's still 2 hours and 24 minutes to potentially get some food up here.
Changed again. Heard, by the way, from Ingolstadt that after the retirement of Alan McNish, they found that the Tizer, an oat brew supplement that Alan actually preferred, caused a few problems in terms of the. It's a bit of degradation of the system there. So they've tried to change that across to Dandelion and Burdock this year.
Outside of the UK, look it up. Bringing the car in. It's a good run by Audi, but isn't it interesting? Just showing how much things have moved on.
Yeah, I'm afraid so. And it was we talked about this before, John. It was a conservative call from Audi this year. And in some ways, I think taking the same kind of gamble that Rebellion Racing took, hoping that a conservative strategy would play well, whilst others took the risk of relying on pushing the technology envelope rather, and it's not worked. Out goes the number 1 car. Loic Duval now at the wheel. Stefan Bucket meanwhile is pitted in the lead. 97. Here he comes now. Yeah, 97 on the side, the 2 black stripes, those experimental solar panels atop the car. Stefan out, Darren in. And the push will continue. Number 51 in the hands of Tony Verlander goes through. Quite some impact on that lead. Something like 15-16 seconds before pitting. Here's another championship pendulum swinging the way of another car. This time it's the 51 car, the Ferrari. The car that needed to be ahead of it in championship terms. The 92 Porsche at the moment, that's not going to happen either. 51 leads the train, 92 is 5th. So again back to, with the pit stop, Ferrari 1-2. Okay. Praise here to heap on the 71 crew. Their year has been coming together beautifully as the Audi goes through at very high speed past the 2 LMGTE cars as if they're standing still. Power out of the corners, plunge of these hybrids is otherworldly. Yes, this is where mixed class racing, John, comes into its own, because when you see high-powered race cars racing against other very high-powered race cars, it dumbs it down, don't you think? It doesn't look difficult, it doesn't look... This makes it look what it is, which is bending the laws of physics.
know, the thing is that everybody is having to deal with being overtaken or overtaking every lap. When you have a set of cars that are all built to the same specifications, it's not anything to do with the guys who compete in it. But effectively, if all the cars are built the same, then ultimately you'll line them up at the start of the race in the order that they're qualified, and they'll spread out.
Yep.
And until you start hitting back markers, however long that is, because of however long the performance difference is between front and back and grid, then really, strictly speaking, it's not going to be. I always wonder why people worry about this, and I think it was Jonathan Brown that says, if you line them up in the order that they qualified, why are you surprised that they're spread out over an hour? And he's absolutely right. And, you know, any form of racing where that happens, where the regulations are so tight that effectively you either are a spec championship or you look very like a spec championship. Then obviously if you build some tactics into the pit stops, then you can change the game there. But otherwise, you're watching people spread out. What we have here is two different things. From my point of view, the reason I like it is different answers to the same questions. Cars in all three classes, or four classes effectively, that have different answers. Front engine, rear engine, mid engine in GTE. Pro and ARM categories add a bit of spice as well. In P2, different chassis, more different engine manufacturers. It's been a Nissan benefit, but that's not legislated. That's just because Nissan have built a better mousetrap. And at the head of the field, you've got, from next year, 4 major manufacturers, all of whom have different ideas about this set of regulations that the ACO have written. Now, whatever anybody thinks about the ACO, I tend to think that over the years they've done a pretty good job in looking after sports car racing. What we've got is 4 different answers to the same questions from 4 different manufacturers who are spending their marketing pounds, euros, whatever, yen, in supporting it. And that's big numbers, by the way, because they feel it suits their marketing purposes, where one answer might not. You just cut down the amount of people and the constituency that you can draw.
And if you think John's overstating the 4 different answers to the same question, just wait and see what it is we're going to see that Nissan bring to this party. It's going to be a banner year for sports cars again next year, and you know, at a time when motorsport worldwide is struggling, this is a very bright light, no pun intended here under the floodlights at the Sakhir circuit in Bahrain, but it's a very bright light here, and lots of very happy faces at just about every level of this championship and in other championships around the world, where you can bring all those things to the party, and you can see how technology makes a difference. You can see, you know, basically how driver skill makes these things stand out between the pro-am cars and the pro cars, and it's a wonderful thing to behold. It's a place to be part of it.
Backwards from that 91 car, disappearing the road very, very quickly. Now here is the battle then between Porsche and Aston Martin, with Darren Turner closing him down. And don't forget there was a difference in the pit stops, Graham.
Well, the difference in the pit stops, I can only think they slightly short-filled that, because it's a 6-second quicker pit stop from the Aston Martin guys last year. So I guess in some ways that makes sense, because they're looking for track position. They've got to make a stop anywhere at the end. Actually, they don't have to fully fill the car. So they could be looking for some answers here on track position. They came through in 69 seconds last time, as opposed to the 74, 75 previously. The gap after that stop to Tony Verlander is about 52 seconds, which means that the gap when the change comes, if it happened now, would be, what is that, 23 seconds. So getting on towards half of what they would need with 2 hours and 16 minutes of racing to go. It begins to swing again, this pendulum. We're not there yet, but we're not a million miles away from it either. As the number 37 car, this is Anton Ledingin, is about to go by Keiko Ihara for 3rd place in LMP2.
Yeah. And
And again, a pendulum swings.
This is a major drive back by the 37 car, which remember lost 3 laps at the start of the race, and the 26 car has done the same. Oh, that's how much quicker these cars are than the cars ahead of them.
And Keiko having none of that. This is for position. She's got no reason to pull over and let the guy go. This is for position. Off the track goes Anton Nadigan, back on. No harm done. Looking to get the drag down the back straight before we get onto the final turn and the start-finish straight. Is he going to let her go? Is she going to let him go here?
Yeah,
she does.
Had to. And you know what? I never thought I'd see... he's gone wide, and was there a little side swipe there, unintentional. Well, that was decent driving by O'Hara there.
She did the right thing there.
No, back out of it, let the guy run too long into the corner, and that is 3rd position back.
You can flash the lights all you like.
This is a battle for position.
Position up here, not on the track. I'm afraid you've got that right to expect the other car to let you get away with it. Calm down, Anton, and get the job done. Well done, Keiko O'Hara there. Heads up stuff. Meanwhile, 97 is with the number 91 car. This is for position. That position changes now.
Wow.
That is Darren Turner back up to 3rd.
Yeah, this is really important about the battle with Tony Vilander, don't forget. This is all about the battle with the 51 car, who's up the road.
20 seconds.
They cannot afford to lose time to that car if they've got any chance at all of making this strategy with the extra pit stop work.
He is going to take chunks of time out on every single lap out of that Ferrari if they've got any hope at all of getting into a position where they can take that splash of fuel and be in contention right at the end of this race, and it will be right at the end of this race.
You might have just hit on something actually that you were talking about there. I wonder if they've realised they'd absolutely need a splash of fuel.
Yes, they have, because Darren said that, yeah.
Okay, so what they've decided to do is to equalise the pit stops
Correct.
to keep track position.
Correct.
And keep them ahead of the car that they're
that's
racing.
Exactly what they've done.
That's brave. And you've got to get your calculations right.
Well, the great
also means the car's running lighter at the end.
The great thing from Aston Martin's point of view, they've got little to lose other than a race here. They're not in championship contention, they're not in manufacturer's championship contention with that car. Therefore, all they can do is actually take a risky strategy in a position where they're not leading, as the 37 car makes that move stick this time around. A full lap it's taken him to do it. But all they can really do here is deliver their strategic brilliance and see whether or not they can come home with the win. And a smile on the face, take them to the last race looking well.
Let's have a word with Mike Convey. He's had an eventful race, hasn't he? A couple of run-ons at the first corner. Down at the Schumacher first turn, Louise Beckett has gone down to the Toyota garage to find out what's been going on.
Mike, you've had time to take stock of your stint. It seems to be struggling with tyres at the end there.
Yeah, well, the end stint wasn't too bad, just the first one. We seemed to be just picking up a lot of pickup, and at the start when the tyres are new, if you're battling offline a lot, it just seemed to really struggle to get rid of the marbles. So it was a tough first stint. The second stint was not too bad. We kept on top of the marbles a lot better, and seemed to be a lot more consistent. So it seemed to pull out the gap a little bit in the second stint there. But yeah, it's always hard on tyres around here, and close battle with Porsche still. And,
you just said to me, still 2 hours, a long way to go.
Yeah, you know, you think you've done quite a lot already, 4 hours, but still 2 hours, 12 minutes. So a lot can go on from here, and hopefully we can extend our lead. But unfortunately, the number 8 car had the issue there, but fingers crossed for us.
Meantime, Mark Lee is in the pit lane for the second place Porsche.
Next time we get a chance to talk about P2, perhaps we watch the Porsche out the window here, but watch the number 7 car. This is Steven Sarazan. There you go. There goes the change, and this is Niliani, I think, making his first appearance. There's, I think, a potentially quite extraordinary combination of possibilities for LMP2, which could mean the championship is decided by pole position in the final race.
That'll make it
well, it will, because you've got a new, potentially very quick car that could set pole, but will not gain the point. So it could be that nobody gets the point for pole position. The Straka Dome could play a part here. away goes Johnny. And it is Johnny, we should be saying, isn't it? Pedro Lamy is just fuel stop, I think, on that time around. Very quick stop indeed. The 98 there, clearly looking for track position. Lamy trying to attack Andrea Bertolini. Is the number 7 car. Yes, here's Stefan Sarrazin trying to put a lap on the Audi ahead. Now, if we're going to see an attacking drive in this class, it's going to happen now, John, and it's going to happen with Neil Jani in the wheel of the number 14 car. He has been far and away the fastest driver of the race so far. Still aboard, though, that is the number 2 Audi as the 7 Toyota makes its way by. Sarrazin powers off, opens up the gap. This is going to feel very much like the second half of the season has felt for the Audi guys. No real answer, I'm afraid, to the power of the Toyotas and the Porsches for that matter. Frustrating 2 or 3 races for anybody with 4 rings on their overalls.
And yet, you know, they've still just buckled down and racked out these results, which any other season, you know, might have been enough. They didn't get the results in the first part of the season. Remember Silverstone, 2 cars off the circuit?
Yes, indeed. It's been a very tricky season for them, hasn't it? Neil Jani now onto his first flight lap in this stint. 2 hours 9 minutes to go this race. 3rd position for the number 14 car, chasing Mark Webber. 41 seconds is the gap. 1:48 was the last lap for the Australian. What can the Swiss do in reply to that? And to a stop in pit lane comes the number 12 car. This is Nick Heidfeld. Great stint from Nick Heidfeld. Consistent 1:49s at one point as they dispense with one of the tear-offs. These windscreens assembled with the tear-offs on. Meanwhile, on to his lap 126.
So 2 hours and 8 minutes to go. 8 minutes to find out who wins GTE Pro, I reckon. It's going to be close, you know. It's going to be really close.
2 seconds out of the time put in by both of the Ferraris ahead. The gap is 46 seconds from the leader, Villander, to 3rd place Turner, in a situation where a full pit stop for Ferrari is a minute and 15 seconds. They need an advantage of something like 50 seconds, 45 to 50 seconds, and they're getting up to around 30 of that. This is a hell of a chase, John.
And we won't know until the end.
Nope.
Something, I think, almost illicit about racing cars in the evening hours. Now, this is not the dark. It would be even better if it was dark, but I understand what if it was dark. We'd really get these pictures, would we?
Just goes to show. Sports cars look great in the daylight. They look even fantastic at night.
Goes through. Jeff Siegel comes through rather I had to do that once. Jeff Siegel chasing.
You got caught first.
It was me. It was Jeff Siegel is in the 61 car.
Impressive stuff from Jeff in this car.
You know, Jeff again is another one of these unsung heroes. This was the 90 car early in the season, hence the orange livery. Jeff's popped up a few times, and obviously I've seen him racing in the States, as have you, Graham. And these are very, very nice cars to race. And certainly the specification of the GTE cars appeals very much to the non-pro driver. And this is the battle, by the way. The 90 car is ahead, sliding all over the place with Gianluca Roda in it. And so the 90 car that was orange and is now not is being chased by the 61 car, which was it. And that's a big, big, big lock-up by Gianluca Roda down into 10. And that was all the way into that corner. He trail brake right to the apex there. And that will not have done his tyres any good at all. So the car ahead used to be the 61, that was last year's 51. Now is the 90, the car behind was the 90, is now the 61. I'm asking questions, I've written that down here. And Jeff Siegel has driven the orange car twice, once as a number 90 and once as a 51.
A 61.
61, excuse me.
Once or twice as a 90?
Twice as a 90, you're right, yeah.
He did the Fuji race, didn't he, as well?
Yeah, Coulter and Fuji.
Pit stop, meanwhile, for Anton Ladigan while we're talking about this.
Yes, and it was at the Shanghai race that the 90 became red.
Yes, correct.
The younger chassis. Well, the older chassis at the moment is the one with the pace. No different headlight arrangement as well in the red, white and green car with the extra driving lights. Actually, it looks like the 90's got them as well. It's just Jeff hasn't got them switched on at the moment. Hardly necessary. And remember, this is only 50% of the lights that Formula 1 use.
Absolutely.
I've said it before, I'll say it again. Cars racing under lights look great. The colours pop, the decals pop. I love watching NASCAR under lights, Formula 1. Motorbikes look like a video game under lights. And that all happens in this part of the world, of course. Certainly the motorbikes do. How long is it, I wonder, before we have a super speedway built out in this neck of the woods? Now, this battle is about to be joined by the 95 Aston Martin, and is that Bertolini right in behind him?
No, it can't be. He's 25 seconds back on Poulsen, but owes us a stop.
Right. Is that the Dane train coming in there? Hard to pick out.
It is the 99 Pro car.
It's the Pro car who's off kilter. Greens. I can see now through the headlights the green side number plate. Just for good measure, now we have 3 out of 4 categories together. Can we have a P2 car in there? So we've got everybody. Ooh, there's the 14 going through with Andre Lottevet. Pushing hard.
Making his way through that gaggle of cars. Pretty efficiently and effectively. Seconds out of the lead of Tony Verlander, this time from Darren Turner. 39, just under 40 seconds as the 27 car is on pit lane. And I'm going to offer John the little theory here, because I think this is potentially going to set up an epic final round. The way the points stand at the moment in LMP. Oh, that was
contact, and the 90 loses the position for Gianluca Roda, thanks to Alec McDowell, who has turned around the 90 car, got himself up on the curbs with nowhere to go. Alex there. Alex is frustration at driving back through the field.
There's a bollard in the middle of the circuit, John, as well. We could have a full course yellow here for this. We've had this before.
It might move. Let's have another look at this. Alex, right there.
He wasn't past the car, was he?
Yeah, he's there. He's there. The problem is, as we said before, side and rear vision from a Ferrari with the driver on the opposite side to you is always dangerous. I don't think that was as bad as I first thought from Alex there, but slight lack of experience in dealing with other traffic. Didn't need to make that pass at all, and I wouldn't be surprised if he was called for that.
No.
It might be a tad harsh, but that is the, a guy battling for position in class. That's a podium position there.
Stefan Saracen powering on. I think that the point just before the little drama, as the points stand at the moment, if we get to Brazil and the G5 car wins the race, you would presume with 4 point scoring cars as we go past the Martin pit stop in front of us, presume with 4 point scoring cars.
We have a bollard on track, exit E4, drivers left, very close to the race line. We are preparing the means to go there and pick it up.
Third, which means that the point for one position could decide the LMP2 championship.
47 car is in from the lead of this race. That's the KC Motorsports Group, KCMG. Matt Howson. Sunshine and perfect conditions greeting the 7th round of the FIA World Endurance Championship, as well as VIPs on the grid. The usual complement of drivers and teams. Fernando Alonso paying a personal visit to be talked through sports cars by Alan McNish, among others. At the start of the race, red lights out, and from pole position, Romain Dumas and Brendan Hartley, the two Porsches making the best of the start, with Marcel Fesler coming through in the number 2 Audi, and for once the Toyotas not having it all their own way early on, but a little slide from Fesler allowed the lead Toyota back into second place. The action was unfolding behind them, however, and the G-Drive car coming into contact with the SMG prototype. This was all going on behind Nicola Manassian, who'd already nipped the 27 car, the championship leading LMP2, into the lead. It's no less hectic at the front of the field as the Toyotas recovered. Not such good news for G-Drive. Broken right rear wishbone and a broken gearbox for the number 9 CLM, the Lotus team car. So then it was a fight back from the Toyotas, having dealt with the Porsches. But a full course caution, no safety car on the track for removal of 2 items of debris, meant that we could try some tricky strategy again. Both of the Toyotas and one of the Porsches, the 20 car, coming into the pit lane. Then the front of the SMG prototype number 37 blowing off, possibly after that contact with the G-Drive car. But the big news for the championship leading number 8 car back in the pits for almost half an hour with an alternator problem. It's since rejoined, and Andy Davidson and Seb Brown is still en route to the Drivers' Championship, although Toyota may well have to wait for their Manufacturers' Championship.
Full
Aston
course yellow.
versus Porsche
We are under
versus
full
Ferrari.
course
Even
yellow.
Olaf Manthey hasn't seen action like this for many years. And then slightly injudicious move by Alec McDowell up the inside of Gianluca Roda, who was battling for position in GTE arm, has put that car sideways. It's still Christian Poulsen and the Dane train who lead arm. James Collado at the head of the Ferrari pack in the Pro category. But that will all shake out because Jimmy Bruni's just got back in the 51 car. In P2, it's the 47 car leading. And at the head of the field, Stefan Sarrazin is now aboard the leading Toyota. An internecine battle between the two Oregas rather, earlier on, the SMG and the KCMG, and that was the battle for the lead, in fact, at that point. And as you come back to us, the full course boards are employed once again.
This is for the removal of that bollard, the Alan McDowell incident, John.
And again, no safety car rolling at this point, because it's just somebody going to nip out, pick up the bollard, and then we'll go straight back to green. So there's no need to pick up the leader, and in fact there is the person involved.
This is beginning as we go back to green.
We are removing full course yellow at 19:04. We are removing full course yellow at 19:04.
This is a real gamble. This could be a shorter yellow. They were right to the end of the lap, so the leader is having a look in. They've got 12 seconds of full course yellow, so he's got a little bit of an advantage, but not
7,
much.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green. We are green. We are green.
And that is why full course yellow, virtual safety car, it's called in Formula One. They've adopted it as well. That's why this works.
It works.
Back to green within a lap. And that is going to give Mark Webber the opportunity now then to come across the line and have me say Porsche leads in Bahrain. He's coming through turn 13. He will cross the line. But of course, Sarrazin will have taken their 5th pit stop.
And the car, the Toyota up on Jackson, watching Mark come to finish the lap. The wheel changes to the way. You see that now.
Just under 2 hours to go, and we know, Graham, that without intervention from full course yellow, that Toyota can't go to the end with one more pit stop.
They can't. Looking further down the pit lane, you can see James Collardo's Ferrari to hold. That puts Darren Turner back into the lead.
Two more pit stops, sorry.
Of the GTE Pro class.
They don't get a full hour. Darren Turner, by the way, was leading at just went in the lead there at the hour.
39 seconds to the good now. This is getting close to being doable with a splash of fuel.
Oh, and I'm now ever more certain that a 109 pit stop to a 116 pit stop, knowing what we know about the flow rate of the Aston, means that they are not fully fueling that car. They are risking the laps that they are losing to get them the track position.
We may have further big drama in LMP2. I'm hearing that we may have a rear wishbone failure for the G-Drive car.
Again.
That's in the pits, and I can't see it on the apron.
Louise already has read our minds and is on her way. Well, is that the same side? Is that right rear wishbone again?
What a drama in LMP2 again.
And is that then something that is fundamentally an issue with the mounting of it or the suspension?
The car is back out on the apron, I can see now as we watch the 20 car now in the lead of the race. Stefan Sarrazin puts in the fastest middle sector of the race behind in the number 7 car, 14 seconds back. So drama in P1, drama in P2, drama in GTE Pro.
Be a clever strategy for the Aston. Remember, they are battling the 95 Dane train. They haven't been able to get close enough to it on pure speed, but is that the splash of fuel that they need? They came in just in that full course yellow.
They've got to do something.
Yeah, you've got to change. You've got to change the
You've got to
odds.
throw the dice. And all of a sudden, after that breather for a full course yellow, fast sectors coming in, fastest middle sector of all for the race. Stefan Sarrazin, fastest first sector for Loic Duval in fifth place. The speed is coming again.
And Mark Webber leads by 13.4 seconds. And he'll be a difficult man to pass around here. A really difficult man indeed. Sarrazin dealing with traffic. Sarrazin, a top bloke, really is. And saying to me yesterday, 6 minutes by the way for G-Drive, and there is the G-Drive garage. 1995 incident at turn 4, under investigation, no surprises.
That wasn't the 95. Wasn't that like McDowell?
It was McDowell, you said, yes. So it was 99 who's now
if that's
changed.
a 95 car, then if it was the 95 car, if it's the 95 drive car, that again that could mean the one class we've not got drama over a lead battle or a championship battle. Could be game on there too. Meantime, we're hearing from Louise down the pits, and thank you very much indeed for your work with this one. It was the other wishbone on the G drive car. GT Pro, as we're again watching here the LMP2 battle, but now it's Gemma and Bruni now starting to respond and starting to take time out of Darren Turner. They can see the threat now.
Yes.
So all of a sudden it's Darren Turner who's on the back foot, of course, with the older tyres, with Jimmy Bruni on his brand new set of Michelins and doing the fastest lap at the moment, the 51 car.
There's 35. This is Kiko Ehara, still in third position, and you know, defended her position perfectly legally earlier on and holds on to third position. Well, he had a podium finish this season. There is second, Sergei Zlobin, second in P2, and Matt Howson will be in the 47 car. We'll catch a sight of him in just a moment's time.
What different fortunes that team's had. They had their first win, of course, this year, and then the drama on lap one for Alexander Pretori in this car. It's needed a full rebuild since then. This is the championship leading car running in second position. Sergei Zlobin.
And there is your leader, and there is the multicoloured helmet of Matt Howson. We've talked about drivers who've done things under the radars. Nick, as like Duval does a 46.1 fastest lap in the car.
It's just 200ths outside the fastest lap of the race, which was the other Audi.
So that's the two Audis with the two fastest laps of the race now. Just a thought about Matt Howson, Graham. We've been talking about people who've sort of slightly gone under the radar.
Stealthily.
He's another driver who hasn't appeared from nowhere. He's worked hard to get where he is.
Absolutely.
But it's not been a glamorous route for him, and it's not been shouted from the rooftops.
He's been, again, so he's playing straight in Asia, through those school formula, through the single-seater formula there, and has found, a run in sports cars, and potentially this team we might see with the second car on the last race, John.
Here's third place in GTE Pro at the moment. This is Jimmy Bruni reacting, as Graham said, to the tactics, we believe, a 2 minutes .003 for Jimmy. And reacting, we think, to the tactics of Aston Martin at the head of the field. I'm sure they worked it out long before we did. There is second place, your Bergmeister. The Porsche's not having the best of starts, but taking the opportunity in the first full course caution to pit, and that's really transformed their race. They were nowhere earlier on, down among the GTE arms, and now only 10 seconds away from the lead, Bergmeister, and some 23 seconds ahead of Jimmy Bruni. But leading the GTE Pro Pack at the moment is Darren Turner.
He's now matching Jimmy Bruni's time. Jimmy Bruni's got to just be careful he doesn't get the best out of those tyres too early, of course. A long way to go in this stint.
Not great news for Bergmeister, being held up by another Porsche. And there is Darren Turner leading the class, 13th position overall for the GT Pro leader. And after such cruel luck when they completely bossed the race at Shanghai, first pole position of the season for Stefan Nooker and Darren Turner, which surprised me. I had to go back and check that up, but it certainly was. Second one here, but of course the engine letting go in a very public and emphatic way with just on an hour or so to go of the race. And you really have to wonder what they've got to do to get a result this year, those two. Here is the AF Corsa Porsche Team Manthey battle. Two giants of our sport there. This is Patrick Pilet in the Porsche, Davide Rigon in the 71.
Now as we wait, John, for the answer on the GTM potential drama for 95, the gap is about 1 minute and 40 seconds now between the 95 and the 81. So depending, if it gets a penalty, it's going to depend very much on what that penalty might be. 95 from 81 from 98 at the moment. As, here we have 92. attack from Davide Rigon. This is for 5th position and manufacturer points.
Fourth
position, apologies.
And this is directly Porsche on Ferrari, and this makes the difference. These are both manufacturer point scoring cars at the moment, the second Porsche and the second Ferrari, and points here are absolute in the point scoring battle for the manufacturers championship in GTE.
Tribal gladiatorial it all matters. Here's the sister car, the 91 car from 2nd position.
And Andrea Lopera in as well.
Through go the battling pair again.
That's the leader in P2 and the now 3rd and 4th position cars in LMGTE Pro. Oh, and a little bit of an opportunist moment there for Davide Rigon. Has he managed to squeeze through on the inside of Patrick Pilet? They're side by side going up the hill.
No,
the
Porsche
just has the grunt and the grip coming out of turn 3, but here comes Rigon again on our left. He'll take a much different entry into turn number 4 and try and square the corner off. Oh, massively off the track there for the 92 of Pilet. And that is one of the places where advantage is being looked for in terms of going over the white line. The marshals say time and distance. Did he save time? Did he save distance? If he did...
Oh, he's alongside him. He's got the run
side by side, down towards turn 9. We've seen an outside pass here, but not by a GT car. That was by a prototype on Romain Dumas, wasn't it? And it is still Porsche versus Ferrari down the infield straight. It's a left-hander coming up, so the Ferrari needs to pull out on our right-hand side if he's going to stick the nose in here. Impeccable line from Patrick Pilet in the black and white Porsche. Stays to the middle of the road, that's the right line, and then cut back to the left-hand side. Blue flags telling Patrick that there's someone there, but he doesn't have to give way. This is a battle for position. However, they've got a faster car coming in behind them, so blue flags will be getting waved rather more extensively, excuse me, was the word I was looking for.
That turned out to be no problem whatsoever. The Toyota just blitzed by them.
And that is Stefan Sarazan, I think, who's just gone by them. Saw some lights on the side of that car. So we're back where we were 2 minutes ago, coming onto the start-finish straight. 3rd and 4th position in GTE Pro. And battling for manufacturers' points with 7 3/4 hours of racing of the season still to go, and every single position and every single point is going to count. And Pilet rode the curb there, and I'm afraid that that's cost him a little bit of time coming out of the corner. Just caught the right rear wheel on the turn 1, the Schumacher curb on the inside there, but he's held on to it.
Car 90 team manager to race control immediately. So, is that an indication of any blame being attributed?
Well, I hope not.
Well.
So at the head of the field, it's now 12 seconds between Mark Webber and Stefan Sarazan. Neil Jarni another 30 seconds behind that. And then it's Ben Treluet in 4th position, and still Audi just desperately hanging on, trying to get some extra points in P2. It's Housen, Slovan and Ihara, 47, 27 and 35. And then Darren Turner and Jimmy Bruni now 32 seconds between them, and it's coming down. But is it quick enough? Is it quick enough? Aston Martin from the lead of GTE AM comes in, Christian Poulsen.
It's fuel and tyres for the number 95 car. It's off the jacks, it fires, it goes. But will we be seeing this car again? Or the 90? There's clearly some race control action as well. That's the 90 car, isn't it? Or is that the 81?
I think that might see, I'm afraid, the number there. Apologies. We are on a feed at the circuit here, which is not only running a little behind, but is also not the full HD that we normally get from the truck.
It was the 81 car running against white.
Yeah,
that's the second position.
Just stay quiet, there wasn't it, in that?
And he didn't want to do that because he said here looking to chase down the 95 and take advantage if any penalty is levied. We're not going to guess about what might happen.
No, absolutely not.
From Team Eduardo.
I still thought it was the 99 car. Yeah, say it again, maybe.
95, I'm told, definitely.
Okay, right. In which case I need to apologise to Alex McDowell. And was it Nicky Team then?
No,
he's
it
just
was
got in the
Christian
car.
Poulsen.
So it was Christian Poulsen that was in the car. Okay. Well, I can understand now why Christian Poulsen was so much wanting to get through because he's leading the class. I still think it was a low percentage move, if I'm honest. At some point that Ferrari has to turn in. If you're not sure, particularly when you're leading, you don't go through. Wow, Sebastian Buemi's just done the fastest lap of the race. A 1:45.9? Unbelievable! Where's he found that from? He took a shortcut.
Little locker back of the cockpit.
Wow! So Audi will not have the fastest lap this weekend, and neither, I think, will Anthony Davidson. Well, I may well get back into that. No, but he probably won't, will he? Patrick Pilet in the pit lane in the 92 car.
Board with Neil Jarni. Not seen the ultimate pace I thought we might see from Neil.
Well, let's have a little word with Christian Poulsen and see if we know it was him involved now. See how he sees the incident with Gianluca Roda. Here's Louise.
Christian Poulsen's made it back. Tell us about that incident out on track with 90.
Yeah, I was trying to overtake him. I was overlapping him with 2 laps, and he wouldn't let me pass. He was blocking the whole lap. And then I was on the side of him, and he just turned into my wheel. And we were really lucky that half the wheel is gone, but I could still continue my stint and do the last 10 laps. So we was really lucky.
At this point, you're obviously hungry for that title. You're thinking about points.
Yeah, that's why we just had to finish the race. And so, yeah. You never know if before you finish the race what will happen, so, but yeah, just continue to do the same.
Thank you.
Yeah, that all makes perfect sense to me.
So a broken wheel, I think he was telling us there.
There's Mark Webber in the pits, by the way. Half the wheel rim has disappeared, says Lou, so they did well to get that to the end. Mark Webber from the lead of the race in the pits, Mark Sting in the car. Sarazan's gone through back to the lead for Toyota, and so has Neil Yanni has gone through into second place now. Yes,
correct. Now, we don't know, of course, because now we know it's 95, not 99. And as Christian was saying, he's got a couple of laps to good on that car. Is whether the blue flags involved there. If he had been blocked behind that car, the car getting blue flagged.
We've seen that with GT Pro and GT AM cars. They are so closely matched when they've got the any of the drivers in. And, you know, it is difficult to make a move. We saw that earlier on, didn't we? With one of the Astons and one of the Porsches.
Indeed we did.
Right, here's Mark coming back out the pit lane. And comes out into relatively clean air. Kingo O'Hara's just gone through ahead of him. That's the view from, well, I was going to say from Mark Webber's seat, actually from the right of Mark Webber's seat. Super slow-mo, the inside wheel of that Toyota there, just off the ground.
Now aboard with Darren Turner, lead of GTE Pro. And he's coming up behind one of the AF Corsa cars. Let's see how that ball is going to be played here. I'm sure it will be. Something of a Ferrari sandwich at the moment. Still looking, of course, to make up time on Jimmy Brimley to allow that splash and dash at the end of the race. We expect the cars have to take. Looking for somewhere to make that move. Cars come down, it's not finished straight now. The Aston tucked right in behind. It's the 81 car. That is Steve Wyatt running second in GTE AM at the moment, behind Nicky Team now aboard today.
Look at the brightness of the headlights being flashed in the background there. The white lights denote it's a prototype.
Steve Wyatt, oh, that was very close indeed. Darren is not going to be a very happy bunny with this.
But he's got an Aston chasing him down, and you know he's not going to just let the car go. You've got to make sure, like that you've gone down the inside. Every battle may well be for position. It's the dark, you can see a set of orange, yellow headlights. All it knows is it's the GT car. Listen, that's multi-class racing. You don't.
It's multi-class racing.
Just let somebody go. It doesn't matter. Listen, they're in second position at the moment. That big Nygaard, and he just let him go by.
No, I agree. No, that's fine. And in fairness, Nygaard is just 5 seconds back.
There you go.
Catching.
And the last thing that he will have heard of the that's a little mistake by the 61 car.
That's Alexander Takanitsa, another FIA WEC debutant this weekend. Races with one of the AF Corsa customer teams, the ELMS. AT Racing, I think, this year. I think this is Takanitsa Senior. Races with his son, also Alexander. Data cards.
Interesting.
Somewhere where they're not going to forget them.
Yeah. The walrus of data there.
That must be DT. Darren Turner is due at any time now. That problem, by the way, for the number 26 car cost them nearly 6 minutes. That wishbone issue.
They've got 31.5 seconds on the Ferrari.
More than they had, not as much as they'd like.
As Darren comes into the pits, Darren's in the lane.
We watched Darren and we watched the G-Drive car go by. That's also changed. The pendulum has swung back in the direction of the 27 car in the LMP2 battle for the championship.
But here's the thing, Graham. You've got 90 minutes or thereabout left. That's 2 45-minute stops. That means they can do it. They can do it on one more stop from here.
One more full stop.
Yeah, I think they can. You know, if you
Through goes to 51 car now.
You've got the choice here of either doing it on filling it now and then doing about half an hour at the end, or staying with what you could do. Bruni's gone through. That's another quick one, Grim. It's another quick one. 109 last time around.
Keep an eye on this thing. 7 seconds on the stop last time. That will have been short filling the car.
16th, a 1:11. 1:11. So a little bit longer, 2 seconds longer than last time. It's definitely has been set to stop and sent back out. There's your new leader. Did Regon get through? I think he did, didn't he?
He did, yes.
Yeah. So Davide Regon's gone through into second again, and Richard Leeds has gone through into third,
which means that
Stefan Ockrell will be shown in fourth position. But I'm pretty certain that what we're seeing now, at the end, we will have all the cars having done their last stop, battling. Now seeing reflected in the timing screen. On the timing screen, it's 40 seconds between Jimmy Bruni and Stefan Mucker, and they've held on to second position.
It'll drop a little bit, I think. Wait till we get them through the second and third sectors. You will possibly see a change here.
If that's the case, they have again held
picked up on
position
here, and this is.
There you go.
That's the 90, the 81 car.
Yeah, not a clear.
There's some contact on the side.
Yeah.
Yes, he's ahead.
He's just ahead of Regon. He's just ahead of Regon.
This is the battle.
There it is.
That's 98 and the 61.
They're battling further down
81.
the field. And that was a battle for position as well. That is for second position in AM. And that has gone the way of Aston Martin.
So Aston back to a 1-2 in GTE AM. GTE Pro, meanwhile, it's Ferrari from Aston Martin, 51 from 97. The 51 marching towards a title here, John.
Yeah. But will they take the victory and celebrate it in style? There's Mucker, and there is Davide Regon. Another tremendous piece of strategy from the Aston Martin racing guys.
Amazing stuff. Where we thought it was done and dusted, yet again.
And again, Mucker is on fresher tyres at this point. So he gets the advantage without being bottled up behind a Ferrari. It's not great news for Ferrari and their Porsche battle either, is it?
No, we'll keep an eye on the points battle there.
Although at the moment, both Ferraris in scoring positions ahead of both Porsches in scoring positions. Then Aston Martin perhaps being the spoiler in terms of taking some points ultimately away from Ferrari. Ferrari at the moment is still outscoring Porsche in the Manufacturers' Championship battle in GTE. I'm just trying to work out where the rest of the pit stops are going to come. A thought crosses my tiny mind.
It's going to be good, I can tell.
Well, I reckon, as I say, that the 97 car has got one more stop for me.
Okay. Yes.
That means the I think he can. Well, it depends how far he goes. He's got to do another half an hour to have a chance of only having one more stop. I think Bruni might need 2 stops. I think the 51 car might need 1 stop as well.
It's going to be very tight indeed.
Unless my little frazzled brain has got changing time zones too often recently.
Hey, Mark, how's it going? Yeah, better at the moment,
Well, that's a sort of postcard to who's going to win the World Championship. It's not going to be the number 1 car, for certain. The number 1 crew cannot retain their world title from last year. That pendulum has swung very much in the way of the number 8 crew. The duo scored the points in the second half of the season with the continued lasting absence from proceedings of Nicolas Lapierre. And now to strongly question whether or not Nico is going to roll as a race driver for that team next year. Will be just inside the top 20 overall, but he's going to be doing enough at the moment. This is a steady run home. Unfortunately, we see André Lotterer and Marcel Fesler, the only crew, together with Benoit Grelier, had any hope of taking this to the final race. And there is the number 2 car. 4th position is not really good enough to stop that. So the top 3 as we go on board there with Benoit. There's a minute between the top 3 after 4.5 hours of racing, John.
Is that number 14? I said that.
It's coming down.
2 hours ago.
It's coming down. Here's Neil Yanni pacing himself here for a push at the end of the stint. A big push.
It's all going to depend where they take their last pit stops, Graham. That's what it's all about at this point. Watching Mark Webber in 3rd position. He's some 35 seconds behind his teammate, but another good run by the Aussie. Matching times with Sarrazin in the lead at the moment. So the sights and sounds of evening motor racing here in Bahrain with Neil, Charlie, the Swiss driver, and Aston Martin to be dealt with. 24 seconds. Stop and go penalty.
Information
for the 90 car.
Sports decision number 14. Stop and go penalty to car number 90 for causing a collision with another car. Stop and go penalty car 90 for causing a collision with another car.
Got to go to about 8 o'clock local time to get to the end, and that means at that point
Bruni last lap 201.40 seconds ahead of you.
And come in. No, he's got to go a bit longer. I wonder if then you just bring him in, tyre him and put them on the same tyres, or do you hope
201.8, 40 seconds ahead of you. Yeah, copy.
And do you leave Mucker in for an extra half an hour, or do you put DT back in to charge at the end on a new set of boots? Nobody's double stinted either, Graham, in tyres in GTE.
Info Bruni last lap 201.8, 40 seconds ahead of you. Info Bruni last lap 201.8, 40
yeah, but
seconds
he's only
ahead
got
of you.
one more stop to do as well, and that's
15 minutes after the number 51 car. Thank you very much indeed, Paul Cresswell.
It's pretty much what we said. 2 45-minute stints for the Aston, where it's a last stint of an hour. They will have pressure rubber at the end, Grim, and if they can do this,
and the gap's coming down again.
I think we're seeing a tactical drive and a pace drive of epic proportions by the 97 car to give themselves even a lick of a chance. And I'm not sure that the 51, the AF Corsa guys, have reacted to it quick enough.
No, I think you may be right. I think it was that critical point where they made the call to slightly short fuel that car and pushed
that was
very hard.
3 stops ago. The Aston stint, 23 laps, 28, 27 and 26. The Ferrari, 26, 30, 30, 30.
35 seconds is the gap.
Oh, this is going to be quality.
The key could just be, John, the Aston Martin is going to go a shorter distance on its last long rubber.
Yeah.
There's 15 minutes.
And potentially,
advantage on the rubber.
And potentially as well, in this stint, you can push really hard.
And here's 2 minutes, 0.4 to 2:01.3. Another second out of Jimmy Bruni.
the question is, we think they short-fueled him again, didn't we? So he's not on a full tank of fuel either, so he's not eating his tyres as much. This is a really, really clever strategy. I'm pretty certain.
I don't think we've seen this before. I don't think we've seen this kind of tactic from the GT team before to actually spread them out. Because actually it's come down to a separation between two cars, not 3 or 4. So they're only having to measure themselves against the leader here. They're only interested in winning this race.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. It's at the head of the field. At the head of the field. That's why this racing's great, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
Right, variety in the cars, variety in the technical regulations, variety in the tactics. We haven't got the advantage in one way. Let's give ourselves an advantage in another.
As we watch Stefan Sarrazin start his lap 152, the 90 car has taken that stop-go penalty and will drop down another position as a result of that, down to 5th in class. Mathieu Cressoni aboard the car, Nicky team leads the class, and his teammate Christopher Nygaard.
Without fuel.
Without fuel.
Well, let's hear what Stefan Sarrazin has been told from the pit wall.
Without fuel, it's very difficult to overtake. Very difficult.
Very difficult to overtake without something, he said. What he said, fuel up, without fuel, without using too much fuel.
150 last time around for Stefan.
This is not all over yet, is it?
It's not all over. We've seen
race control. And Eduardo Freitas on the left, Pierre Fillon in the middle, and a new driver steward for FIA WEC. Some guy that we just dragged in off the street with great facial hair. That is a good beard that Fernando Alonso's got. Yeah. That is thick.
Luxuriant
facial hair. Yeah. Will we see Fernando Alonso in the near future?
Yes.
Will we see him whilst he's still driving a Formula 1 car?
Don't know.
I think we'll see. I think it's Hulkenberg, isn't it, who we're expecting to see at Le Mans next year?
All I can tell you, John, is there are some very interesting things going on behind the scenes. There's some things we know we're being requested gently not to share just yet, which may or may not be immediate. It's really interesting. All I can tell you is the signs for the future of this championship are epically good. Jimmy Bruni, meanwhile, slowest lap that time. That will allow Stefan Longer to close back in again. So we're back with Neil Jami, and he is closing the gap. That gap coming down towards 20 seconds now. 21.6 last time around. It's as close as he's been for a while. 149.4 for Stefan Sarrazin. We think he's on a fuel-saving run right now to 148.3. I'm sure Porsche will have heard that, and they will be attacking.
Hearing from Aston Martin, by the way, thanks to Rebecca Jones for this, that what we had presumed, equalising the stint lengths, is exactly what Aston did.
I think, you know, high five. High five.
It was, do you remember when I said, oh, we'll need to see who's leading in the next hour? And I thought to myself, no, hang on a minute, they're doing something on here. For once, I suppose when you say as many things as I do, once in a while, I just have something.
Just on the rush of adrenaline, it must be exactly what Paul Roscoe gets. Every single lap.
And with 3.5 hours to go, I did say that the 14 Porsche was in with a chance.
Well, let's wait and see.
This was the car, remember, that stayed on its normal strategy. It didn't do the early pit stop. And
well, it was 21.6 seconds last time around. I'm not sure there's going to be much inroad made this time, because there's got to come a point, hasn't there, where the balance between
the other thing
attack and defence changes.
There's something more fundamental than that, Graham. If I'm right,
turn 7 on the left-hand side. I have the information of Devlin, turn 7 left-hand
20
side.
minutes. Sarrazin can't go to the end from where he was without stopping again. So they've both got one more stop to make.
Correct. The key is how long they stop. And with only 21 seconds between them, a handful of seconds here could make a real difference. Equally, we've got a dissimilar game of chess really here, have we, between the 51 and the 97. That gap is going to be around 30 seconds right now, with both cars needing to stop again. But there's a change in balance there. What fuel's needed? What are the state of the tyres? Who can push?
Nick Manassian back in the 27, taking 2 seconds or so a lap from Matt Howson.
I think the pendulum in P2 has just swung massively to the 27 car.
With the 26 car, Roman Rusinov, still a couple of laps away from taking a position from the 37.
And that's the car that matters.
Yeah.
Meanwhile now, that's the 81, the 90 car, isn't it? That's not fourth position, that is the third position in GTM.
That's the 61 and
90, apologies.
Yeah, that is for position.
It is for position, so it's Cressoni.
See, you did the same thing. You looked at that and said that was the 90s.
I thought it was the other way around.
Yeah.
Not helped by the great big streaks of rubber on the side of one of those Ferraris.
Not helped by the headlights as well.
Sparking in front of that 90 car there.
Yeah, that's been running a low ride height all the way through the race. That's turn 10, 11 and 12 they're coming through now. Yanni can't make it to the end from there. So Neil Jani comes in. Comes in.
Information to the pit line, the reported debris after all this is just marbles.
Somebody told me that was right.
The reported debris from driver's license it's only tire debris.
Johnny. I just can't get my head around it. So a change in second position as Mark Lennon goes back through. New tyres again for the Podium. Everybody has gone single stints again. You can see the real shine on those new Michelin slicks.
This battle here, there's only the two battling GTM Ferraris. I'll now correctly identify as 61 and 90.
61's the orange car, and 90 isn't.
That's what they used to be.
Yeah, I know, it's awful, isn't it? That was Neil Johnny. Stepping out there for Talcanizza, and that cost him momentum out of turn number 10. Matteo Cressoni up the inside and tries, that's just about got it done into a very tight part of the circuit, and Cressoni goes through into what is 5th position, isn't it? So who do you think's the fastest driver in the 47?
The fastest rider in the 47 is Imperatori, normally of the three, but three of them are pretty well matched.
Right, Richard Bradley did great first to him, Matt Howson, the second of the Brits with the Swiss of Imperatori. I think Imperatori's done about as much as he can in that car. And if Matt will have to bring it home, that'll just be one final stint from Imperatori in that car. That might just be enough to hold off Nick Manassian. Between Jimmy Bruni, leading in GTE Pro, and Stefan Muller continues to be of interest to us, of course. Le Mans Spirit Club in operation again here.
Stuff.
Oh, maybe I'm pleased I didn't have anything to eat.
Maybe not the second candy floss.
Let's go back to our leader, Stefan Salazar. Neil Johnny, fastest first sector of the race for his car, the number 14 Porsche, as he starts his first flying lap.
The braking, crazy road everywhere, very unstable rear.
Double checking what I thought was true. Taking it to the first position. Of course, very good. Another nation added. This weekend, of course, for Saudi Arabia.
Very good.
Hey Mark, surprise, the pace is really good now. We're going to keep this to the end, keep this to the end.
I get the feeling he might want to do a bit more of this next year.
I get more of the idea, I'm pretty certain he wants to do more of this next year. I think we'll see him for full season. I sincerely hope so, it'll be a great addition to it. Jenny, meanwhile, 1:46.157.
Fastest lap of the race for that car.
Yep.
And just a couple of ticks away from the fastest lap of the race. So we've had pretty much all of the top cars down in the 46.1s or better. Mark Webber then in second position at the moment. Let's see what's going on there.
Hey Mark, surprise, the pace is really good now. We're going to keep this to the end, keep this to the end.
So no changes is what Mark has been told there. Going to keep the race to the end.
Yes, mate, we need a face to the end of this stint. Slowly, already quicker. And we'd like to keep you to the end, so you to the end of the race.
Porsches, keeping Toyota honest at the front of the field.
Like average
pace, slightly different from the eight car, which has generally been quicker and been there. But it's not. It's 14th position, I should mention. It is still on lap 139 as to 157, so it's not made up any. It was 18. I remember you saying it was 18.
It was 18 laps down. So it's basically it's a run to the flag and a run to a championship. It's a sensible way to finish it. It's not the way they wanted to do it, but why would you take the risk?
All the way down the front straight, pretty much.
Oh dear.
That's not even the bumping part. That's how low that car is running.
Proper 21st century racing car with undertones of 1980s. Excellent stuff. 47 from the lead in LMP2. This is the KCMG Orica. Is that powered?
That's still Matt Housen in that car, isn't it?
I think it's still Matt.
Yeah. Oh, he's not got away.
Problem.
It's not firing.
Problem. Now it fires.
You know what that? It didn't turn on the most as much. That was 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds that he didn't need to lose.
But he's got a sizable advantage now over Nicolas Manassian, who is chasing down that lead.
Has Nick already made the corresponding stop, has he?
No.
Right.
We've not had a sequence stop for either of those cars, have we? They've had pretty untroubled runs. The only thing we've had there was the loss of the dive plane for the 27 car right at the start of the race.
And we have got the 37 car bearing down again on Keiko Ihara, albeit at the moment, I think it was more than 20 seconds behind, but taking sizable chunks of time out of the 35. So that battle for the third step of the podium is far from over. There is Nick Manassian. Now that was interesting. Timo Bernhard just at the back of the stable. Strange that the temperature should affect us so much. Mark Webber is only 50 seconds off the lead. And we're expecting the leader in 6 minutes. When does Mark Webber make his last stop?
9 minutes left of it's been a brilliant race. I have to say, what an excellent race this has been. It may not have been wheel to wheel at the front of the race, John. It's been pretty close.
Well, it wasn't in the first 45 minutes. It was completely bonkers.
But the best thing about this race, for me, aside from the fact this has been by far the strongest performance of Porsche this year, the best thing about this race for me has been the other three classes.
Yeah.
Where they've really turned it on today. We still don't know with 65 minutes where we're going to be with LMP2.
38 seconds is the gap between Kingo O'Hara and Kirill Ladigan.
She's done a very good job this
again.
She has.
Again. Stefan Munger down to under 25 seconds now.
Yep, that was 32 seconds.
Yeah.
The pit stop.
He's just took another lap out of Jimmy Bruni.
Second.
Another second, sorry. Last lap.
That was a hell of a lap.
Hell of a lap. He fell through a gap in the space-time continuum and came out ahead of him. Yeah. So that's what Aston did.
This is all about one thing and one thing only. This is about winning the race. It's about the opportunity for them to go and see Jim in the paddock afterwards and give them the loser sign and enjoy doing it.
Well, you heard Darren Turner talk about what a great battle he'd had.
Oh yeah,
with Jimmy, and what a great manoeuvre Jimmy had pulled off to go by him.
Massive respect for the MotoGP drivers.
You know, the Junior United Sportscar Championship had a GT only race this year at a beautiful place at FIA. And whilst it was good, it didn't quite have as much for me because there was no prototypes in there.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? It's funny, isn't it?
And I'm really shocked that was the case. I expected to see a massive duke them out, bare knuckle fight at the front of the field, and yet without the prototypes coming through and having to deal with traffic, it just wasn't as spicy. And we've seen this today. Now, this is a perfect example of what we have been calling 21st century endurance racing. At the head of the field, Sarazan's doing his thing, Webber and Neil Jarni are doing their thing. In GTE Pro, Jimmy Bruni and Stefan Munger are battling tenths of a second between them, if that, but they're half a lap apart.
But beyond that, beyond that, the problem coming now, with about 4 minutes to go before we expect Jimmy Bruni into the pits, I think, is his tyres performance has fallen off a cliff. And we're now getting Jimmy struggling to get anywhere close to 201s, while Stefan Munger on fresher rubber is at the 2 minutes 0.9 last time. 23 seconds is now the gap. He's taken 10 seconds out of Bruni since he got in the car. Again.
Mark Webber can go to around about another 11 laps. Lap 171. And we're predicting now 195 or 196 lap race. That's the prediction, with an hour and 2 minutes to go. So 30 just on a stint for the GT cars now. 30 laps is a stint, remember, for Jimmy Bruni. He could do his last stop now, I reckon. Any time from now. And the gamble is, do you do it now and have less fuel to put in, but have no tyres left at the end? Or do you struggle now? I don't know. That's why I'm not making these calls. In comes Loic Duval with the number 1 Audi. Great battle from Audi today. Ultimately, their season, I think, I think ultimately Audi's season was set early on.
They, of course, watch the number 1 Audi stop. Of course, are ready for both cars.
So this is spot on time. This is the first time to beat it. It's always a good thing to do, because if a safety car does come out, you don't get on the wrong side of it.
They're losing time.
Yeah, they have to do it. They have to do it. They can't leave him out any longer.
The gap is now down to 22 seconds.
He's losing a second a lap. Monkey's got more stuff to do. The question is, do they change drivers? Out goes Loic Duval. Splash before the end. it's a long shot, and 2 cars on the podium, particularly in the order 2014, would be perfect for them.
Toyota's lapping in team formation at the moment.
Now who's ahead?
7. Ahead of 8. Stefan Sarrazin, 147.8 last time around. Sebastian Buemi, 147.3.
And it's by the way, I think I'd let him through here. It's the last 60 minutes. And still plenty to fight about. This is the much delayed Toyota TS040 number 8. Buemi out of the shout for the victory, but potentially heading towards a Drivers' Championship, World Championship with Anthony Davidson. In front is another Toyota leading the race. Stefan Sarrazin. The 2 Porsches have pushed them hard today, 50 seconds between first and second. Let's head down to the pit lane. Mark Webber's in the car, Timo Bernhard is doing his work for the day. Let's find out what the thinking is there. We reckon they're in on lap 171 for that stuff.
Timo, we're heading into the last hour of the race. This is how you want to see the Porsche running a race, isn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, so far we're fighting for position 2 and 3, and so at the moment number 20 car, so my car's on P2, and so it's quite a close battle. But also the Toyota in the leading position, slowing down a bit. So let's see what's going to happen there. They have quite a good lead, but let's see if they have a problem. I don't know.
And in terms of the conditions, the car's running okay?
Yeah, at the moment very good, but it helped us that it cooled off a bit. I think it helps everybody, but us for sure. And yeah, it's been a tight race in traffic. It's not easy because in the infield there's a lot of cars stuck behind each other, so it was not easy, but so far I enjoyed it, and I hope we can put both cars on the podium, but yeah, it's 15 minutes to go, it's a long way.
Thank you.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense as well to me. Here's the overall classification as we head into the last hour. The reality is that those gaps are 33 seconds between Neil Jardy and Mark Webber, and about 50 seconds between Mark Webber and the leader. GTE is still a cracking battle between Aston Martin and AF Corsa. Nicky Team and Christopher Nygaard, the 2 Astons, battling it out. But Kirill Ladikin has got the real hurry up in the 37 car, and 3rd place now in P2 is on the cards for that comeback drive from the 37 car, and that is a remarkable comeback from the car that lost its bodywork early on and lost, remember, 3 laps to the leader. It's still 3 laps back to the leader, but it's catching up and it's less than 20 seconds behind a podium spot. Not plain sailing for Buemi either, as he's staying dutifully behind Stefan Sarrazin. Now, just reading something into what Timo said there. As in, well, no, that answers my question. I'll save that for later. This will be the last stop, I think, for Stefan Sarrazin. In the last trussers, if we think he can go 56 minutes. 164. He said he was predicting a 196 lap race. No, 32 laps, he can't. And this is what I was wondering earlier on, Graham.
That's why they're fuel saving.
And Alex Wurz is going to get back in to take this car to the end. And the Porsches need to push here, because when Webber gets to his next stop, for sure it will be his last stop. This is marginal. This is marginal. Stint lengths for the prototypes. We haven't seen anyone do a 35 lap stint, have we? A 32 lap stint, I don't think so.
Waiting by the way for the GT Pro leader. Jimmy Crooney is going to come in with a gap of around 20 seconds. Watch number 7 car in the race. Car almost ready to go.
out on what Nick Damon rather unkindly calls milk float power, but I know what he means. It's an extraordinary thing to be in the pits when it goes out under electric power only, and then there's the cacophony of sound.
And in the background you can see the 51 car at its pit stall, and this will be the final stop for the, as he came in, race leader in GTE Pro, heading towards the championship.
Oh, now this is crucial at the moment.
Wow.
Neil Jarney, if he can get past this Toyota on its out lap, this could be a real turning point in the race. He could have, 20 metres was all that Alex Wirtz had there from Neil Jarney. Not because it would have made a huge difference right there and then, but if he could hold him up on his out lap, this would be good news for Mark Webber. Webber still not due in for 7 laps. But this is the battle for second position. Remember, the 14 car is the one that didn't do the funky pit stop strategy like the 20 and the 7 just have.
Jarney has been, in terms of overall pace, the class of the field this weekend. Can he deploy it now when it certainly is most sorely needed? What's at stake here? A shot at Porsche getting the very first win for the 919 Hybrid. The very first win for the factory team in LMP1H. The very first win for the Porsche team at the top rank of sports car racing for more than a decade and a half.
Well, let's have a listen to the 14 radio.
Have you turned down the power, like less hybrid? I feel like less power.
Neil Jarney saying he's not getting the full power in the hybrid. Not the first time we've heard that from Porsche drivers this year. And I've just done some quick mathematics, at least. And the 7 car did 32 laps on its last stint.
That's what he meant by we're saving fuel. What it means is he can do it, but he can't push as hard doing it.
Correct.
Target -20.
Fuel efficiency.
Okay.
Well, Webber's going to have the short run to the end, the shorter run to the end. And at the moment, he's got 32 seconds on Alex Wirtz.
But he certainly isn't on fuel-saving strategy at the moment. Fastest first sector of the race for that car, 34 seconds for Alex Wirtz. Better part of the second good over the struggling Neil Jarney. Squirrelch and Davidson just about to get back into the car. Great. Not a player in the overall game. Certainly a player and cruising at this stage towards World Championship win.
The next stop you see, the 5th stop, is going to be a 32 for the 6th stop for Toyota Racing. Porsche have steadily done 31 laps, except for that 17-lap stint before the first full course yellow.
Through comes Mark Webber, ahead of him the 2 S&P racing cars in team formation, laps apart. Kira Lanigan closing in rapidly on Keiko O'Hara.
No need to save fuel, multi-form 8. No need to save fuel.
No need to save fuel. Now, is that no need to save fuel, or that's what we're going to tell the world? Because if it requires him to do a 32-lap stint, and he had to save fuel last time, unless it's a difference in the fuel load, he's going to save fuel this time. Mind games, or not. Let's watch those lap times.
We should not let them pass. Porsche 14, Porsche 14. We should not let them pass. Porsche 14.
Well, the 7 cars pushing. Sorry, Graham. That was Alex Wirtz going very, very wide. Let's hear what's being said to Alex now.
Porsche 14, Porsche 14. We should not let them pass. Porsche 14 behind. Don't let them pass.
That's more like it.
Does not want that Porsche to go by, and that's why he's pushing big lot up there, I think, by Neil Jarney. Going into 10. And, of course, Neil Jarney will be told, get after him.
Oh, yes.
listening to these engine notes. So the drama continues as in from fourth position comes Ben Trelier. Are we seeing no, this is are we seeing the end of an era with Audi here, or do we expect them to come back with something radical, different, and a redesign?
Evolution is what I've been told, an evolution of the current car, re-homologated, which means there'll be some debate about just exactly how the balance works. But of course we know, as we see Ant Davidson ready to get aboard the number 8 car in what should be the last 49 minutes of running to his first World Championship. But no, an evolution of the current car, we expect the same, albeit probably a rather more radical one from the Toyota team, same kind of concept, and from Porsche, we expect a totally new car to the same concept, but we are expecting both Toyota and Porsche to push for 8 megajoules hydrogen boost and stratospheric power. And then you get to Nissan, and God only knows.
Well, and he's not telling, frankly. And you don't expect Nissan to do anything conventionally. The only thing that we do know, it's being promised, that the engine configuration will be not the same as anybody else at the moment, and that the hybrid won't be the same as anybody else at the moment. Alan McNish and Martin Pass, along with Andre Lotterer.
That's Martin Pass, often confused with Dino Capello, a very similar colour of hair.
And Joe Bradley.
Still now, just an absolute flock of sports cars. Every class in shot there.
Well, Buemi's out of the car. Andy Davidson will take it to the end. Let's go down to the number 8 Toyota, standing on the edge of being the World Drivers' Champion.
Sebastian, perhaps not the way you would want to take the title, but nonetheless you are taking the title here.
We'll see. It's still not finished the race, so hopefully we can make it happen. We were really unlucky with the alternator issue, so now we are pushing. We just want to finish the race. Hopefully we can finish on P10 and have a point. We never know. It can help maybe, but yeah, the car has been great so far. Apart from the problem, otherwise I think we would have been fighting at the front like when we started the race.
Thank you.
Deserving champions though, Graham. You've got to say, models of consistency this year.
Absolutely, and at times have been the absolute standout pair since Le Mans. Some dominant performances, never more so than that fantastic run through the field by both of the, as we got the leader in the pits, Mark Webber.
I know this is a bit earlier than we anticipated by just a couple of laps. So Alex Wurz goes back to the lead in the 7 car. So this might be a shorter stop, 1:18 for the last pit stop for the Porsche, 1:22 for Alex Wurz. So 6 seconds right there. If Porsche are just going to do the same thing and haven't run that car all the way to the end, don't worry about the tyre life so much. It'll be about 45 minutes to go when Mark comes back out of the pit lane. And this is
Alex Wurz still under pressure from Nel Jani behind.
Yeah. 8/10 of a second only.
And there's now second position, of course.
Lead. It's the battle for the lead. Wurz versus Jani. Mark Webber's back out. 53 seconds. 53 seconds for Mark Webber in his last pit stop. So yes, they have just back timed that, and he's only 22.6 behind Alex Wurz with tyres that are 15 minutes younger. Wow, set of tyres went on that Mark Webber 20 car. Ferrari at the moment, so we'll get that in a moment. But that is a super quick stop. And the final stop for Darren Turner has been completed. And he's out on the track, but Tony Vilander has gone through. Tony Vilander has gone through. So that hasn't quite worked out for Aston, but now Darren's got a chase.
With fresher tyres.
He's maybe 30 seconds behind him though. No, he's 20 seconds behind him. Is that right? Is that what I'm reading?
I think that's right.
Here's the 91 car. This is Johan Bergmeister in 4th position in category. James Collado. Certainly a very, very competent endurance racing GT driver.
Absolutely, Ferrari factory driver, of course.
I wonder if Anthony Davidson will go for that fastest lap. His teammate.
He's got 4.
Jimmy Bruni. Look at the looks there down in AF course. They don't know, do they? They're not sure. It's 20 seconds. It's 20 and a half seconds. Tony Vilander to Darren Turner. Darren with just 45 minutes to run, and a 2:01 last time. Sorry, a 3:06 last time around, but that included the pit stop.
We've seen more than 10 seconds drop in that lap over a stint with just tyre wear in a race. It really is now a game of whose tyres fall off the cliff if either of them do. And you have to say the more likely is
the starting line, immediately after the start line, under the lights, I have a piece on driver's right-hand side. I have Debris driver's right-hand side, immediately after the opposite start line, on the support race, the start finish straight.
Can the run to the flag? Let's see what Jimmy thinks. Here's Louise down in AF Corsa.
Jimmy, you can obviously feel the tension.
Yeah, now it's Tony at the wheel. I think he will do a good job, like he did before. Yeah, it's gonna be tough with Aston. They are a bit faster than us on track, but we are fighting. We will not give it up. For sure, our goal is the championship. If they come close, it's okay. We will let them go.
Well, you heard it there. Don't let him go if he comes close. That's there's an incentive for Aston Martin to push. And we've got, and it's a hit there on, is that the 20? It's the 27 car. It's the 27 car, been put around by the number 1 Audi. That's Nick Minasian. 37 car on laps. And he hits his teammate as well. Oh dear, oh dear.
Having just gone into 3rd position, by the way, Kirill Ladigin, Kiko Ihara came and stopped David Cheng back in the 35. Morgan.
More drama.
More drama than a whole series.
Other rival championships are available. They're just not as good. Absolutely astonishing stuff. So let's wait and see. Let's hope there weren't lasting impact on either of the two S&P cars, but a great run from both of them.
Here's your leader, Alex Wirtz, 1:47.4 last time around. He stretched the lead over Neil Jarni to 2.9 seconds. Wirtz fueled to the end, to 32 laps. Now he can control that to a certain extent if he gets a
we have Debris on the track where they have a line painted there, the start line. It's on driver's right-hand side.
I'm pretty
We
certain
should leave some space to the right-hand side. There. It's under the gantry.
With the Porsche right behind him there.
13 changes of lead so far.
Another one to come.
No, should be good to the end now, so I think it's 14 because Wirtz has got back through. Wirtz doesn't have to stop again.
Absolutely right. So let's keep an eye as well while we're watching this on the lap times of the S&P cars. I think they're both okay, John.
Can I just mention, by the way, Jimmy Bruni, what a brilliant pro he is. That is the leader getting held up terribly badly there going into turn 8, and that's a real chance for Neil Jarney to have a go. And there's an Audi ahead of them as well. In fact, we've got all kinds of prototypes on the middle straight. I'll come back to Jimmy Bruni comment in a moment because I think it's significant. But here is the number 8 Toyota, followed by the Audi, followed by the leader and second place. Now, Ant Davidson has eased his pace significantly. I would think he wants to drop in behind Alex Verts and follow them home to get in the picture as they are winning the championship and to protect the back of the potential winning car, but he's got to do that in a way, Graham, that doesn't allow the through. Let me go back to Jimmy Bruni. Yeah. If the Aston comes by close, we'll let them by. Yeah. So basically, he's devaluing their victory even before they got there. Oh, we let them go. We were thinking championship. Genius stuff.
Mind games
Jimmy.
upon mind games.
Just genius.
And just to say that it looks as if Nick Ganassi is still able to lap at competitive speed. It was a slower lap last time around. You'd expect that with that rotation.
Yeah, he lost, what, 15 seconds there, mate?
But not lost position. Kira Ladigin continues in third. David Cheng has not passed that car. In fact, there must have been an additional stop. There has been. Morgan has dropped back a little. Olivier Pla is attacking, but will not be able to pace get that third position he needed. Tony Verlander is responding as we watch yet another on-track battle. That is it's Darren Turner, isn't it? Ahead it is. It's
James Collado. No, it's not. Excuse me.
It's not. It's that is one of the AM cars.
Yeah.
There's the 98 car second placed in GTM. Paul Delalana back aboard the car, and he's defending from the 81 car. That's why we're looking at 81, because Michele Bucolo is closing in on the second place Aston Martin.
Ferrari outscoring Porsche in the battle for manufacturers' points in GTE Pro and potentially winning a Drivers' Championship here. Won't be enough to seal it. We will take the Manufacturers' Championship in GT to Sao Paulo.
Well, we look like second here is the Drivers' Championship in LMP1. In LMP2, it's going to be very difficult. We won't be settled.
Go down the pit lane and speak to DHH_racing if you follow him in Twitter. It's David Hennemeyer Hansen. This is the leading car in GTR.
David, it's looking good, but how's it standing for the championship?
Well, it's standing great. I mean, we just basically needed to finish in front of the 98. So if we could even take the win here, that would be amazing. I mean, the car's just been so good, so easy to drive. We knew from the start we had to watch the tires. It's been the major issue, so we've kind of been babying around that. But I think we just hit the nail on the setup, and it's not been that much work to do it. We do have this slight little twist that I have to get back in the car. So we unfortunately made a small error in calculation on the fuel. So I'm getting back in the car for the last couple of laps, just to make sure I get my minimum drive time done. But it looks like we have a pretty solid lead, so it shouldn't be a problem. But, I mean, you should never say that when there's 40 minutes left of the race, right? So hopefully it'll be all good to the end.
Great, thank you.
So that's a bit of an issue there.
I'm just looking for a quick text I got earlier, but I'm pretty certain that I was told that this is David Heimer-Hansen's 15th WEC race, and I think he's won 11 of them in LMP2 and GTM. I think that's correct. Astonishing consistency. Won the LMP2 title, did he not last year? Racing, moved across to Aston Martin Racing, and is going to do, unless something utterly dramatic happens, the same in GTM. So will become the first man to win titles in 2 different classes in 3 years in the WEC. the team manager of car 27, to race control immediately. We know what that usually means, don't we? Now, is that going to be something of sufficient moments to cost the points that 27 car needs to go in to the final race? And I think a championship in position. I don't think it is unless there's real drama there. This LMP2 battle, for all sorts of reasons, accident, has just gone back into the entire race. 35 minutes remaining, and still not done. And Alex Furtz is pulling a gap now on Yanni.
Not much though, still can't afford too much of a slip. 5 seconds, a final pit stop required for the 14 though, I'm fairly certain. Just checking that actually with Paul Trustwell. I wonder if you can maybe do that as well, Graham. Remember, the 14 car did not stop early on, so they are on a standard strategy. And 5 stops might just do it. 47.8 from that Porsche. Alex Furtz on a 32 lap strategy. Oh, that was a big spin, wasn't it? Leading P2 car, Richard Bradley. Let's go and speak to his teammate, Matt Howson, down in the pit lane with Louise.
Matt, as always, a great battle in LMP2 and a great performance from KCMG.
Yeah, well, obviously the race isn't over yet, so we've got another 30 minutes to go. But I mean, we've been a little bit fortunate. You know, to be honest, the Ligier G drive would probably have been the car to beat. But you know, we were very unlucky in Shanghai. So this is racing. We take it when we're lucky. It's a lot of team effort goes into staying at the front there. So yeah, Richard's doing a really good final stint now. One more pit stop to make as well. So provided that goes smoothly, hopefully we'll win this one.
Great, thanks.
Fair point, isn't it? You know, they were having a cracking race in Shanghai before that. They were having a good weekend. Then early on in that first lap, before the issues, there's the Aston Martin number 98. Third place in Michele Rugolo. Paul Dallalana. Just 1.3 seconds, actually. No, he's just dropped back behind Michele last time around.
He did indeed, and that's courtesy of a slower lap for Paul, 2:05 to a 2:01. Not a representative time at all from Paul, so has he had a bit of a moment? We'll wait and see. Darren Turner, meanwhile, is still closing that gap. 18.1 seconds now. 32 minutes to go. Neither car, of course, need further stop, and it's getting within range of doable on tyre degradation here, John. It's not far away. Your Bergmeister, meanwhile, is beginning to make inroads. As we look at the number 98 car.
I think has he got a puncture? That car looked very, very squirrely there. It didn't look nice at all.
He might be right at the end of his, because he's had a bit of an interrupted race here. Now what's happened there? Is that why?
No, he's. That's not the same incident. Watch this. That's look at that.
Struggling.
Does it look like a real lock up there? Right-hand side start-finish line debris.
Now, how bad debris? And are we going to see a further full course yellow? We've seen it twice already.
Full course yellow wouldn't close the field up, of course, so Mark Webber's 35-second deficit remains. He's not at the moment closing in on either his teammate or the leader, and he's the man who is fueled to the end of the two Porsches. Neil Yanni can come in anytime now, really. He could probably go to 185, but that's going to be about 9 laps short of the race finish. So Porsche not then able, and it was Neil himself who told me they
Advise the
expected 5
debris
stops.
on the grid, more or less position 9,
So
drivers right hand
even with a couple
side.
of full course
Be
yellows,
advised, tell your drivers there are
been
debris
able
on
to
the
do
start
just
finish line.
6 full stints.
On position
It will be a little
9,
splash at the end.
drivers right hand side.
Turn 13 for the number 20, this is Mark Webber, heading down the final corners. Get down through the cars, turning. Talking points for me at this race are the pace of the Audis on clear track. It's been a revolution here. Both of these cars rebuilt, number one rebuilt twice into replacement monocoques. The pace of these two cars, as I say, in clear air and at the start of the stint of new tyres, quite remarkable. Actually, why they didn't go for it a bit more in qualifying.
It's a yellow at the start-finish line, so it will be just protection for marshals there to recover that debris. The marshals have been fantastic here this weekend.
All debris removed.
The debris indeed has been removed. Well done, guys. Well done, race control.
He did again by really sensible use of local yellows and this new innovation. Remember, it was Eduardo Freitas who started that off a couple of years ago now at Silverstone for some bodywork that was in the complex and basically put out a full course yellow without a safety car. First time we'd seen it.
Still watching this GTE Pro battle, 51 from 97. The gap now 17.2 seconds, 28 minutes to go. It needs to keep coming down. Pressure needs to be still applied. Rolando needs to look after his tyres. But Darren Turner is in attack dog mode without a shadow of doubt. There's an opportunity here, and they're going to grasp it. They've had all the bad luck this year. Time for some good to come the way of the 97 Aston Martin. And I think they can have a sniff at this one. Kiri Latigan, meanwhile, has been into the pits and back out. Alex Wurz now 5 seconds up on chasing Neil Janney. And 32 further seconds back is Mark Webber, and does not appear able to attack. 149s for Webber has been pretty consistent to the 147s of the two cars ahead of him. It does not look like making inroads into that at this stage. No. The other title, by the way, we're going through what we believe is going to be sorted here. Looks like going the way of the number 51 car, and that will be the team and driver title for the 51 car.
Yep.
Not the manufacturer's title settled here.
Not by any stretch of the imagination.
No, indeed.
Although Ferrari will significantly outscore Porsche with the first and the third as it stands at the moment. But Joe Bergmeister is absolutely on the tail of James Collado. This is the 71 Ferrari and the 91 Porsche. They've just gone across the timing line into the second part of the lap, the middle part of the lap. And this is a battle not only for third on the podium in GT Pro, but for vital points in the Manufacturers' Championship. They're about just over a second apart at the moment.
Well, it's going to be, I think, the final race is going to be a tale of the Manufacturers' Championships, isn't it? Plus the LMP2 battle, and it looks like it might just go there. Anthony Davidson, meanwhile, puts in the fastest first second of the race. What did you say about the fastest lap of the race? John, will he have a crack at it? Looks like he might. But it looks like we're going to get the drivers and teams titles settled in GTE Pro, AM, and indeed for the overall LMP1H title. LMP1L settled some time ago by way of the number 12 rebellion crew, but there's going to be plenty to fight for.
Is Andy Davidson on board with it? Is this going to be a fast second sector? He's done the fast first sector of the race. So competitive between him and Sebastian Buemi. And will the fastest lap go
It's quick.
It's there or thereabouts. Needs a really good third sector. He's got traffic ahead of him.
It's the 7 ahead.
It is the 7. Might get a bit of a tour here. Down towards turn 13 and across the line. Oh, all the way off the track. Into there.
Push, 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 push.
I think he's going for this fastest lap here, whilst he's got some tyres under the car.
Never blame him Monopoly. You'll never get out of the room.
No.
Ultra competitive.
There is Tony Vielander.
1:46.3 for Ant Davidson. That's, what, 4/10 off?
Yeah. He's trying. Meantime, here is a Porsche gaining on a Ferrari, but it's not... Oh, hello. There was fluid on the screen of that Porsche there. Where's that coming from?
Oh dear. Well, we had a couple of drops of rain, as tweeted by Lemonish just before the start of this race, unbelievably, from the one cloud in the sky. But no sign of that here just yet. Meanwhile, this is the 97 car, chase, chase, chase.
And drops of water on that car's windscreen as well at the same part of the track. We're not going to get rain in the desert in the last half an hour, are we?
Oh dear, oh dear.
Or is somebody spraying something out? You just see it in the middle of the screen there. That's just appeared, Graham.
Darren Turner is hacking lumps out of the Ferrari's lead here.
If Luis could still hear us.
13.5 seconds it's down to now, John. 13.5 seconds.
I think there might be a spot or two away on the back. Look at the windscreen here on this 91 Porsche.
Difficult because of the lighting. Anything is going to show up with it under that light. Is it drops of fluid or is it just the reflection on the tear-offs?
Nothing on the pit straight, says Louise, as they go through past us. This Porsche trying to chase down the Ferrari, not for position. Is for position, excuse me. That is the Bergmeister and Collado battle.
Car 27, it gets a stop and go. Causing a collision with car 1.
Causing a collision with car number 1.
Right, that's an interesting one.
I don't suppose SMP are going to be very happy about that as we see the 14 car onto pit lane now. This is the final stop for one of the leading 3 cars. Giorgiani skids to a halt. It's fuel. They're not going to put tyres on it, are they? It's fuel only. And he gets rolling as the 20 car comes by the pit lane and will take that position. Goes Mark Webber. Up into second position, but Giorgiani will be close behind.
This is the 2 Porsches doing what the 2 Audis did last race around, fighting for position.
Now that stop go, I don't think is going to lose second position for the 27 car. I think it's a lap. I think it's a lap.
If it's just a stop and go.
It's a stop go, and I don't think.
Right, let's have a look here. Nah, no way. Sorry, disagree with that one. But usually that I do, but that is no way the 27 driver's fault. Nick Manassian
takes it immediately.
Out. Yeah, good call to do that. You've got a P1 car coming up the inside on the wrong line, not even halfway up the side of the car.
Now this is Nick Manassian driving for a real shot at the title, not for himself, but for his teammates.
Yeah, good point.
The team will take the team's title, but his teammate Sergei Slobin will be the sole drivers' champion, courtesy of a bit of a driver reshuffle for the Le Mans 24 Hours. A rather freak result there that saw the 27 car with Sergei, the only regular team member aboard that car, finishing 12th in class, but the first and only FIA WEC point scorer to finish, therefore maximum WEC points. That's the rule. Here is the 14 car right on the rear now of Mark Webber. So the pair of them 43.5 and 44 seconds back from Alex Wirtz.
curbs as much as you can. Try avoiding curbs as much as you can. Okay.
GTE, meanwhile, as we watch the Johnny looking for a way by Webber, not finding it there. This looks like heading towards the best result of the season for the Porsche team. Potential for 2 cars on the podium here. He lets him go. He lets him go.
Yeah. Yeah, let him go. Now, why? Why would you do that?
Well, because it's the one guy who can attack, and because this is the team, I think, that can take some championship positions from cars ahead. The 20 can't.
Okay, yeah.
Rather bizarrely, we could end up with Swiss drivers first, second and third in the championship here.
Yes, yeah.
Johnny third, Fazler, and, of course, Sebastian Buemi.
Car 20 just went by and they were fighting for P2 position.
I'm guessing, so I was just about to say that the 27 stop go is still on the screens in error. 47 pits from the lead in P2 as well, as we continue to watch, and why shouldn't we? These two Porsches. I do think Mark Webber has a problem. He's not been able to get under about 149.
So falling into position.
It was Neil Yarney, wasn't it? Who was complaining of the car being perhaps down on power.
Yes, it was.
So falling into
It's
position.
not that car that looks as if it's the one with the issue, if there is an issue.
39 second stop for Neil Yarney that time.
12.3 seconds the gap for GT Road aboard Mark Webber as he sees Neil Yarney disappearing up the road, and underneath us now.
It's 44 seconds. Surely they can't expect him in 18 minutes to pull them back on verts.
They can but try.
They just not there as well.
Wiper. Filthy.
It's just filth, of course.
It's just filth and crime. We do like a dirty race car.
Audi in 4th position, Ben Trellier trying to keep the cars ahead of them on. It's just the top 3 by the way on the lead lap now. He's on in 5, so 10 laps to go. It's going to be at the end of the race, GTE Pro win. 2.5 seconds. Last time around from Tony Wheeland and Darren Turner. It's not going to be in sight yet. It's 11.5 seconds across the line. That's another second this time. 3.5 seconds in the last couple of laps. As Lloyd Duval makes the best of the traffic and heads down towards the final corner. Final corners, of course, 14.5, 15. Still 11 seconds, so Turner not in striking distance yet. Collado and Bergmeister still 1.2 seconds between them.
Bit of a weave there from the number 1 Audi. 17 minutes now remaining. And we get down to a question of what's winnable, what's losable.
Well, let's go down to the pit lane and find out what's going on at Porsche.
Yes, Mark, he just came out of the box. He came out of the box. So he's quickly letting go.
From car 27 smoking from the rear.
Let him go, Mark, let him go.
I'm getting reports from the track. Car 27 smoking from the rear.
Fluids are coming from smoking from the rear on the 27 car. This is Nick Manassian. The race director will be looking very carefully at this. And Alan Prosser says, yeah.
No, big smoke from the back of the 27 car.
Oh, it's gone.
Oh dear, oh dear.
It's gone. This is Nick Manassian.
Bodywork.
It could. No. It's oil. It's oil.
Manager car 27, your car is smoking heavily from the back.
How far down will they drop? They are only a lap away from third.
I'm
they are
getting
only 2
reports
laps
from other cars which are getting oil on the screen because of car 27. Tell your driver to stay off the racing line and to bring the car in.
26 car. It's in the pits at the moment, Ollie Pla, and they're only 3 laps back.
It's all over for them.
because I'm losing tire temperature. I will control.
This is bitter goal.
This was heading towards a position where it would have been incredibly difficult for the G-Drive team to win this championship. What looks a bit, well, this looks mechanical. It looks mechanical, doesn't it?
That's coming out of the exhausts.
And
there, little splash of flame from the right-hand exhaust. The left-hand indicator is flashing. Now, is that just a bit of an oil fire? He's been told to get off the racing line. He's coming back round the final corner now and heading into the pits. So there is a little fire under the rear deck there. And this is going to need looking at very quickly when he gets into pit lane, which is where he is now. And Nick Minassian, the bad news is he's not drawing any oil. Bad news for him, that's because it's gone. And that is a sick car. You can see Nick's brought it in.
The car is having a small fire at the rear in the exhaust area.
Is that flicking out of 6th and 5th? I think that might be a gearbox issue as well. As into the pit lane comes the championship elect leader.
Lots of oil on track. There's lots of oil on track. There is a big traffic ahead. Maybe I'll get stuff earlier.
So all the drivers reporting the oil on the track.
That is done.
Yeah. And with 13 minutes left, there's enough laps for the people behind it who need to overhaul it. They're going to try and get it back out again.
They've got to get it out for a lap at the end of this race. Now they've got to get it out to score any points at all, John. It's got to finish the race. It's got to cross the line, hasn't it?
No, I don't think so. That's a Le Mans rule, not a rule in WEC. I'll stand to be corrected there. It never used to be in the ALMS. That's still showing in 6th. I think he's got a gearbox issue rather than an engine issue there. And that was the gearbox, maybe that was the gearbox overflow. And that was some gearbox oil.
Well, let's have a quick look at it. Keep an eye on what's going on out there, in particular with GT Pro. Darren turning out inside 10 seconds from Tony Miranda, 13 minutes to go. Sergei Slobin there.
Tweak on the nose of Nick Minassian, which I'm sure is all he needed.
Bitter goal. Oh, you can see he's that's it. I think that's it.
They can only drop down as far as 5th position.
Right, a 4th position in points, which is the only thing that matters here, because the Oak car, the 35 car, will not score. That will mean, if that car does not come out, that Olivier Pla will bring the 26 car home to 3rd place points. That would be 15 points. They would take the lead. Driving standards car 8 under investigation. Well, that could be interesting.
No, that's going off the track, I reckon. He's been off the track a couple of times chasing that fast lap, which he's not going to get now.
So from a position where the 27 car stood to almost clinch the championship here, they now lose the lead of the championship.
Paul Trustwell says it does have to cross the line, but at the steward's discretion, they can decide force majeure. Okay, well that's not, I've misread that. Is Slobin, it's all over for the 27 car. Well, that isn't force majeure, that is the braking. It's an endurance race, and if that's the rule, then that car should not score. Sorry to say that, guys. I thought if you had done enough, you got classified, and you got the points.
Sergei Slobin has led this championship for 5 months.
We've seen guys standing on the podium this year who've not finished races, who've not been running at the end of races.
Okay.
Nick's asking the same question.
So Sergei Slobin has led the championship since Le Mans for 5 months, and he will leave here not as the championship leader unless something dramatic happens to the 26. And let's face it, it's happened twice already this race. It could happen again.
They are on lap number 170 at the moment. 71, Ollie Pla, and it needs just, well, whatever. He's now on the same lap, so he'll go past him. So whatever happens about where he's scored, it looks like Ollie Pla of the 26 team are going to get third place points with the 35 up car not registered for full season points.
Well, I'm gonna offer a supposition here that the damage, whatever it was, whether it's engine, gearbox or drive, came from that contact with the Audi. We've seen it before with the LMP2 cars, they can't take a hit.
This will be your last time.
It would be a double disaster, wouldn't it? By the way, we're still watching Darren Turner cruise up behind Tony Vilander. It's down to 8 seconds.
He's reeling in, and I think we're at that point, John. Have Vilander's tyres fallen off that cliff?
10 minutes to go, and that's going to be 5 laps. And 5 laps at 2 seconds a lap is 10 seconds, and I think he only needs 8. As it was treacherous out. Nick Manassi in his back. There
Try and get it out for a lap. This is
that is gearbox, mate. It is gearbox. It wasn't engine, it's gearbox.
I'm going to guess, John.
He's going to stick it in 6, rev the living whatnots out of it.
I'm going to guess this is gearbox input, because we've had this before with an Orica without sideways strike. I'm sure we had an issue for one of the Oricas before, sideways hit, and it was a gearbox input shaft. Absolutely. I think they have to. They've got to try. Whether or not they'll be allowed to rejoin the race is a different matter. Remember Austin last year, where the pit lane marshals would not let the Aston Martin rejoin after repair. If they believe that the repair's not been made to standard, they can refuse the team the opportunity to rejoin.
This is going to go back out. They're going to fire that up on the stands and see if it works.
Smoking from the rear still.
Gearbox hypoid oil is very, very flammable.
I would not be surprised to see them refuse the opportunity to rejoin this race. 7.2 seconds now, Darren Turner back from Tony Vilander.
You could see, by the way, even on the dashboard when the car's parked up, he didn't get that back into neutral. It came in 6th. It was flicking down as if it was 5, maybe. I'm not sure what even sort of pace they'll be able to get out of that car, but as you say, to score, they might only need to do 1 lap.
Yes, just cross the line. And crossing the line will give them points for 4th position. 12 points.
Now is the leader in the category, and in comes the number 1 Audi, like Duval, the last of the last stoppers. Makes sense. 7.5 minutes to go.
To be clear, the difference between that final lap for the 27 car and not means the difference between leading the championship by 4 points or trailing in the championship by... No, he's getting back out of the car.
No.
The team have made that decision. If they think it's not safe, they will not release that car.
Oh, big slide by both of the Toyotas there as they came through 13, and that was one of the areas where Nick was having his issue.
That's a very good example of just what we mean about these cars performing on the limits of leisure. With oil down, they can't do that.
No. That would have been terrible if they'd taken each other out there. Alex Verts with the 8 car of Anthony Davison off the track again there. He'll claim that was because it was slippery there, although he pulled off. Has got the Manthey Porsche at turn number 1. And I think that was the 91 car.
It was the 91 car.
And I think this is the car that's in the battle with James Collado. He's trying to go down the outside there and didn't make it.
Vilander's pace has fallen. It's fallen from 2:01 to 2:03s now. 6.5 seconds to Darren Turner. 6 minutes remaining. It is going to do exactly as you described, John, what 2 hours ago, and come down to the final couple of laps and the final couple of seconds for a race win. It'll be a race win for one of these 2 cars, 51 or 97, but a championship win for the 51 crew.
Look at how much those Toyotas are moving around under throttle application. It's as cold as it's been all week. There's oil on the track. There is the leading AM car, David Ennemeyer Hansen. who holds on to the lead. It's now a Ferrari in second place there by 24 seconds after the final pit stop of Paul Dalla.
Remember, they had that stop-go penalty, or stop-and-hold penalty. 30 seconds, we think. That would have left them with second position. That's cost them. But meantime, the 95 car, what a fantastic season they've got, an emotional season at that for the young driver AMR team. Back on board with the leader, Alex Wirtz. This would be the first win of the season for this car, John.
Yeah, and as soon as, I'll be honest, I thought that even if the 8 car had been in there, we might have seen this. Darren Turner in the 97 Aston down to 5.5 seconds.
It's going to be tight.
We're going to keep an eye on that. There's 5 minutes to go. Obviously, this is historic in the head of the field for Alex Wirtz and the rest of the 17.
There's the 51, this is Tony Verlander.
Right, this is the leader in GTE Pro, and you can see that that Ferrari just isn't getting the grip out the corner.
There's Aston Martin.
Look behind, the next set of lights, I think, is the 97 Aston. When we look back down the straight, there's a Porsche there, and there's the Aston. There's a Porsche between them, and then the second car back in that train. Porsche is not in that fight, but that Aston Martin certainly is, and Darren Turner is charging.
Patrick Pilet is the car between the two of them. The 92 car, 5th position in class. So first and second separated by the 5th place car on a different lap.
And already as that graphic went up, it was out of date because it said 5.5, it's down to 4.5, and we haven't even finished the lap yet. Look at the streaks of fluid on the screen. That is awful, absolutely awful. You daren't use the wiper. You can't use the wiper. Use the wiper, you're just going to smear that all over the place. Trust me, I know. Power steering fluid on the windscreen does exactly the same thing. Now, as they come to the line to start their 172nd lap,
4.1 seconds.
It's doable. It is absolutely doable. He'll get to him. Whether he will pass him, I don't know. But remember what Jimmy Bruni said an hour ago. If the Aston gets close, we'll let him go. Tony won't fight him. I'm not sure Tony's got anything left in the tyres now. He stopped with 1 hour to go. Darren Turner, 15 minutes later. The tricky strategy from Aston Martin has paid off. They've equalised their last 4 pit stops to try and keep track position and keep the tyres under the big front engine beast. 3.7 seconds.
3 minutes to go. 3.7 seconds again, John. Final moments of an FIA WEC race. We're commentating on a significant position separated by a handful of seconds.
There is Andy Davidson bringing home the number 8 car. Not a great run for them, but he and this man on the left, Sebastian Buemi, will be crowned after the final race in Sao Paulo, but they are heading now towards an unassailable lead in the Drivers' Championship. World champions for former Formula 1 drivers, Ant Davidson and Sebastian Buemi. Can't talk about that now, they need to be confirmed at the end of the season, of course. And there will be no celebration, even if they had been on the podium. The podium is for this race and this race alone.
They will be, of the 3 class drivers' champions, confirmed in points terms here, the only ones not on a podium.
Yeah.
And the only ones not on the top step of a podium.
Mike Conway staring at a first top step finish for the number 7 car, Alex Wirtz as well. Through goes Tony Verlander underneath us. Where is... Oh, it's 3 seconds. 3 seconds now.
Last lap.
No, last lap for this car, not for the 2 cars ahead of it.
Yeah, but he's going to pass them.
He's got to not pass the Aston and the Ferrari. He has done. Well, he hasn't yet. Really, that 7 car, he just want to go by.
We are on the last lap.
And I wonder if they're talking to Alex Wirtz and saying, don't pass them, because that will deny, I think, the opportunity for Darren Turner to get onto the tail end of Tony Verlander. We've seen it before. And this is what they're talking about, the leaders going through here. It's 2.9 seconds.
It's not going to be enough. It's not going to be quite enough.
If they've got one more lap, there's half a chance. fast.
I see it here.
The 51 car.
It's in Flanders' interest to let him go.
Yes, of course it is. Of course it is. Only half a lap left for that GT battle now.
Information to the pit lane.
Holding him up in the
Teams may go
corners,
to the
though.
pit wall. Teams may go to the pit
That's
wall.
the race control, and the Toyota team certainly will.
So this is the last lap, and there is Sebastian Buemi watching his teammates win the race for the first time this year for the 7 crew, and Andy Davidson and he will have an unassailable lead in the World Championship for drivers. Right behind him will be that battle for GTE. Tony Vielander and Jimmy Bruni will also have the big lead. There is Alex Wirtz, winner at Le Mans when it wasn't fancied, of course, with Peugeot. Winner here tonight as it's just starting to get a little bit misty. The 6 hours are up, and Toyota don't have a 1-2, but they have a win in the race for 6 hours with the 7 car. Their first victory of the season, and through goes the 8 car with Andy Davidson and Seb Buemi now unable to be beaten in the
good job on the lead. Sorry for the race, but good job for the season. Pick up rubber.
Darren Turner got to 1.8 seconds behind Tony Vielander. One more lap might have made a difference, Graham. Wow. Richard Bradley is still to bring the 47 car home. Kirill Ladigin, 2nd place for the 37. But most importantly, 3rd place points for the 4th place Ligier, because the 35 is on the podium, but not registered for the full season. And we believe no points for the 27 car. They will not lead the championship for the first time since Le Mans.
Cars number 7, 14 and 20 will go under the podium. All the other cars will turn right at the 60-kilometer marker at pit entry. Cars number 7, 14 and 20 will go under the podium. All the other cars will turn right at the 60-kilometer marker to go to Park Fermé.
Congratulations certainly to the number 7 crew for that great win. The number 35 car about to come home to win the race and the championship in GTM as well. David Heimer Hansen continues a fantastic run.
Here's Bradley coming home to take KCMG's victory that they so richly deserve.
2nd race win for this team in WEC.
And comes across the line. And just in the background there is the 95.
Well, Seb, you had your issues during that race, but you've got the drivers tight.
We are really pleased, obviously, to be now world champion. It's a great feeling. We just need to fight again for the constructor at the next race, but yeah, it's not the best way to win it, but we are really happy. I think we've shown we were quick and we deserve it, so that's the most important.
Well done.
Thank you.
Richly deserved, and well done, Louise. We're grabbing the world champion, as will be crowned in just a few weeks' time officially. Seb Buemi and Anthony Davidson.
Yes, the banquet after Sao Paulo, and then of course the WEC with the Night of Champions with all the other FIA World Championship series.
And I think the opposite opportunity, isn't it, John, for is it fans or media this year to nominate the personalities?
Yes, indeed.
And you know, we're not going to guide you in any direction. Just look at some of the talent you've seen on track, and 1 or 2 of them off in the WEC this season, as the winning car is guided in.
Cars 7, 14 and 20 under the podium. All the other cars into Park Fermé, turning right at the 60-kilometer marker.
They'll take massive.
From race control, we would like to thank all teams. We would like to thank all teams.
A newly designed car for 2015. And that's unofficial, of course. It has to be ratified. What we can say is, points-wise, they have an unassailable lead. Alex Wirtz takes the race victory, along with Stefan Sarazan and Mike Conway. What is his future? What does 2015 hold for Mike Conway? And you can see how much that means to Alex Wirtz. He's just taking a moment to consider.
It's been a tough season for the number 7 crew, but that's got to be a breakthrough result for Mike Conway. 2nd start with the Toyota team. in the TSO 40, and he brings home a significant part of a race win, which is golden in terms of the crew, golden in terms of Mike Conway, but
don't do this at home. He was driving with his knees are so far up underneath that steering wheel, it was always safe.
But the key to it is that's maximum points for the win, full drive for the manufacturer's title for Toyota. For that, that's a big tick in the yes please Mike box.
Out gets the driver, that's Neil Jardy getting out of the Porsche there. Everybody at Toyota gets to celebrate tonight. There's a big party. There you go. Are we invited? Sarazan, what a month he's had. 2 rally wins, including the Tour de Course birthday. Now takes a WEC win and its ERC victory. Imagine there's many who've done that in the same months.
We like to see happy racing pros, don't we? Just a brief mention again here, John, as we see quite rightly the guys relating to that win. Bitter goal for the 27 crew.
Yeah, they're going to get no points. No points.
And that should have been so much better, shown as a retirement on the timing and scoring screens.
Rob Leupin there. Let's go down to Louise, who has very happy 8 crew already spoken to, and here is the 7 crew taking the plaudits. Their first win of the season, crowning a very, very big month for Sarazan. And the big fella, there is Alex Wirtz. It's going to be Alex who will be the team spokesman. He brought the car home, and Louise Beckett, as you can see, is standing by.
Alex, finally, things have come together for the number 7.
Yeah, finally, a lot of bad luck this season, so seems to be ended here. So I'm really happy with winning, bringing the victory for Toyota, but also congratulations for my teammates. They won the World Championship, so a good day for us.
Well done, thank you.
Quite correct too. Alex, the perfect ambassador for the Toyota team since this programme started with the TSO 30, now with the 40, and well-deserved win there.
Oh, mate.
But
what a race, what a race.
There you go. That's the face of the 2014 World Championship. The 2 faces.
Yeah, improved with the race, yeah.
Swiss on the right,
End,
English on the left. Discuss the ins and outs of what was a race that just went from one way to the other, and at one point they must have thought it was all over here. Got the car back out and attacked.
Give us that number!
What have they seen here?
Take it away from your car,
That's it. Give us that number. It was the to Alan McNish.
We got a long way to get, boy.
Dear me.
Isn't that great to see, though?
That's wonderful. That's the spirit of endurance right there. 2 drivers, both vertically challenged, both now world champions.
Quick.
Both quick. And, well, still a race to go, John. We can still enjoy this again.
Yep. In through the gates towards the podium. Down into pit lane. Alistair Moffat, the very, very efficient PR for the Toyota team. Been there a very long time through rallying and Formula 1. Well, the 7th round of the FIA World Endurance Championship started with a skydive in clear blue skies as the Red Bull stunt team entertained the crowds down on the grid waiting for them. All the usual suspects and a few new faces. Fernando Alonso paying a personal visit to the FIA WEC, telling us he was definitely wanting to go to Le Mans in his career. At the start of the race, or before the start of the race, local dignitaries, as well as the stars of the endurance racing world, mixing, sharing stories. As the red lights went out, from the front row pole position, Romain Dumas in the number 14 Porsche led away with Brendan Hartley dropping in nicely behind, unusual for the Toyotas. They were rather jumped at the start, and almost Marcel Fessler getting up into third position. Just a little bit of a slide and rear wheel spinning meant the Toyota could get back in front of him. But watch behind here, one of the defining moments of the race is the SMP Oreca, the open top car, and the G-Drive Coupe came together. Ahead of the field, all kinds of action going on right at the very front. Perhaps as a result of that contact early on, the bodywork disappearing from the 37 car. The championship leaders in trouble, strife for them, with an alternator problem taking them out for half an hour. Close racing, even excited Olaf Manthey, who's seen just about everything. Contact brought stop-and-go penalties. Alonso in the race control room. Nick Manassian getting penalised for that, and then struggling with a gearbox issue later on. David Hennemeyer Hansen, the 95 Aston winning, Tony Vielander in the 51 Ferrari taking their respective classes, and the 47 KCMG Oreca coming through to win a hotly contested LMP2 battle. At the front of the field, the first win of the season for Alex Wurz and the rest of the 7 Toyota team, with the 8 car doing enough to be confirmed as Drivers' Champions. Go 4 wins this season. Silverstone, Spa, Fuji, Shanghai. That's amazing, isn't it? 5 wins out of 7 this year for Toyota. Not one of them. There is our race director, Eduardo Freitas. Already have the drivers on the podium, the national anthem of the winning entrant. It's Japan, of course. Here's the champagne, it's going to get messy.
Looks this season to get where they've got to today, this will feel good. Alex Wurz clearly elated.
Never a dull moment. In the middle of the race. race. He got a bit tired of what was going on at the front, default to Darren Turner and Jimmy Bruni battling it out there, but just doing it for lap after lap. Then we had all the drama of the contact. We haven't seen much car contact this year. A couple of avoidable contact calls made. Not saying I agree with all of them. There's your result, 195 laps, as predicted by the Wizard of Walking, and it was 50 seconds and 7 seconds between the Toyota and the two Porsches.
Second LMP1L win of the year. I've just noticed that. Well, that must have changed in the latter stages. The 13 car, the AF Corsa car, we saw that right at the end, fending off the
1.8 seconds
oh,
at the
fantastic.
end. But it's Ferrari's first and third against Porsche's fourth and fifth in the Manufacturers' Championship that will really stand. And there at the bottom, SMP Racing, not classified, did all but the last 20 minutes, hour or so of the race, and didn't get to the end. Gearbox issue for Nick Manassian when he was in the car. Wolfgang Ulrich going to congratulate the Toyota guys on his way back, I think, from that.
Contact, and both cars have gone plunging off the track and into the tyre. And a fire on board, it's car 71. Onboard system, Jimmy Road in the Jeep.
Sao Paulo, the next event, but now the GTE Pro Podium and AF Corsa's national anthem, or Italy's national anthem for AF Corsa.
Officially as retaining his World Championship in the GT category.
James Collado there, first British Ferrari factory driver for many a year. Yeah, good point.
So, there you go, second place to Darren Turner and Stefan.
Great drive, great tactics. Well done them.
Tony Blanda, Jimmy Rooney, they proved to be the epic combination. 51 Ferrari. As the GT drivers continue to celebrate, the circuit's still bathed in lights, and it's as pretty as a picture here. The GT guys most certainly dealt out to us a race to remember.
Oh, brilliant stuff. Brilliant stuff. Interesting to see what Aston tried to do. I think that shows great call. Great call. Realised they weren't going to win it on pure speed because of the extra pit stop. Turned that into a virtue.
And I thought brilliantly done, and done stealthily as well, I thought. I think it took, of course, a little while to realise what had been done there.
Hope I didn't spoil it for them.
But this is Aston Martin Racing. It's the Pro Drive crew. They know how to win these races.
Yeah, of course, by 1.8 seconds, and the second air, of course, another 40-odd seconds back. Great run through. Should mention as well, Jörg Bergmeister had a real go at the end there. He was only 3 seconds away from the podium, but it's Ferrari who head to Sao Paulo with an increased advantage in the Manufacturers' Championship. Just a little bit, not enough for them to be safe and secure, particularly having seen that Ferrari in flames just a year ago. I remember that very well indeed. We were on board, weren't we, with one of the team cars. We were on board with Bruno Senna when that happened, and that was Tony Vielander's car.
It was indeed. All changed around, of course, for of course by the end of the season.
So let's go to our next podium ceremony. So the lights podium coming up with the two Rebellion teams.
Second win of the year in the LMP1 class for the 13 car of Fuji, which was their first finish. So top step with Bart Hayden there in the black overalls to the left.
And the Swiss national anthem.
So Swiss, Austrian and Italian take it.
Nick Heidfeld there, assists with the facial hair. Nico Prost. Steve's outside there, Matthias Besch. Great team, great spirit. You can only race turns up and race against you. And these guys have taken the plunge to design and build their own car, and I think Bart Hayden on the left there should be applauded for that.
And beat the incoming world champions in doing it tonight.
Yes, good point.
Recognise that. Dominant performance so far in the championship, though, for the 12 crew.
6th and 7th overall, there,
186 points. Van Besch, Hypercar.
To move on to LMP2, and Auto Racing have their second podium of the season, not a full season entrance. Hypercar has her second podium of the season, the 35 car coming home in third. They want in third place points though, and that's terribly important in the championship chase. So second for the 37 SM. And Grenoble, Swiss, other Swiss, Alexander Britori, on the left-hand side there, Richard Brandon, the top of the three. On the right, two Brits and a Swiss. Great result for the 37 crew eventually. Certainly some consolation to SMP Racing, Victor Scheitar, and on Kirill Ladigan. Very happy Heiko O'Hara there. She did well today. Fastest thing out there. Came under a huge amount of pressure and weathered the storm. Absolutely. Allowed a completely bonkers out braking manoeuvre. That was Sergei Zlobin, still smiling. So he'll be gutted. Absolutely gutted. Loses his championship lead. Dramatic circumstances. A lead that they have led since the month. 5 months. More than half the season numerically in events, of course. Did look at, well, minutes to go in this race. Increasing that lead, taking advantage of the moves. Number 26 car, but I'm afraid fortune's reversed. Full season for KCMG next year? Possibly with two cars. We may even see the second car for KCMG. Oh dear, the Orc team. Very, very poor. The champagne, I was poor, but tactics might come back in. They're both struggling there. So another 6-hour race, the penultimate of the FIA World Endurance Championship 2014 season. Well, it's in the history books now, and I think when we look back at this one and take in what we've seen, we'll decide it's been another classic balance right the way through the field from start to finish. We move to our finale at Sao Paulo. Move back there this year to the end of the season. There's the confirmation of the LMP2 conclusive win job, 3 laps. Yeah, absolutely. Join us again in Brazil when these points, look at how close Sergei Zlobin is, just 8 points behind. Will that change in Brazil? Come and join us for the 6 hours of Sao Paulo. It's the final race of the 2014 WEC season. Bye for now.
Contact, and both cars have gone logical off the track and into the tyre. And a fire on board, it's car 71. Onboard system, World Endurance Championship.